Welcome to another exciting, explosive addition to the series, the Chronicles of the Voice of the College Nation Radio Show. Welcome as we celebrate 25 straight days of college genesis and college nation. 25 straight days, average 5 to 7 hour shows, everything. Nobody else. That's a record. Nobody else could beat that record. Nobody else can come on here and beat that. I set the record. 25 straight days. 25 straight days. Not no hour show. Not no half hour show. Not no 2 hour show. 6 hours on the average. You know, between 5 and 7 hours on that. One night I did a show almost 7 hours. You know, long shows, man. People on all night, knockdown, drag out discussion, debate, and conversation. As we talk all things Black and African on this platform. But look, folks, when you got topics like, is Kwanzaa still relevant in America? Now, things are going to go down tonight. I don't have to even get excited anymore. You know what's going down tonight. Passions are going to be raised, feelings are going to be hurt, and emotions are going to be tested and everything. And so, therefore, you need know what you need to do. Do the right thing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell somebody. Grab some. I have no snacks tonight. So I don't have some freaking. I was just so tired today, right? Went to my brother's house, man. Sat down, smoked cigars, had a drink, everything like that. I didn't get a chance to go and get any snacks before because I had a big lunch today. So I said, since my lunch was big, I'm going to skip dinner. So I didn't need to go by the store. So I went out today, had a short day at the office, and went out and get some lunch. And then I went to my brother's house for a little while, chopped it with my brother. I love my brother. That's my relaxation kickback place, going over his house. And then I went home. So I didn't get a chance to stop by the store and get some snacks for the show tonight. But get whatever you want, folks. If you got something in the fridge or snacks, whatever like that, the main thing is get comfortable, You know what I got? I'm going to have tonight? I got a big pitcher of water. And I know I got to watch my fluid intake. So basically, even though I'm not supposed to be drinking a lot of water or whatnot, but I'm just thirsty. So I think I'm just going to have water tonight, And downstairs later, I have a freaking iced tea that I might drink or whatever like that. But yeah, so I'm not going to eat anymore tonight, I got to keep this beautiful physique that I have, one thing when you get a good physique, right? Because I swear to God, and I was most of my 30s, most of my 40s, I was pretty overweight, So I'm back to the weight I was like when I was in my 20s, right? I'm really slim now and everything. I want to keep it that way, As I look up, I see a little bulge in my stomach. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I'm getting back. No. My metabolism is very high right now, so I can eat a lot. I don't eat a lot anymore. I don't really have an appetite like I used to years ago. And so, but still, I just don't want to sit around. The very thought of getting fat is just terrifying to me, I just like, I don't know. I'm not a fat phobia or not. People think I'm fat prejudice and everything like that. Maybe because I hate what I was for a while, I really hated myself when I was overweight. I hated myself so bad and whatnot. So, and I fear it's like that fat guy. In some ways I fear that fat guy coming back to me, right? So I basically lash out at the very thought of getting fat. The very thought of getting fat, the very thought of fat people being around me, just annoys me, and that's a phobia I have. I got to get treatment for that. I just think. I see fat people, particularly fat women. I'm like, man, please do something like that, But we're going to basically have a good show tonight, As always, we have good topics. Last night's topic was really good. Look, I found a video today, right? This guy did a rant on TikTok. He said, has anybody ever said there was 7 black men hung in the 2025 since January? I'm like, damn, man. I didn't even know it was that many. 7 black men hung. And so you got people like Elvis telling me, oh, nothing to see here, caller. I trust the United States and whatnot because compared to the shithole I came from and whatnot, America can't possibly have people that kill black people and like that. No, this is a good country because that's a danger about fucking immigrants. That's a really danger about immigrants because immigrants are more likely to believe the bullshit that America puts out there. We know this country. We know what this country is capable of, right? When you have somebody like J.D. Vance talking about, do we have to apologize for being white? Are you fucking kidding me? When has white people ever been sorry for anything? In order for you to have guilt or feel sorrow, you have to first be human. You got to think like a human. White people basically divorced themselves from the human race hundreds of years ago to become white people. They don't want to be like everywhere they go. They want to oppress people because of their race, because they fear racial annihilation, because they divorce themselves from the human. Other people, when we get together, if you get blacks and Filipinos together, they're going to mix. And you're going to have what we have in Virginia Beach. We have a lot of Afro-Filipinos running around. That's what happens. Something new comes out of it. You get anybody else together when they're going to friggin' mix, and yes, that's the way things go. But the white race, they cannot go any place, particularly when it comes out to their women mixing, whatever like that. So they fear genetic annihilation. They don't mind planting their seeds in other people, right? But the fact that the idea that their women are going to bear another race's children kills them. So that's why they can never get along. So that's why anybody thinks that we're living in this perfect world, not with white supremacy, not where there's a color line, not when white people are trying to preserve whiteness and white purity. Well, you're never going to have this country that you think you're living in. You're always going to have racism. You're always going to have these problems, as long as white people are in power. I don't know how many NBA players actually marry white women. I don't see that. That's the thing. You got hundreds of people in the NBA. You may have like 20 of them with a white woman, Audrey. That's another myth people get spreading around. All the NBA players marry white women. Well, Steph Curry. What about LeBron James? Two of the most popular players in the NBA. Who are they married to? That's a lie. Kyrie Irving. What are they talking about? That's a lie. Oh no, I don't. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. You don't know what you're talking about. I look at all the friggin' NBA players from back in the days. Most of them, almost all of them, have fucking black women. A few younger people do that, whatnot, but for the most part, most NBA players, most sports people in Hollywood, most black men marry black women. It's just that when it's more pronounced when you see a black man and white woman, it's like it attracts attention. People completely overlook the majority of black men in America. 90% are married to black women. No one says anything about that. Only thing they want to focus on is this tiny percentage that's married out. As all black men are married white women. That's a fucking lie. It's a freaking lie. So Kevin Samuels said openly hire white men what they were married into wealth once they get that check. Oh yeah, right. That's another myth. Once they get that check, they put the black women out. No, black women push themselves out the door. Black women don't build with these guys, and they only want the end product. They don't want to put nothing into the relationship. Yeah, that's the Chinese, Indian men, Arab men. They're smart. Yeah, of course they don't mind marrying, scooping. If you're a pretty black girl, right? If you're pretty, yeah, look, Serena Williams. Tell me that, and now Venus Williams, right? Black women do it all the time. When no one says that, it's like, go girl, you get him. When like the lady who married what's that guy? What's that guy that made the movie Red Tails, Star Wars guy? I forgot his name. He married a black woman. All these black women, like, oh, only billionaires can handle black women and whatnot. Black women give them all sign of praise. When they get bag themselves a white man, they get all kinds of praise from black women and all shit like that. Halle Berry was with a white man. All this talk about black people, black men made her like a queen in our movies and everything. She went off and married, George Lucas, right? Yeah, he married to a black woman. When black women, say anything about that woman, right? Call her out. Black women will jump down your throat. You say anything about George Lucas's wife, man, black women will stomp kick you in the head. How dare you talk about the sisterhood and whatnot? We can marry whoever we want to. You know, black women openly say black women are openly saying that they're trying to get white men. You know, they think that they're gonna steal white men away from white women. Okay, white man still wants to create his race. He wants those blonde children. You know, bullshit. You know, so she goes out with a white man. Okay, so I don't know, but why does they act like Abraham? Why do they act like George Lucas is the prize though? Oh, look, she married George Lucas, filmmaker. Wow, you know, that's just like Venus Williams. The guy she married was a bum. But the bottom line is, she basically married the guy married her, and everybody think Venus Williams. Oh, she got a good man and whatnot. What she got? This guy was nobody. I think he was a tech guy or something like that. You know. Majority of NBA players are not with mulattoes. Mulattoes in Black America is considered black, principally. In our culture, this is not Haiti. In our culture, mulatto, mixed race people generally are considered black in this culture. You know, you got to think about race acquiring and preserving wealth. You know, yeah, black people ain't trying to preserve no damn wealth or not. You know, they you could have all the wealth and everything like that. And next thing you know, like Barack Obama, you know, his daughters, both his daughters are gonna probably end up with white boys. You know, his bloodline, whatever like that, is gone. But he's not one of us anyway. He's a Kenyan and half Kenyan, half white. You know, my guy. So he's not one of us anyway. So you know, he did the right thing by marrying a black woman from America. But look, their kids date white guys. You know, and so what a fucking joke. You know, that's why when you don't stand for something, that's why the Obamas and all that just fell apart, because people like realness. You know, say what you want about Donald Trump, man. Everybody's feeling this blonde America shit. You know, everybody's blonde. All the freaking newscasters blonde. You know, every commercial you see, you got little blonde kids and everything like that. That's what sells. You know, white people are proud of their race. You know, black people want to destroy their race. That's what it is. Black people do not like what they see when they look in the mirror. Yeah, the Sydney Sweeney thing. They are proud of their race. You know, they're coming out there telling you they want to preserve those genes. More important than anything is that bloodline. You know, you thought we was living in this colorblind society. Are you fucking thing like that? You know, that guy's not no Lebanese. He's a white guy. That guy is a Lebanese, whatever the fuck he is. He's a white guy. Maybe he was born in that. He's not in Nigeria. That's so fucking Africans. It's so fucking stupid. That guy has nothing to do with no damn Nigeria. You know, he could be born in a Nigerian hospital. He has nothing to do with fucking that dude is a fucking white man. Lebanese or white. Damn, like I said, people are so fucking stupid. That's why we gotta get rid of these fucking foreigners, man. You know, they're gonna if you let Nigerians like Audrey and all the other people into our race, we'll fucking die. You know, he's Lebanese. Lebanese people are white. Well, they're Semitic, but the bottom line, they're close enough to being white. Just put it like this: they're white enough. We have a Lebanese community right here that's been in Norfolk, Virginia for over 100-something years. They completely assimilated into the white majority. My former lawyer, Mashera, right? You know, him and his son, they're Lebanese, but they're part of they live in a white section of town. They're white. They look white and they blend into with the white society. You know, they live in neighborhoods, they go in restaurants you better keep your black ass out of. The Basharas, whatnot. They were Lebanese merchants that came to Norfolk, whatnot. Now they're on city council. They own a lot of real estate in Norfolk, Virginia, and everything like that. They're white, you know. They're in the white community. They're part of the white community, you know. Haitian, like a white master of law pride. The hell are you talking about, Princess P? Haitian, Afro, Latina, Trinidad, Nigerian, like Kala clap for white. I don't clap for nobody. You know, I'm fucking give a shit about fucking white people, you know. I don't give two shits about them, you know. All I know is they preserve their culture, their race, and everything like that. And the black race don't want to be, black people like me. I love what I am, whatnot, you know. You know, but you got these self-hating black people. They want everybody to be included in their race. You know, I guess I believe race mixing and so no racial identity is going to destroy the African continent. You watch as more and more of these foreigners come there and start mixing kids and everything like that. You're gonna have a whole population of people who don't know who the fuck they are in Africa and whatnot. I'm like, damn man, shit, y'all gonna fucking be dead. You're gonna have whole countries fucking in Africa confused, know what the hell they are, know what their allegiance are. It's gonna fucking die. But we have a good show tonight, folks. We have a really good topic tonight. I want to know, is Kwanzaa still relevant in Black America? It was about the 7 principles of yeah of I don't know what Croc. Audrey, you got to get up with the. Yeah, you got to explain what Crocs mean, because you sound corny. Nobody knows what this is America. We don't understand Crocs and all stuff like that. We're not Africans over here. We don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So if you're gonna be funny on something we understand. Nobody understands fucking your bush nigga gibberish. A croc, king of the croc. What the fuck does that mean? Geez, at least explain yourself. Shit, Most African don't keep Kwanzaa low pride. Yeah, I mean, like I said, black people at one time was doing Kwanzaa, but it's sort of fading out as you stay in a country, right? You're pressured to be part of the majority. Majority of people in America don't fuck with Kwanzaa, so the black people pressured to abandon it themselves. That's what it is. I can't blame them, but I practice Kwanzaa. I practice Kwanzaa, but but I'm alone on this shit. Nobody wants to fucking do it. Everybody just want to be Christmas. They want to be Americans. When in America, do as the Americans do. People. That's why I said the black separatist movement failed, right? Because you can't be a separatist and live in the same country that you're trying to separate. It doesn't fucking matter. It's so fucking stupid, So it is what it is, Oh, it is what it is. Now I don't think I think they just want to be American. They convince themselves that they're Americans like white people are, but deep down inside, all people of color in this country, all white people want to be white, and all people of color want to be white. That's all it is, not just black people. Everybody comes here, when they get off that boat, they're trying to be white. The nearer you are to white people in America, the better off you are. That's what it is. It is what it is. So therefore, Kwanzaa, it was good for a little while, but it's fading out because nobody wants to be black. That's why I said I look at Kwanzaa. So when some people come to me and say, "Kala, we got to practice Ubuntu," I'm like, man, I've seen this movie before. I've seen this movie before. Yeah, Ubuntu, Kala, man. Yo, we gotta learn Kiswahili and whatnot. Yo, shut the fuck up. I'm just looking at how Kwanzaa it was a beautiful holiday, right? It should have worked. You have millions of people still observe it, right? When they're forced to. But there's no national Kwanzaa lighting or Kwanzaa events anymore. So it's like this. Is black people, are they like this? Just like the whole Wakanda thing, it came, it was a height, I mean, that was the strongest the Pan-African movement ever was when the movie Black Panther came out. That was like probably the pinnacle of Pan-Africanism and Black pride and everything. But after 4 or 5 years, that just faded out. And the movie Sinners just ended the whole Wakanda era, Wakanda era died with that movie Sinners. Everybody's back to being Black American again, Yeah, Wakanda made people fucking with delusional. We actually really thought the Africans were capable of building some futuristic city and shit. That was our fantasy, right? Well, we fantasize about Africa being this powerful place, and we're gonna rise up when I build this kingdom. The idea of that there was some powerful African kingdom somewhere in Africa that could liberate us or not, that was a belief in Black America. So when the Black Panther series came out, floated among a lot. It was based on urban myth in America about some mysterious African kingdom that was all powerful and whatnot that could liberate Black people around the world and whatnot. That was part of that was African American folklore. So African pride came from rejection and fear. Well, whatever it came from, man, it was just a reaction to white society. White people had Christmas, so we had to create our own thing. Yeah, it was once the lost tribe of Israel. We tried everything. Some of everything came through Black America. We had Daddy Grace, Father Divine. We had the Nation of Islam. We had Garbage. Every fucking movement came and left. And we're still in the fucking same situation. So it was Kwanzaa one of the things that just came and left. We're not. It's Kwanzaa like the Wakanda, just came and left. So it is what it is. Brandon's on YouTube, but who knows what he's doing? I don't know what Brandon's doing. He's probably eating ham sandwiches and getting bigger or not. He's probably out there just gorging himself off that, living off that YouTube money. He's a full time YouTuber. I don't think Brandon does Pan African content no more. I wonder what happened to his project in Kenya. Wish him a lot of luck, but like I said, before you launch something, you got to be for real. Like me, I ain't launching nothing because until I get the impression that Black people are serious about doing some shit, then I'll do something. I get the when I get the impression that Black people are serious, folks, we're like 37 subscribers away from 1,000 subscribers. Then this channel gets monetized, and I get to relax a little bit. I think they're gonna automatically put my super chat. I think I could have super chats now, but it's not activated because I think it's still part of AdSense, right? I just sent my AdSense in, my code in today. It came in the mail yesterday. I went to my office today and put my AdSense in, so they're registering my thing. So this channel should be monetized pretty soon. I should be able to make money off this channel. So I should be able to make money off this channel, and then what you call? I don't know nothing about that. Bro, make 100,000 a year talking same situation, ungrateful ass. I don't know who. I don't know who makes $1 million a year. Princess P. I don't know if anybody makes that money off of fucking YouTube. Maybe they do, but if this becomes your sole source of income, then we're in a sad, sad situation, man. I really am. This is mostly recreation for me. Therapy for me. I get to talk and speak and stuff like that. And if we can monetize and whatnot, make money, because I'll take this money that anything this platform does begin making, it's going to go right to building my organization. I'll be using this to build my organization. So I can't have my family telling me, oh, man, he's spending your money on some stuff. No, it's just, the money I make off YouTube, I take that, I'll be buying property in Liberia and doing stuff like that, getting my building equipment, buying equipment and stuff like that over there. And so, yeah, so I'm going to be, this will be good if I get this monetized and everything like that. I can do a lot of stuff, because I don't want to spend my own money doing this shit. Niggas ain't worth it. But if they want to contribute to this platform and everything like that, hey, understand you're contributing to a cause. You ain't going, none of this just going in my pocket, But yeah, so we're talking about Kwanzaa tonight. Is it still relevant in Black America? Is Kwanzaa, Wakanda, Ubuntu, what else? Is Afrocentricity, all this stuff that is Pan-Africanism, all this stuff like that's still relevant to us in America. How African same situation, not Black churches, family, made you they celebrate what? I made myself to what I am, bro. I'm actually, I'm just honestly, I'm sick and tired of giving people credit for fucking shit I did. Everything I built in life, it was done through my hard work. And ain't nobody came and knocked on my door and say, "Yeah, I'm basically from the Pan African Committee, Kala. We got a check for you. We're gonna put you on. I can't even get invites on nobody's platform. Nobody promotes my platform. Nobody does shit for me, really. I get no help. So I ain't gonna tell nobody, so I ain't gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, the Pan African movement. Really, get the fuck out of here. In fact, most of my beef online is with other so-called Pan Africanists, that want to tear me down or whatnot, fight me all the time. I have more beef with so-called Pan Africans than I do with so-called FBA people. I have more beef with Africans, people from the continent, than I do fucking the white supremacists. Damn, man. It's like, damn, what do I need the white man for? I keep saying the white man's a devil. I think some black people are the devil. I'm without Virginia, man. I came out of Virginia. Man, I'm gonna come down here and show these white devils something on that, man. After like a year living in Virginia, I concluded that the black man was the devil. I said, the black man is the devil. I moved out of Virginia, man. I went from New York, man, 5% of white man's a devil, peace, God. Down here, man, after 1 year, I said, the black man, the truth of the matter is the black man is the devil. I'm like, God damn. So, I'm not Pastor Manning. I'm just saying, niggas, man, will do that to you, man. Like, God damn, nigga, I'm black. We're black. Let's work together when that motherfuckers. Every time you look around, motherfuckers trying to sabotage your shit, whatnot, I'm like, damn, man. You got white people down here trying to help you, give you fucking advice and whatnot. I'm serious. Black man and whatnot. You want to get, you can get it. I ain't gonna help you. You gotta find your own way out there. I said the black man was a devil. Like, goddamn, nigga. Times I almost was killed. I don't know about no Klan, no skinhead. It was by black people. I'm just dead serious. I'm telling you, that's the life I live. I ain't got candy coat this shit no more. I would like to say that white. It would be easy if it was more complicated. That I had 3 cousins, Abraham, murdered. Right? They weren't murdered by no police. They weren't murdered by the neo-Nazis and whatnot. They were murdered by niggas. That's real. We gotta do something about that shit. Before I go on talking about what we're gonna do what are we gonna do about niggas that don't care about black life? That to me is the biggest threat to us or whatnot, because the most dangerous people are the ones near you. The white man, I can see him a mile away. So it is what it is. But Kwanzaa, when years ago, like 20 years ago, when I came online, I said I want to make a colonization version of Kwanzaa. I said this is an update and modernize the Kwanzaa movement, right? So I started doing Blog Talk Radio. Man, I got all this pushback with it. How dare you modify Kwanzaa, Kala? Well, I said, if we're going to talk about cooperative economics, okay, let's talk about investment clubs. How dare you talk about investments and savings and banking and holding real estate and all kind of shit? What kind of shit is that, Colin, man? What kind of shit is that for a nigga, man? We say cooperative economics, man. We just mean we get together and we put money into a pot and whatnot and we cooperate, I said, no, cooperative economics should be is that we have an investment portfolio and we're putting money in and we're seeing where the money is. We're watching our portfolio grow. And then we got credit and lines of credit we could borrow against that to build shit, And we should be doing that coast to coast nationwide. Man, come on, man. We don't deal with no freaking institutions. And blah, blah, blah. So it was a hard sell, man. I tried to modernize Kwanzaa and update it and stuff like that, And I said, creativity. I said, yeah, we should get into modern filmmaking and art and stuff like that, STEM, science and all that. Oh, man, you be talking about science and shit, man. Come on, man. Niggas don't want to hear no progress, man. They just want to be in the thing. It sounds good, collective work and cooperative economics and whatnot. Purpose. Yeah, where the fuck is our purpose? I said, the purpose is We should all be striving to look at the fact that we should come together and become a people, become a nation. Nah, man, that's just too much or whatnot. I'm like, it's just, it is what it is, man. So it was a hard sell, Kwanzaa for years and whatnot. People liked all the candles and everything like that. When we start saying, let's put meaning behind, yeah, they don't want to do no damn work. That's what it is. That's what I found out. I found out that most of the people who run these Pan Africans are lazy people. They don't want to put no friggin' work in or nothing. All they want to sit around and dictate. All they want to do is harass people for celebrating Christmas. I'm over here celebrating Kwanzaa. Blah, 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 blah. Why you say, okay, you give them a chance. Let's go celebrate Kwanzaa. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what Kwanzaa is. They just lighting candles every year and making all these promises that you're not going to keep. You make all these New Year's resolutions. This is what we're going to do. And throughout the year, you don't do anything to build upon what you made a pledge towards during Kwanzaa. It's a joke, It is a joke, a running joke. But it is what it is, man. Like I said, I have a PhD in Negroology. There's nothing about the American Negro that I don't know. When you hear Negroes say, yeah, man, I got to be more energy efficient, I gotta be more energy efficient and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. That just means this nigga ain't paying his light bill, Yeah, I got a postdoctorate, PhD, a doctorate of science. Man, I am the king of the Negro. I understand the Negro. Whatever to do with the Negro, you come to me and I'll explain everything, So I have a PhD in Negroology, Yeah, pro-black. I'm seeing right now, pro-black, Pan-Africanism, FBA. 90% of what Black America practices is just straight up buffoonery, It's like, come on, Kala. Principally, you should be coordinating with Umar. Get the fuck out of here. Principally wants to see me out there coordinating with a bunch of fucking buffoons and whatnot, Yeah, Kala, join the buffoonery and whatnot. The buffoonery remains an all-time high and whatnot. Yeah, come on, Kala. Put your clown face on. But every time I go there and get rid of these pro-black people and whatnot, it's like somebody just painted a freaking clown face on my head, put white paint on my face with the big red lips and whatnot. I'm a fucking clown, You know? I do believe a lot of these people are just fucking saboteurs and people distracting. That's why I created a movement, right? Which the African movement will show me who's real and who's not. I'm dead serious. The African, the idea of an African. If I'm talking to somebody, you have not been to the African continent, you have not basically been to the continent, you have broken any ground on there, touched African soil, I'm looking at you sideways. I'm looking at you sideways. Because this is the only thing right here. The colonization is the only thing. And when people join the BAIO, the Black African Infrastructure Organization, colonization, that shows me you're serious. And then I'm gonna see who's serious when we were able to take super chats and stuff like that. Who wants to contribute? That's what's also. I'm be watching who contributes. That's gonna show me who's down. Because basically all I've been hearing all for years, nothing but talk. I'm going to see who's for real and who's not. Then I'm going to know who to cut off. And so they're going to say, if I have to do this movement by myself, I'll do it. If I have to ride alone, they call me a maverick anyway. Maverick is a guy who rides alone. If I have to ride alone, I'll do it, Oh, Principe's always in these side edited chats and whatnot. Useless fucking people. Side Netta and all these clowns and whatnot, However, I think Unc West has made a lot of progress, right? General Sara Sudaseti, he seemed like he's coming up a little bit, he's getting out of that hotep bullshit and whatnot. He's it seems like he knows what's going on a little bit in Black America and whatnot. Yeah, but bottom line is this, Principe, most foreign blacks, what they gotta do if they want all that, they gotta do that in their own culture, their own country. That's just not gonna happen in America, bro. That we gotta coordinate and blah 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 blah. Black America is so far removed from Africa, man. It's like this. We got our heads so far up America's ass, man, we could see out of its nose. You know, this idea that we got so look until Africa and the black world could put something on the table that could match America, it ain't going nowhere. That's what I've been trying to say. We have to build black African infrastructure. We got to be able to match the white man like that. But what do people do? No, Kala. We don't need black African infrastructure. We can just do it right here. We don't need an Afghanistan. We don't need our own territories, municipalities, our own military. We don't need our own government. We don't need our military. We don't need all that shit that actually makes a difference. We need to coordinate. We need to get together, and talk. More talk and more talk and more talk. That's what Mr. Principe wants. More endless talk, endless strategizing, endless complaining, and everything like that. Enough is a fucking enough, man. I don't watch every movement in Black America fail, Kwanzaa's been a failure, We thought that was going to be the key to like this. Yeah, so I don't bash white people for doing that. They're doing what they're supposed to do. And they haven't severed their ties with Europe. That's the difference. They came over here voluntarily, and a lot of them still know their family in Europe and stuff like that. We were uprooted from Africa. We lost everything. We lost our identity, our names, everything in the process. So we're not the same thing. Those people in Africa are not our people anymore. It's a good question. What was the purpose of Kwanzaa? The purpose of Kwanzaa, right? Kwanzaa was, our people, like Dr. Maulana Karenga. Dr. Karenga, I was a follower of Dr. Karenga. Basically, Karenga was a socialist, right? So he wanted something where Black America will come together on some socialist sort of ideology, like cooperative economics, collective work and responsibility. But when it puts it in practice, right, it didn't work. Just like it was like African socialism, right, in America. It failed in Tanzania. It failed because if they would have known history, right, when you try that communal life, it always fails. Because just like George Orwell's The Animal Farm, right? They found that once you overthrow the farmer, right, the pigs and the horses, right, the pigs became the new oppressors. See, that's what I said. When you read literature and you're literate, we wouldn't have this conversation. Yeah, 1984, George Orwell, 1984, and his Animal Farm, right? Same thing. The people who started Kwanzaa, they were on top. You couldn't touch them. I thought we were all people. No, but some revolutionaries are more equal than other revolutionaries, and so you end up having the same thing, but you're under the rule of a black man. Karenga became some sort of king and some tyrant, some dictator. So black people like, bump this, man. I should go back to celebrating Christmas and make my own money and do my thing. Nobody want to be on some oppressive shit, no matter what you say, how you try to dress it. We didn't understand that from history, So we're gonna have a good show tonight, man. I got this feeling, man. Sparks are gonna fly, tempers are gonna flare. Passions are gonna be raised and whatnot, and feelings are gonna be hurt. But this is if we weren't hurting feelings and raising passions, we would not be the colonization. It's my solemn duty to make sure that the right things are said and everything like that, and we don't really, you know, we take pride in inclusion everybody, but we can't we include everybody. We don't cuddle people here. You know, it's like whatever philosophy you got, we're gonna put it to the test. Yeah, the concept of Kwanzaa is a theory, but it has never manifested itself, Principe. It never manifests itself. It's like, what's the point of it? What's the point of it? It's like a ritual. It's a sacred. Kwanzaa become like a sacred cow. You know, we don't do it, but we don't talk about it either. Because it was something that was great. Black people are scared to talk about Kwanzaa. People are saying I'm not black when Kwanzaa has not delivered anything to the community. I would like for it to do it, but I don't see Kwanzaa working unless, and black people just don't want to part ways with America. That's the problem, Black people, as long as black people don't want to part ways with America, as long as black people are dependent on this system for jobs, social welfare, and all stuff like that, and opportunity, DEI, nothing, that is what's, surviving in America is black people's religion. That's their religion. Not Christianity, not Kwanzaa, not Christmas. Surviving as a black person in white America is your religion. Religion is something you do to survive. And trying to navigate in this country being a black man, that's your religion. I wonder where's Baruti tonight. This topic is right up his alley, like I said, when people talk about Ubuntu, we're not, we tried this. Kwanzaa was Ubuntu before there was Ubuntu, So how do we make Ubuntu work if Kwanzaa didn't work? That's what I would like to know. These are fair questions, White people are American, Abraham, but African Americans are like, let me put it to you like Abraham, see if you agree with me. There's Irish people and then there's Scott Irish people. What does that mean? Irish people are the Irish people, right? From Ireland, right? The Scott Irish people are Scottish people who settled in Ireland, right? But they still, their origins is in Scotland. So they call Scott Irish, right? You have people from Quebec are called French Canadians. That means they're Canadians of French origin. An Italian American is different than an Italian. Italian is somebody that's from Italy. Italian American is somebody that was born, that comes from thing. Yeah, but the thing is, though, the Scottish tribe come from a Scottish culture, and they came to Ireland, right, from Scotland, and so basically, they didn't originate from Ireland. They migrated there, and they basically never assimilated into the Irish majority. They never became part of the Irish. They kept their culture. That's why they were called Scott Irish. They were Protestant. They were not. They were never Irish Catholics. So I don't think Scots originated from Ireland. I'll tell you, if they originated from Ireland, that's about the Irish people. The people we call Irish, the Irish people are bringing the Irish people, right? The Scots was somebody else. They were a different culture. Yeah, the original Scots were black. Remember that? Everyone, did you hear that? The original Scots were black, man. Yeah, they're like, man, we're Scottish niggas, we're niggas, man. Scottish people were black, man. Don't you know? Don't you know? We're not, like I said, man. Negroes. You got this guy Mike's TV and whatnot. They just busted this guy, man. He had a fake ass, this fake ass Indian tribal identity, but he don't understand. He got himself in trouble because he basically he's getting up for identity fraud. Nigga trying to be Indian so bad he making up a fake ID. They don't understand that's a government document. He made up a fake ID to say he's some Indian and whatnot. Put online. What a fucking clown. And that's fucking identity fraud. Niggas want to be fucking Indians so fucking bad. What is it about Native Americans that black people want to be Native Americans so bad? I have no idea what that's all about, That's really sad, Point I'm trying to make is, Abraham, is I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Kwanzaa, right? I'm saying is it's not relevant today in America. It's not. It's not relevant, Yeah, everybody say they got a patch. Ain't nobody niggas ain't got shit in them. I told this one chick on YouTube tomorrow, I'm such and such Indian. I said, not with that bald nappy head of yours, you know. That as long as you got that bald nappy head, your bald nappy head means you came from sub-Saharan Africa, That bald head of yours, whatnot, that's from sub-Saharan Africa. You pure African, And grow your hair 2 inches and whatnot, and I'll consider it, You got that bald nappy head talking about you a Native American. Get the fuck out of here. It ain't happening, folks. Ain't no getting out. Ain't no getting out. We want to escape from being black, but sorry, She didn't even have a hair hat on. She was just like, hair was all looking all kinds of any kind of way. And when I talking about she Native American. One thing about Native Americans, right? When I look here and they're in Oklahoma and some parts of Virginia, some of the black people here in Virginia, from Virginia here, have Native American ancestry. You know how you can only tell when somebody got Native American ancestry? Their hair. If you have black people with real long hair that hangs down, that goes down, they have Native American ancestry. Africans hair doesn't grow down. That's the only way you could tell because white genes are recessive, right? So when a person's mixing black and white, their genes, the African hair usually takes over. But when Native Americans, their genes, the one thing about Native Americans, their hair is always a dominant, right? So the person with Native American ancestry usually inherit that hair, And I know a lot of people when they tell me they're part Native American, even though they're dark skinned, I can look at their hair and tell them they're telling the truth. They're Native American. Their hair's completely bone straight. They have no Afro texture in it, Yeah, I said, yeah, they're Native American. They're part Native American. I see them. I know people like that here, They're black, but you can tell they have Native American ancestry by their hair, If you got nappy hair, any sort of nap or whatever like that, you got to wear a weave or extensions, you ain't Native American, I'm not saying it's good hair. I'm saying it's straight hair, It's what people consider attractive. Long, thick, long black hair. When that people consider that appealing, that's just what it is. My family was like that, They're like, oh man, she got that beautiful hair. My sister, oh, she got that long hair. Whatnot. Black people treasure long hair for some reason, That's how I was. If a woman didn't have long hair, it was considered a curse, That's the black America's ignorance, our culture. That's how we grew up. If you didn't have long hair, you weren't considered. They said a woman's hair is blessed by God. God gave her one thing he gave her is a hair. And a woman with long hair means she's blessed by God. A woman with short hair means she's cursed. That's unfortunately that's black American folklore, you know. That's why black people try to relax their hair, and stuff like that, You know. So it is what it is, Black people, black America put a premium on hair texture. They love straight curly hair and shit like that, You got that good hair when that, That's black America, That's a conflict, right? Black people still love that good hair and stuff like that. That's what makes it. That's I think that one reason that prevents black people from embracing that African heritage. Because of the hair issue. They think African hair is ugly and bad and shit like that. So that's the one thing that I know that's what it is. If Africans or West Africans had long straight hair, black people would embrace it. They would embrace it. I'm just telling you the truth, folks. I'm just not gonna sit here and lie to you. I'm not like that, but that's what the way black Americans think. You ain't got that long hair, whatever like that. Hey, you got no value to them. But yeah, so that's what keeps black people, all these things like Kwanzaa and all this, you know, and everything like that. Now, we used to do Kwanzaa back in the days, right? The girls used to come in with these fucking beautiful cornrow hairstyles, African cornrow hairstyles with the beads on it. It looked so freaking beautiful, right? Back in the days, we used to do Kwanzaa in the community centers down here. What happened to that shit, right? How do we go from that to fucking goddamn wearing weaves and all this kind of shit like that? Black people threw up. Like I said, look, obviously to me, the wearing the cornrows and shit like that was so beautiful. Just like I had Juju, she'll tell me on that. Well, nobody want to wear cornrows all the time, collar. Like, damn, you can't. Well, these women, man, they can't. You can't get that wig off their damn head, man. It's like, Dad, put the wig down. Get your cornrows up. Get some dreads. Wear an afro. Like, goddamn. And so, therefore, black women don't want to embrace that African hair. Uh, that's why these people don't. That's why I said when you see people doing Kwanzaa and they got a fucking weave in their head, they got a fucking synthetic weave in their head. So I don't know, Chuko. One of my side business I wanted to do was import a lot of African art from Liberia, but I don't know. I think the interest in Africa and Black America is waning, unfortunately. I don't see people. I have all these things, African ivory colored medallions, whatnot, that I could sell for good in America. But if we get back into embracing Africa again, man, I could be a lucrative market. But just when I'm about to do that, man, here comes all this FBA. I ain't African shit. You can't win for losing. No, can't win for fucking losing, man. It's like, damn, man. We was on a roll here for a second there, man. Everybody's embracing Africa. I was about to import African jewelry, African art, African like that, man. It was selling, but we was selling it. And so next thing you know, people said, fuck Africa. And I'm like, unfortunately. I'm not rebanning the FBA. There's no such thing as no fucking FBA. I don't acknowledge FBA. Yeah, they're supposed to be coming out with another Black Panther movie. Hopefully that'll do the trick, and get people interested in it again, African again. Maybe this time Africans will shut the fuck up and whatnot, stop complaining. I ain't rebranding shit. Import our rebrand. I ain't brand shit. The day I gotta legitimize the FBA shit. Nah, the day I gotta fucking rebrand something for to fit these ignorant motherfuckers, man, I'll quit the movement. I ain't rebranding shit. But yeah, so you know, Kwanzaa starts what a day after Christmas and whatnot. And we just say, so what is your Kwanzaa resolution? Let me see. Let me chat BTP, do your thing. We're gonna talk about Kwanzaa tonight. Who cares what Tariq is doing? Or Moja. Tariq's a fucking clown. He's going to Ghana. We're gonna bring FBA shit there. He's gonna go there and start complaining about Ghanaians need to give us reparations and whatnot. Man, shut up, man. Like I said, these clowns. We got fucking clowns out here following Tariq, man. Why don't you even say something like that, Prince? I gotta time you out, man. Fucking Tariq, you know. What is Kwanzaa? What is Kwanzaa? Where's Kwanzaa? Kwanzaa is a cultural holiday celebrated primarily by African Americans to honor African heritage, unity, community values. It is observed from December 26th to January 1st. Founded by 1960s by Dr. Moilana Karenga. That means next year will be 60 years. 60 years. Created during the Civil Rights era, strengthened cultural identity and community. The seven principles in Guzo Saba each day focus on principles spoken in Swahili. Uh, no. Back to 2 months in February. Okay. Umoja means unity. I love that part. I love unity, right? Even though it's impossible with Negroes. Kuji Cha Gulia means self determination. I agree with that, but get this. We never achieved unity. The first two are out the door. We never achieved unity, Umoja, and Kuji Cha Gulia. Self determination. Self determination, rare. Don't make me laugh, you know. Ujima, collective worker responsibility. Man, you can't get Negroes to do nothing, you know. Negroes are lazy. Cooperative economics, like, man, I ain't give my money to nobody, man. Shit. Purpose, Nia. Man, I don't know what the hell ever. Kumba, creativity. And what's the creativity where white people are creating our culture for us and we follow it, you know? Faith, man, we don't believe in nothing, you know? All right, symbols and traditions. Kanara, the candle holder. Mashima Saba means seven candles, red, black, and green. Make Mbeka, woven hat. Mazao means crops. Uh, Kiko Kikombe Cha Umoja, Unity Cup. Daily candle lighting, storytelling, music, and reflection. Kwanzaa is not a religious holiday. It can be celebrated alongside Christmas, Hanukkah, or other holidays. Focus on family, culture, values, and everything like that. Man, that sounds like a beautiful thing, man. You know, man, come on, man, Trigger Man, Trey. Man, why you gonna call Kwanzaa boring, man? How you gonna diss Kwanzaa like that, man? Come on, man. Don't you tell me you don't want to. What would you like? You know, Santa Claus bring you goodies or sitting around learning about your culture and Kwanzaa, man? Come on, man. You're disappointing me, man. You're disappointing me, you know? You know, we used to do Kwanzaa. It was really beautiful because all the sisters came out there with their hair and beads and braids. They were looking beautiful. They had the African stuff on and whatnot. You know, I was like, oh man, we used to love that back in the days. But that shit went out of style, man. Black women don't want to do that, man. They want to fucking show up the Kwanzaa in their fucking booty shorts and shit like that, you know, and with their weaves in their head and hair hats and whatnot. You know, it sort of the whole feeling just sort of died, you know. They don't want to be African centered no more. They don't want to look Afrocentric no more, you know. So I don't know. That's all with black women. Black women basically they don't want to look. They don't want this, you know. But good. So yeah, Kwanzaa was good to the kids, man. But you know, nowadays a lot of our women don't want to be that. You know, they don't want to be African. You know, we should invite Tommy Sotomayor. You know, onto the show, Kyle. What for? Where's Tommy Sotomayor got to do with this? You know, that dude was a clown. You know, he says a lot of true stuff, but he's still a clown. You know, the more people have natural hair than the '90s. You know, I don't think so, Princess P. I seen some crazy chick, black girl, online with real dark skin, right? With fucking bleach blonde hair, right? And she was something there talking about, well, black people can have. I'm like, oh my god, man. Think of Wesley Snipes, right, with a wig on. That's what she looked like, you know. So I'm basically like, I'm like, and she going off like, and I said the white black guy was like, man, these same black women sitting around talking about white women shouldn't wear braids and cornrows, but they got a fucking blonde. As long as our women are like this, man, you can forget about it, man. They ain't nobody trying to look natural. Prince of P, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. I don't know. Show me one star, Prince of P, in the public eye. You see Beyonce comes out with a long fucking blonde fucking wig down to her fucking ass and whatnot, doing Coach, whatever, Carter, whatever she is, a country music or whatnot. I'm like, what the hell? That's the queen of black women. That's the Bayhive. When she's looking like a goddamn white woman. She had her skin all pale and whatnot. She's like a fucking white woman. Right? What? Come on, we're losing this game, principally. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like she's all right. Somebody says, this is a special Christmas. I brought a live Christmas tree. My house smells like, that's good for you. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody's in the Christmas, man. Everybody's doing their thing. Everybody's waiting for Santa Claus, drinking their eggnog and whatnot. They come online and talk about Kwanzaa, but they basically, man, 2 days from now, you're going to be sitting around the tree, opening up presents and whatnot. You're going to see Prince be at the tree, man. Thank you, Santa. Whatnot. Yeah, so folks, tomorrow night I'm not doing the show. I'm spending Christmas Eve with some family and friends, and then Christmas Day I'm sitting back relaxing, doing nothing. I'm not coming on. I'll probably be back the Friday after Christmas. Might be, or I might just wait till the first of the year and start up again. I don't want to lose momentum though, so I might be back Friday and Saturday. This is 25 straight days of doing shows. 25 straight days. Because anybody do 25 straight long shows? No. What is it about the collagensis that he can do this? That's because I have a work ethic. And I'm serious about what I'm doing. So we're going to have a good time tonight. Some people, have different opinions. I want to know, when's the last time you celebrated Kwanzaa and what exactly did you do? So I went to many Kwanzaa festivals over the years in my Pan-African young years, back in the days and whatnot. It was beautiful. I like getting the black people together. It's like, let me tell you something. What I mean by black joy, when we did these events and everything like that, there's no better feeling than when you're around your own people and it looks beautiful, right? But everybody knows that's just a moment. You got to go back into the white man's world. You got to go back into the streets and deal with street shit. You got to deal with racism. But that moment where basically celebrating Kwanzaa, everything's good. But what happens is people get pumped up when then a reality sets in when they got to go back to their I know you 77 you didn't celebrate Kwanzaa because you were the most Oreo motherfucker in the world. You know, you were the most Oreo person in the world, 1776. I don't expect you to know what Kwanzaa is, 1776 word of Kwanzaa is. Is the white women there? Where the white women at? So it is what it is. I've never celebrated Kwanzaa. Man, tell me something. It's called Kwanzaa, not Kwananza, you moron. Kwanzaa, fool. But yeah, so we basically have to understand, you know, that we're like, it's like I've seen, I mean, I'm trying to look at all the things that came in Black America, right? We had the peace movement, right? We had the Garvey movement, right? And then we had the peace movement, all these movements and whatnot. We don't have so many movement, the movement, you know. It's other thing about the white people, when they have a movement like what's Turning Point or MAGA, their movements usually net power. They net power. How is it a white man, he could start a movement, make America great again? Now they got the halls of power. Why is it every time black people start a movement, it all fails out? Because it does not lead to any power. Kwanzaa never led us any power. All it did was, it gave us an outlet to express ourselves and feel good, Well, people say, something, I don't need Kwanzaa to feel good. I can pick up a crack pipe and feel good. So when in the future, right, we create movements or not, it has to be more than feeling good for the moment, right? It has to have an end game. That's why I created a movement where if millions of black people got behind me, we would have something. And Afghanistan is an end game, the Afghanistan is an end game, right? It's not just feeling. You're going to get something in the end which is tangible, a nation of your own. That's what a movement should do. It should lead you to something permanent and tangible. But a feel-good movement, right? That's why Tariq Nasheed is trying to fool you. His end game is reparations, and he knows the way it is right now, reparations is impossible, But you go on because you believe it's going to be an end game because you're freaking stupid, You feel good, like Omar Johnson. What was the end game of Omar Johnson? That school. Once I open my school, they always got to give you a friggin' goal, a school. Tweak the sheet. I'm up a hidden history museum. We're gonna learn our history. Whatnot. Man, so many things, man. Umar Johnson was a big letdown with his school, whatever. I mean, not really letdown because nobody ever expected. I never once expected that shit to ever happen. I said that years ago. He said. He said he's gonna build a school for black boys and whatnot. I was like, man, this nigga barely living. Ain't got no house, no job, no nothing. When I run around off of YouTube, internet fame and whatnot. Talk about he gonna freaking build a school for black boys. I knew that shit was not gonna fucking happen. When Tariq Nasheed put his Hidden Colors Museum, I thought, oh man, we're gonna finally have a. Like, I look at that thing. That thing look like a corner store in the lounge, man. It's a raggedy, No, because he can't build in Africa because that would actually take work and accountability. One thing, you go to Africa and whatnot, and they say, and after a certain amount of time, Africans will take that property back. They say, Umar Johnson, we like what you're doing. Here's some land for you, whatever like that. And that nigga ain't going to be able to get that shit up and running, because you can't stay in one place. If a person can't sit there and work a job, right, because he got a short attention span. Some of those people like that. Some people are so dysfunctional, they cannot work an 8-hour shift on a job. Some people, activism is the best thing because they can wake up anytime they want to. And when now, used to be a time where people like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, they wake up and they have at least they have a schedule of people they go see and stuff like that as an activist, right? Now the activist, all he has to do is turn on his iPhone and start communicating. But he don't even have to travel anymore. So it is what it is, But what say you, folks? What say you? Oh, the Afghanistan is my end game, because once the Afghanistan is complete, I leave it to the next generation to take it to the next level. That's my goal. My goal is to get it started, I'll be long gone before it ever really takes root and really up. I'll be long gone off this earth. I just know I did my part. But what say you? What do you think about Kwanzaa? Is Kwanzaa still relevant in Black America, I don't watch that pop the ice, but I don't watch. I mean, I should, but I'm too old to get into these stupid shows with these young people and not. Pop the balloon, stupid shit. I don't know. I have no idea. It's only black people that do these shows. When I other races of people don't have problem dating and shit like that. When you look at the females up there, when I say your problem is, sister, get in the gym and take off like 25, 30 pounds and whatnot. Not your damn problem. You know. Bentu Mendinka. What's up, Mike?
Afternoon, sir.
Evening, man. Evening. You're in the afternoon.
Evening, morning, and afternoon, all across the world, all
Night,
those
night out
listening,
here.
tuning in.
Now,
Yeah.
what do you think? What do you think about Kwanzaa? Did you celebrate Kwanzaa back in the days? You still celebrate Kwanzaa?
Nah, man. The last time I celebrated Kwanzaa was in elementary school, man.
Man,
We
come
did
on,
it at
man.
school. Huh?
Come on, man. You can tell me you don't freaking
Come on. Nah, I'm here to help you kill the sacred cow Kwanzaa, man.
what's wrong with Kwanzaa, man? Come on, tell me what was wrong. What
No,
is
there's
wrong?
nothing wrong with it. I
What's wrong
told
with
you we celebrated it in
all I
school.
know is the seven principles is hard to
Yeah,
do.
it's like what they did was copy Hanukkah, basically, and just
Yeah,
put African principles of
yeah,
unity and blah blah blah.
yeah,
Whatever you was just saying that we never
yeah.
did. So yeah.
But we never achieved none of that shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Self determination don't make me laugh. See, the
Mm.
Jews could practice on it because self determination, they got the state of Israel, they got banks, they got institutions, everything like
Yeah,
that.
you know what that motherfucker Karinga copied,
We
the
got
Hanukkah
shit, man.
shit.
We got nothing to show for because we got
Yeah.
too many fucking clowns, man. Our community is run by clowns, man. So it is what it is. And he became like a kingpin when not. He's a king of Kwanzaa when not. We
Yeah,
got
man.
bow down to Karenga when not.
Yeah.
Dr. Ron Mulana Karenga when not. Like this is a
Yeah,
joke.
he just took the Hanukkah shit and put African shit on top of it, and then told you that's what you're supposed to do.
Okay, yeah, man. I'm sorry. I'm like, okay. I did it for years, man, because I didn't know any better. Like I still look. I tried to modify it, right? I tried to say, Ujama, let's talk about investment clubs, 401ks, Roth. Those motherfuckers came at me like, how dare you bring the white man's fucking ignorant shit, man.
Yeah, that was just something we did in elementary school because it was Black African Center. But after that, shit, wasn't nobody fucking celebrating that shit for real, man.
I know. It's sad. Oh, what is there left? If we don't have Kwanzaa, right? What is there left,
Shit, it ain't.
So what is the Afrocentrist? What do they have now? Kwanzaa failed, all the shit, the Wakanda shit failed, and everything. What
I
what do
mean,
we
they
have?
could still hold on to that shit if they want to. You know what I mean? I'm not.
You're not
But
you're not into the Wakanda thing no more.
man, listen,
That's so Kwame. He's the
I told you 2 shows ago, man. I threw that shit in the trash, bro.
man. Kwame, he's up on here. He's not too happy about what you just said.
I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck.
So
Yeah.
Kwame, man,
Kwame know what it is. FBA, nigga.
Hey, Kyler, what's up, Bentu?
what's
So,
up?
What's Yeah? You making a show criticizing Kwanzaa now? Like, come on,
Am
bro.
did I criticize it?
What's the show about, Kyler?
I
Are
said,
you embracing
I'm
Kwanzaa?
just asking a question. Is Kwanzaa still relevant? I'm just going by what I read in the chat room, right? And what
Yeah, it's very relevant.
how's it relevant?
I mean, I celebrated. My neighborhood celebrated. It's celebrated all across America. It's a
Celebrated how?
oh,
national
y'all still
holiday.
celebrating it like that?
Celebrated how?
I mean, I didn't know. Some people probably is still celebrating it like that. Collar,
Yeah, but
huh?
you see people observe it, but how it's one thing to celebrate, right? But how, unlike Hanukkah, which they actually live by it.
Oh yeah, they live by that shit.
They
Kwanzaa is
live
just
by it.
like
They got
something.
the Jewish people got kosher laws, right? You can't if you go to a Jewish deli,
Now,
unless one of these kosher people cuts the meat, you can't be sold.
yeah, now if we live by Kwanzaa, like like we live by that shit all
We
year
have
long,
businesses and stuff like that.
then it would be different. But
Let me tell you a story. I tell a story all the time. You guys hear this,
So
right?
wait, Kyle, let me just ask you one. So everything we do is just a joke. It's just a clown
So
show.
now you got it, right? Now you got it. Now you run. You run it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who
So
gonna
it's a
take?
fucking everything Kwanzaa. That's why I try to tell you. You know, most things you say is a joke. So I'm trying to get you straight. Because you're a young man, I want to straighten you out. Well, let me tell my story. I don't want you becoming a deadly clown, Kwame. Kwanzaa.
He called it Kwanzaa.
Anyway, years ago, what year was this? It's about 2010, right? I was in Port Virginia. It's before I started being able to do my business, you know, but from a computer remote. I had to every time let's say if I had an application, I had to drive to everybody's house, right? So I used to have to drive to Emporia, Virginia. That's a long ways from where I live at, Emporia, Virginia, right? And then I studied the history of Emporia, Virginia, right? Emporia was like in the 70s had a real strong Black Power movement. Same thing with Danville. I studied. Nation of Islam was heavy there. A lot of people became black senators and whatnot. It's a deep South. It's Virginia, right? Anyway, one day I was driving, right, looking for somebody's house, right, and I stumbled across this building, right, this abandoned warehouse, right. I told the story many times before, right, and I sat there and looked at it. I was like, it's like I just went into a trance, and I just imagined what it was. Obviously, this building was painted. The painting on the building on the mural was these kids, and it said Ujama, right? And it had kids harvesting fruit in baskets. Well, it looked beautiful, right? But it was all faded. It was all faded, right? And it was a warehouse, the dock, the dock where the trucks pull up at, whatnot. And I said it was abandoned, right? And I said to myself, I wonder what happened here. You know, think about what I just said. I'm sitting looking at this abandoned warehouse, right? I said, and the building was all decrepit and torn down and gutted. And I said to myself, I wonder what happened. It said Ujama cooperative economics and whatnot, and all stuff like that, and I'm saying somebody must have tried to form a Ujama thing back in the 70s. That's what I can see. They probably
It's just
not funny.
abandoned building now.
Yeah, it's not funny, man. It's not funny, man. It's not funny. It's sad, right?
That shit
So I
funny.
began doing my investigate, asking around. They said, "Oh yeah, man, back in the 70s, black farmers around here. Somebody got the black farmers together and said we're gonna do all black economic whatnot, and it all failed. All crash or whatnot. They said, yeah, that was back in the 70s. I learned more about it whatnot, and I said to myself, man, why did these things keep failing? Because they're unrealistic in their approach. You know,
So wait, Carlo. We could celebrate a fat white Neanderthal sliding.
who
Hold on,
celebrate? Who celebrate? I mean, I'm not telling what you celebrate.
hold on, hold on. Let me just lay my plan. We could celebrate a fat white Neanderthal sliding through the air with reindeers, sliding through people's chimneys. Right? We don't call that a joke. We celebrate it every year.
Christmas is a joke too.
Yeah, but people take it serious. People take
Well,
people take Christmas very serious. They buy expensive ass Christmas tree every year to decorate with a whole bunch of lights and ornaments and things like that. And they gift wrap gifts and stuff like that. But as soon
don't forget the eggnog, man.
yeah, you got a whole tradition, meals associated with it.
Yeah.
But as soon as
You
shout
can
out to
replace it.
Milana.
You could replace it with Kwanzaa if you want. No
Yeah, yeah, but
problem.
but my thing is right.
Uh,
We could celebrate that, but as soon as shout out to Milana Karinga. Regardless of what he did, I could still look past. Nah, for real, I could still look past that because we
nah.
celebrate white men that raped our ancestors,
Who
enslaved us.
who
You know what I mean?
celebrates that?
We taking their religion, their holidays, and celebrate it with no problem. So if Milana Kareem could work for the feds and I mean the CIA and do some things, I could look past that. My thing is everything we do is a joke to black people. Kwanzaa, we made Kwanzaa, it's a joke. We do this, it's
I
a
don't think it's
joke.
a joke. I'm just saying. Look, you missed my point. Kwanzaa has like 7 principles, right? We have not lived up to not one of them. 60 years. Next year will make 60 years. We have not achieved one of those principles.
How you say how can you say that,
We ain't got
Colin?
no unity.
I mean, it,
We
Realistically,
have no unity.
Kwame, we have not.
We have
Realistically,
no self determination. We have no cooperative economics.
If you're looking at it from a Pan African
And
point
that,
of
you
view,
know, you just
and it's
hell
made
funny
no.
because this is a holiday that y'all made up. I'm not even an
I
African
know. Hold on.
American,
What I'm saying is this: so
but I
Dr.
still
Karenga
celebrate.
made it up, right?
Yeah,
And basically, the whole thing is, like I said, Kwame. What did I tell you? I got a PhD in.
Negroology.
Yeah. So now, if you would took Kwanzaa and brought it to China, it probably would have worked. If you would have took Kwanzaa and brought it to Iran, it would have worked, right? But when you're dealing with the Negro, you know, God Himself has to come down
Hey, you
here.
gonna stop all this Negro bashing?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I gotta tell like it is, man. You know, when you're dealing with the Negro, particularly the American Negro, Kwame, you know, it's they're the eighth wonder of the world, man. Just when I thought I was winning, saying, you know something, I thought I was at the finish line. Yeah, you know something, America's fucked up, but now it's time for a nation. It's time to return to our ancestral homeland
Here
building.
come FBA, right?
Here comes
FBA,
this motherfucker talking about,
FBA,
man,
FBA.
I'm a native.
We don't, we
Oh,
don't play,
and
we don't play, nigga.
these niggas come up with this. I'm a chuck. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? Slavery never happened. Show me a slave ship. Yo,
And Kyla, the new FBA thing is they're a mixture of Native Americans and Europeans. They're now leaving out the African part now.
no,
So it's
I seen one
Nobody's
lady,
leaving out the
one girl,
African
this
part,
one black
man.
girl was
Stop.
like, she goes, get this, folks. Now the FBA is telling me that even though she's African American slave descendant, right? Her DNA says she's 86% African. So they said that makes her an African American. The FBAs are people who have very little African ancestry, some African American ancestry.
Man, who the fuck said that?
Yo,
I,
that's
I'm
what
t-
they're saying now. Online, TikTok is
I
dangerous.
haven't heard
yo,
nobody say
Kyla,
that.
you
What
That's
the
right.
the, that's
fuck?
the newest thing. That's the newest thing.
Kyla, it's a dude called Ant CEO that Tariq is pushing. He a young dude, and his thing is that FBA have no African ancestry. They only basically what
Yeah, I know. I
BSI.
said that. I said that. That's what I said. That's the new thing. They have no
I
African
just learned
ancestry.
about him. I clicked on him a couple of times, but I never heard him say that.
It's kind of like what BSIA says. Like he's, we have y'all have what he said, elite
European,
European
elite
admixture.
European astry, elite Europeans. That nigga stupid. The fuck you talking about elite
Just when I
European
thought I was
ass
winning, that's why I
history?
said. So I just throw my hands up, man. Black people just fucking curse, man. That's why you thought Kwanzaa ain't got a chance, Kwame. It ain't got a fucking chance, man.
Well, even if I'm the last man
Yeah, you will be the
standing.
last man. You'll be the only man.
No, it'll be him and Dave. Maybe you'll be right there with him.
No,
I
no,
don't
no. I'm like this.
know.
Look, I'm not gonna diss Kwanzaa right now because I believe if we have an Afghanistan, we'll make Kwanzaa a national holiday where everybody have to observe, government officials. That's the only way it'll work.
That's the only way to work.
That's
You
the
have
only
to
way.
make it
That's
a
America. It's
national,
not gonna work in a fucking America.
national holiday. Cause
It's a
But
national
how?
holiday.
But that's why I could admire the small hat community because they could come up with their own holiday
Yeah, but
ooh
and
hold on. They
man,
got look. Hold up. You got to understand something. The difference between them and they have every interest in preserving their culture, their race, their heritage. They don't even marry out. You never see Jews marry out. Never. You know, they money every dime a Jew makes. They make sure the money stays in their community through heritage and everything like that. We don't do that, right? They preserve their bloodlines, everything, and they got institutions, right? They got political connections. They got Jewish defense leagues, all the stuff like that, and they got a state of it, their own state. We have none of that.
But Kala, why I say that? Because
Hold on. Do we have anything that symbolizes self determination?
yeah, as of right now, nah,
No.
I'm not gonna
So
lie.
basically, I'm trying to build an Afghanistan. Isn't that self determination?
Yeah,
But how many black people have really committed to saying, Kala, I'm behind you on the Afghanistan 100%? Not even you.
nah, I do.
Oh no
Kala,
no no no
I
no
Not
no!
support.
I
even
have
you.
not heard anybody. The only person that said they
Not,
pledged for being with me is Dave on this line and Dollar Bill. That's
Kala,
it.
I support African state. I just
No
know
no
that
no no
I
no
can't
no
be a
no no
citizen.
no 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 no. I you can support the idea, but you're not. It's not with you. You're with that Amos, whatever the fuck his name is. You know.
who was that?
Yeah, that Amos, that dude with the pigtail, ponytail, whatever. That's
Oh, you was Shaka Am.
yeah, he was that nigga, man. Yeah,
Nigga
Kwame,
said a
man,
Dookie
pig.
don't do it to
gray head
yourself,
ass
man. Yeah, don't do it
nigga.
to
Kala talk
I
yourself.
about he
like
got a
Shaka
pig foot.
though. I like Shaka, but he a weird ass
Yeah. Oh, let me see
nigga.
what Bruni says. Kala, Kwanzaa is needed. Hold on. I knew he was coming in tonight. He says it connects all. This dude is so odd. He's in left field, man. You know? What the Yo, Baruti, man. Kwanzaa is needed as your own Ubuntu, man. Come on, bro. You know. So people like other blacks celebrate Kwanzaa too. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, I don't know what Kala
Oh,
talking about. Millions of people
Right.
celebrate Kwanzaa.
Look. Check us out. That's the one thing. If you want to talk about an Afghanistan, no white women, bro. That's off. That's over my dead body. You know, that's the one thing. You got to give something up. You know, you got to lose. Like we said in this, when Thanos had to get the soul stone. What did he say? You got to lose that which you love. So you'll never have salvation. So till you lose that love for white women, you'll never be free. You got to lose that which you love.
Shit,
You love white
70,
women.
76 ain't going to Afghanistan.
Now,
Shit.
you got to lose. Everybody got to give something up. Some people are
El-
being stupid. They got to give up. You know.
Elvis, Merry Christmas, man. Let the Lord Jesus bless you.
Oh,
In
he
the
did.
holiday
Yeah.
spirit.
Oh, shit. You
All right, go
gotta
ahead, Elvis.
you gotta greet people in their greetings. No.
Elvis.
Merry Christmas to you, man. May Jesus Christ continue to shine his light on you, you heathen, Kwame, and bring you back to the fold, man. And write your name on that tree of life. So what's up, Carl? What's up, Benji?
What's
What
up?
up? What up?
Yeah, Carla, I mean, when you're talking about Kwanzaa, the only flaw I see with the Kwanzaa idea is that culture naturally, develops over time. And what people tend to revere about certain, things that becomes tradition. So if you try to force something down to people's, force something down on the people, it's not going to catch on because it's not natural to them. It's not something that they became fond of over
It's
time.
been 60 years, Elvis. This
60
ain't no
years next year.
force.
No, what I'm saying is when you just come up with something and just make it up,
Yeah, but hold on.
concoct it in your head and then try
If
to
it haven't
force it
caught
on the
on in
people.
all this time,
That's what I'm saying. That's why it didn't catch on because culture it has to naturally develop over time in a natural setting where people then tend to feel like this is part of who we are. This is something that we do on a Monday or on a Saturday, and it's part of our culture. But you can't just
Group
kind of
guidance is not active. Voice instruction.
you can't just formulate something and expect it to catch on to an entire group of people.
You like Ubuntu. You guys can just formulate something.
Ubuntu is something that naturally developed with the Bantus
Yeah,
in
yeah, but that's what I
Southern
mean. Yeah, I'm
Africa.
talking about for black. Burundi think
man, that shit
Ubuntu.
ain't no natural development in no
He think
Bantu.
he think
It
Ubuntu is
was,
from
it
India.
was Ubuntu. It's the way that they live. They do communal economics,
But we're not
and
like.
they call them Ubuntu. And because we,
Oh, the same thing. Ubuntu, same thing as Kwanzaa. You know, tell me the difference.
okay, Kwanzaa is something that a guy came up and made up and
Yeah,
tried to
same
make it
thing.
into a
No,
tradition. That's not how Ubuntu is.
Ubuntu is something Baruti came up with. You know.
No, it's the practice of the Bantu people. That's the
Yeah,
name.
but
That's what they call it. It's
Kwanzaa
called
is Ubuntu.
communal economics.
Same thing. You know. Same thing.
Yeah.
You know,
So
it's
that's why
nothing
it was going to
explosive. They're
fail.
trying to basically create a holiday. Some for black people think this is going to deliver, but I'm saying like this: 60 years, we have not achieved one of those principles. We have no unity.
Shit, in
We can't say
60
no
years,
self-esteem.
it's not even, haven't even caught on to the whole black America yet. So, I
Like, god
mean, what
damn,
the
man,
fuck?
it's like 60 years. I mean,
And the thing about Christmas, I heard Kwame say something about Christmas. The thing about culture, Kwame, if you're living next to a dominant culture, they're always going to infiltrate your culture if your culture is, subvert, subservient to that culture. Even in Africa, certain groups like the Hausa and the Yoruba, in certain places, their culture kind of seep into Yoruba culture, the religion. They give, the Yoruba adapted it, the way they dress, the jalabia and other things. Yoruba adapted it because the Hausa was dominant in that area. In America, the dominant culture is white Anglo-Saxon culture, and part of that culture is Santa Claus and the celebration of Christmas, the way they do it. So that's going to seep into the non-dominant culture, which is you know other groups, minority groups. So it's not unheard of that dominant culture tend to people who are not part of the dominant culture tend to adapt some of the aspects of a dominant culture. So
So
it's nothing
Elvin,
wrong
why
with it.
why you think Kwanzaa didn't catch on when it's
That's
basically a
what I just
national
told
holiday?
you. No, it's a made up thing. It's not something that's been practiced for generations, right? It's something that somebody made up and try to introduce and impose on his people.
I think
They
what
don't
he
have a
trying to
fondness.
say, he trying to say it's too small to survive. I think that what he trying to say.
No,
Nah,
I'm saying that
it's
culture
grow
and
it's
tradition,
growing.
right? Tradition is organic. It's something that people tend to do naturally. Like, for example, in Africa, if the woman goes to the creek, on a Friday for centuries, that's part of their culture. When they're doing something, they incorporate that they go to the creek on a Friday or whatever. Those things develop over time naturally. Santa Claus has been around since the day of the Roman Catholic, the Inquisition.
I,
Saint Nicholas. So
Let me ask you a question. Do uh, are there Africans in Africa right now that celebrate Thanksgiving?
yeah, Liberia they do.
They
Right.
Liberia, they say,
celebrate everything with the
Right.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, all New Year, all that
oh
shit.
So
yeah,
if
man, Liberia Christmas is bigger in Liberia than it is in America, bro.
so if Africans in Africa could celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas and do the whole uh getting a turkey, getting a Christmas tree,
They
why
don't have
why
turkey.
why are you so pessimistic
They eat
about?
their own African food. They eat their own African food though.
I'm telling you what he just said, too small to survive. But he just don't want to say it.
Nah, I think it's growing. I think you got to give it time. It's only
No,
60
60
years,
years. Hold
not
on,
even 100 years old.
Kwame, right? Like I told you, I saw that when I started having a question about Kwanzaa, when I saw that mural, when I saw that mural in Emporia, right? I said, "What the fuck happened here?" I just sat there, and I was like, I think I like almost like passed out because I was having dreams, like I was back in the '70s. I would transform. I saw these kids running around. Oh, and I see bro, Black Power. Everybody had dashikis on and whatnot. I just envisioned the spirits of my people back then. When then I found the story, I said, "Oh yeah, they were trying to do this black empowerment thing," I guess they didn't work out. They didn't work out. Because you got a lot of black farmers up there. They tried to form their own farmers market or something. And they
Hey,
became.
but Kala, the thing is, I mean, yeah, Elvis is right. Our culture, has been, superseded by the white Anglo-Saxon culture. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Um, you might as well just get you a white girl, Kala. You know what I mean? Just
That's
get
all
you
right.
one of
I
them.
leave that for
Well,
Get you one of them thick East Coast Italian chicks.
Nah.
I'll be seeing them walking around. Italian
it's called
ladies
it's
Yeah, yo,
called it's
walking
called
around in
guys,
their
calm
it's
leggings
down,
and
man.
called
stuff.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
You
calm,
called
know,
pause.
you might
calm
as
down,
well.
calm
Carter,
down.
this nigga is back to be talking about women. As soon as he comes on, he's talking about the
yeah.
women are thick.
All he want to
Yeah,
Yeah, I
talk
mean
about
everybody.
that's
is
That's all
that's
he
getting.
wants to
that's
All
talk
what
he
you
about.
need
want
to
to talk
do,
about is
Kala. Just
getting
But
get
them
you,
but
white
peace and
and
blessings to everyone on the panel.
put you could just hang up the Afghanistan thing and get you one of
Wait,
them
wait, hold
Italian
on,
women and
watch
call it a
that.
day.
We gotta get
Wait,
But
you
the
you.
see
thing,
Focus Dave. Focus Dave just said
what
20
Elvis is
million
saying,
people
what
celebrate
Elvis is saying is
Kwanzaa
part right.
annually.
He's
Oh
saying
shit! Get up here,
what
Dave.
what he's saying is part right. He's saying it's not organic. to our people. Kwanzaa isn't organic to our people, therefore it can't thrive. Nevertheless, we adopt other things, right, that have been in exist in a shorter space of time. So people not adopting Kwanzaa is because they just don't want to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that. Give me an example of what we adopted beside that was
Man,
less.
every 10 years we adopt something new. We adopted FBA overnight in COVID.
That's I was gonna say that as an example too, but all these FBA haters up here, I didn't want
You
to
know,
get
for
I didn't
my
want to get
entire life, we
jumped.
was
You know what
African
I'm
Americans. Then we became FBA with the COVID virus. So we adopt shit that we want to adopt. You know?
saying? Yeah, I agree with that.
But what I'm
Yeah.
saying, my point is like,
See, like I
I
had
would you would
told.
think, oh, you would think one of those principles would have took root and be like, damn, we got you.
But see,
Yeah, at
but
least the
see
self
what this is my
determination,
last
at
thing I'm
least
gonna say
one.
is everything that Kala proposes is really good in its concept, right? If Kala would present this stuff to another person like
Yeah, I
Orania,
mean, shit, he
like
right here live
wait
every
a
night.
second,
Everybody know what he
Afrikstan,
presenting. They scared
Afrikstan,
to get behind him. That's
wait what I'm
all.
saying. Afrikstan is like Orania, right? It's a very practical thing, right? It's logical, it's practical. But with our people, we wouldn't adopt that. But if Kala pushed that to a, like, say, a racist group, they would adopt Kala's African overnight. You see, Pan Africanism will be adopted by other people overnight. Pan Latinoism, Pan Asianism. All our concepts are good, but our people, we don't adopt shit that makes sense. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but we don't need to. We got these thick Italian ladies out here in these
There we
And
go.
it's
leggings,
called a
man.
PAWG.
We-
It's PAWG, the acronym. Pretty, you
yeah,
know.
exactly. That's what Colin need.
He said, "Paul, Elvis, man."
Dama, man, you want to get dropped down?
These
Diamond, you
these
finna
niggas,
get kicked off.
these niggas are habitual porno watchers, man.
Yeah, man.
Talking about
Bring
Paul.
that shit up here, bro. Come serious.
Elvis, man, you gotta agree with 1776 tonight, man. He
No,
did a
he
drop
spoke
mic.
he spoke well. He
Yeah,
spoke well.
he
Yeah, he
dropped
just did
some
a drop
shit,
mic
like
tonight, man. I can't even lie.
He spoke well. I'm not fighting with him. If a nigga's right, I
Oh
say
yeah,
I agree with
I
him.
have I posted Kwanzaa stamp. I don't even who mails anything. I've said everything fucking express mail. I don't have those fucking stamps, Rudy. You know what I'm saying? Who still sends letters? I mean, we got email, man. Who the fuck still sends letters?
Yeah. Hey, but
Goddamn.
Wait, you talking
see,
about those
the
Kwanzaa collectible stamps? Is
Yeah,
that what
man.
you
Who
talking
even uses stamps anymore, man? What about sending a rent check in? What about sending
Fuck out
fucking
here.
who the fuck still use sending mail?
Yo,
look,
Colin, it's
hey,
But
crazy.
Kyle, I got a question, right? Does the African American have anything that is authentically African?
Well, authentically African. I know, like I would argue that
DNA. That's
almost
it.
everything we do is African modified in
Mm,
this country.
nah, that's not diluted. That's something that because I think the brother went to Africa. He did some research in Africa. He came back and he brought in African words, Bantu words, and he incorporated all of that
Well,
into
actually,
the
you got a
Kwanzaa.
lot of you got a lot of words
Oh
like
yeah, I
look,
mean,
the word banana, the word canoe is
some
African.
things
You
that
know, a
we
lot of stuff
say might be like
Noah
identical
Gucci area
to.
when you got a lot of stuff in the vernacular words I studied, but that
Uh,
are African words that's Black America retained over the years.
yeah, absolutely.
We retained
We're
a
not
lot.
talking about we're not talking about vernacular. We're talking about the culture, the traditions of the people.
Elvis,
Is there anything that is traditionally
pour
African?
libation.
Well,
Well,
culture. Hold on. Your culture
Tyler,
is comes from your environment and your
you know
experience.
one of the things we retain, Kyla,
What?
is like the respect of elders and shit.
Yeah, that's
Really, Bantu?
that's something.
Yeah,
Hold on, that's a, I, mean,
absolutely.
I think that is our downfall. To tell you the truth.
No, there you go, Colin.
I am just hold on. Look, Africans are to the extreme, right? Because they'll have a
Yeah.
whole fool, right? It got just because he got gray on his head. Oh, he's a Steve. Oh, black people do the same thing, but not as bad as Africans.
But didn't we retain that though?
Yeah, we
Do
get
you
the
do you see do
we
you
respect
see the young guys?
with our elders and whatnot. That definitely comes from Africa. Other cultures, man, they put the
Uh,
older people to the side, right? And they all older.
Colin, you always say fuck anybody who's older than you. You ain't got no time for the elder.
No,
You
no,
always
no,
say
no.
that, Colin.
I'm saying, look, I'm saying like this.
Colin know
Hold
that shit ain't our
Colin,
culture.
you
up, hold up,
capping.
hold
Look
up,
at
Talking
the Jewish
shit.
community.
hold up. I'm saying like this. I believe there's a difference between being an older and an elder. You know, I respect my elders, right? When you come to me like this older black man, when I meet an older like this guy, a friend of mine that lives in Virginia Beach. His name is Mr. Ed, right? I see him all the time, man. When he talks, right? He comes up to me, I bump into him in the store, whatever. I just sit there and let him talk. I don't speak until he gives me a sense that I can speak. That's respect. He's like 80 something years old, right? This guy has an Escalade. He has like a Corvette. This guy got so many cars. He worked at GE. He's a nuclear engineer, right? He said
Carla,
hold up. He retired.
Rico,
Yeah, he worked at GE. And he said he was one of the first blacks in 1978 that got hired at the entry level. And he worked his way up. But I give him the honor and respect, you know, because he basically worked himself up. So when I talk, when he talks, I listen, you know. That's respect because I see what he did for his life, everything like that, you know. But if you're some old fool and whatnot, you know, ain't did
no,
nothing.
Carla, you respect people because you don't just respect successful old
That's
people.
exactly what it is. Look,
No,
I
you
don't
don't just
hold on,
respect
hold
successful old
on,
people because they have money.
I don't disrespect nobody, right? But if you want the relevance, like I'm gonna sit there and listen with, like he'll sit there and talk to me, and I'll just sit there and just listen to him, right? I'll sit there and listen. Oh yeah, that's true. Even if I don't agree with him, right? I'll say, yeah, man, that's oh yeah, man, said you were like that. He just sit there and go, yeah,
But
older
let
man.
me ask the question quickly, Carla, and then I'll mute. Rico Miller is saying something, and I think he's onto something, right? He says Kwanzaa is just too damn African. African Americans can't relate to it. You think that's
Ah,
what it is?
I know. Look, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me clear this up, right? And then you guys can jump in, right? When I was doing Kwanzaa back in the 90s, right? Yeah, I was doing Kwanzaa, right? We used to have these Kwanzaa festivals in Portsmouth, Virginia. We go down there. The girls look so fucking beautiful. They had the cornrow hair, you know, with the beads hanging down. When they look so fucking beautiful. All the women were like, dressed up. They had the wraps on their head. They look so beautiful. They were coming in, bringing their baskets of fruit. When I the boys had the drums. We were doing the drums and everything like that. And that's when I created the colonization, you know, out of that, you know. And
But
so
one thing you're missing,
all about the African drums and whatnot. You know, we have the African drum contest and whatnot. We had all that right there. But over the years, right now, that was in that setting, right? In that setting, right? And that's what it dawned on me back then. I said, if we ever want to preserve this quarter culture, right? This what's left of African culture. We need a safe space for this that we could do this forever because everybody knows the girls know that they gotta go back into the white society. The dudes that go back into white society. Some people have to go back to the streets and everything. But that moment, those few hours, we practice being Africans. We call ourselves
well, look,
but
Callie,
but
you
um,
just
but
said
wait,
it was a
but
abandoned building.
but Carla,
yeah, I
you
know.
just
Well,
put
I said, oh, that's what I said. When you try to hold up, when you try to put it into that's I said that was
That was a safe place.
that was a safe place. Now, but when you try to do things like business and put it into real life work, that's where the problem comes in.
but Carla, you just hit the nail on the head. Basically, if you get the woman to push something, anything that succeeds in society, you need the woman to push it.
Yeah,
So
the
if the
fellas
black
coming in
woman
with
were
the
pushing
dance, it was
Kwanzaa
so good.
or
The
pushing
females were into that,
Afghanistan,
man. The
it would
females,
work. You know what I'm saying? And then you can have like Kwanzaa for Halloween when people start dressing up. I'm Umunja, I'm Jamo, like stuff like that. If
yeah,
you
we
start
did stuff
pushing
like
it,
that. You know, we did.
Scholar, that's an excellent point he made because
But
women
you
teaches
know,
culture.
Rico,
They
you
teach
might be
their
on to
infants,
something. It might
you
just be
know.
too African. I don't know.
No, no,
Cause
we
no,
had more than 15 people showed up. We had a
if
man,
pack.
the one, if the
y'all gotta
woman,
give y'all gotta
We
start
had the
giving
whole. We had the whole
1776 his
Rico.
credit, man. I ain't
We
gonna
had the
lie,
whole
man.
community
Oh
there.
yeah,
We
he
had the
owned
whole
it
community there. It
tonight.
was beautiful. We had the whole community there. You know, so it was like the
He
whole
sound
community.
he sound he sound more sober tonight, so maybe he's in his right mind. That's why he's making more sense.
this
Oh,
guy is crazy, man.
Yeah. 1776. He's not corny tonight, so
That's
it's nice
why
when he can contribute to the conversation.
what I think what Dr. Umar Johnson is doing, you
oh
know,
no, Doctor Umar.
is
That's the problem. You
strategic.
bring up these goofies, man. Come on.
No, what I'm saying, what he does is strategic. His main
But
core
We don't even
audience
know that.
somebody say
is
Umar
black
Johnson.
women.
Where is he at?
You don't even know where he's
He's
at.
in Wilmington, Delaware. He's in Wilmington.
He over there sitting
Like, over there.
on his stomp begging for
This like
change.
his school has mold in it, man. He can't open that shit up.
But Colin, think about what 1776 just said. Imagine this, right? If more black women celebrate Kwanzaa
Yeah, but
and
they
the
can't
black
come in there
men
with
know
that. They can't come out with their hair hat And the
No,
fucking
no, no.
No,
Kyle,
they'll
listen.
pass it down to the kids, and the young boys and girls will know about Kwanzaa. They know that's part of their
Think
culture,
think
and
about
they'll
this,
want to
right?
celebrate it.
I- If you got a black woman with a big old booty and she like, man, I ain't give you no play unless you celebrate Kwanzaa.
nah, it ain't works like that. Yo, brothers,
hey,
brothers go, their brothers go to
You
Kwame.
think
hey,
women
you
gonna
didn't
start
watch.
prostituting for Kwanzaa, selling
Hey,
Hold
you
up,
selling
didn't
hold up.
Kwanzaa for
watching
booty?
I
that.
said Kwame
You
don't
didn't
know
No,
watching
what
anything.
that
I'm saying
Chirac
is,
movie.
Kwame don't know anything about culture because most of the brothers that came in there, well, as I remember, they like seeing their sisters looking beautiful like that. They said, "Man, we don't."
What Kwame is saying, like what Hustle Smart said, the way we adopted gangster rap is through the women. The women started loving the
Yeah,
gritty,
he was right
grimy
about
dudes,
that.
And so
right?
that basically it destroyed the community. So it is what it is.
Yeah, so you always have to have the woman behind
Because the
something.
women was rapping harder than the niggas.
So you
Right.
said the women are leading African American culture. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah,
yes.
look at all our cities are run by women mayor. Like what
So
look, we live in
they
a
brought in
matriarch.
gangster rap.
No,
Yo, Elvis,
they
No,
supported it. Like
nah.
they
They don't.
supported it.
1776 and Elvis. Think about this, right? If Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B,
Oh,
you know,
Nicki Minaj is a
Tem,
hot button right now.
Thames, and probably I'm gonna just say Ruby Rose or somebody. If they came together and did like a Kwanzaa show or something like that, I
Why did
bet
you
you
But
it
it
why
would
would
did you
it would
drop.
mention
it would
Ruby
it would
Rose?
it,
What
it
does
would
Ruby
No,
Rose
cause
have to
that's
draw a
do with those
different
other
look.
people?
I want
no,
to
It
no,
address.
would
cause that's what
look
Hold
Beyonce's
up,
so
hold up,
powerful.
hold up,
She
hold
has
up.
black people.
The hell up, man. I'm talking, man. When I talk, everybody, please be quiet. I'll give you a chance to talk. I'm gonna address fucking Rico Miller. He says it was quality. First of all, this was back in the '90s. We didn't have immigrants here, and we still don't have immigrants here. This was in Portsmouth, Virginia, right? That's like the blackest city in America. Black American, That's like one of the oldest settlements of black people in America. Portsmouth, Virginia. Portsmouth was a slave port. You know, the slave ship port things are still there. The docks where you unload slaves, they're still in the ground. You know, as they were. They would never pull up. The docks, the poles, the piers are still there. There was no immigrants, right? In doing Kwanzaa. It was black Americans, So black Americans do it, Kwanzaa. But the bottom line, like I said, it was just for a moment, right? One day, and then people go back to doing that same fuck shit. That's all I saw. Same dudes. A month later, you see them on the streets and whatnot again. Same girls, you see them on the streets. Whatever. A couple weeks later, aren't you sisters? Blah 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 blah. Boom shakalaka. Yeah. Now she's back on the streets with her hip hop. Street. It was what it was, and I said the only way we're gonna have anything is we need a nation of our own. That's what I concluded back then. Because long as we're in America, this shit's never gonna work. That's what I concluded. Way back
No,
then.
17. Why 1776? No, I didn't drop you, man. I don't.
But every
Why you
time you
keep
come on
doing
the
that?
show, I get dropped, man.
No, that's not. It wasn't me.
Only people that could drop people is me. I
Yeah.
drop people.
Nah, he dropped you
And
because
I
you
only
was
drop people when I'm
talking
when I'm
over him.
hold on, when I'm speaking. When
Uh,
I'm really speaking, I said, and I asked you 3 times. Look, I need to say something. Means be quiet, and I'll get back to you. That means I got a point, something on my mind. What happens is if I lose my train of thought and forget what I'm saying, I'm really pissed. So
Kyla, did you hear what I said before you made your point?
go
I
ahead,
want
say it again.
yeah. So I think if like a Beyonce,
No,
a car.
because Beyonce did that Black is King. That did
Hold
no.
on, hold on, Kyla.
You
You ain't
did that.
want you don't want nobody interrupting you. You know what I'm
Go ahead.
saying?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If Beyonce, Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Thames, Shensia, and Ruby Rose came together and
I
said,
don't know who that is.
these are
that's Kwame
But,
Take
fantasy
Ruby
but
take
concert.
Ruby Rose out of that, bro.
no,
Who is
but
Ruby
what
Rose?
I
Who
don't
is
Kwame
know
is
that?
who
saying is
these
correct
people are.
because Beyonce has black women wearing cowboy hats, listening to country music overnight.
exactly.
Blonde hair.
And what did the men do after that? They started wearing cowboy boots, cowboy hats.
Nobody doing
I
that
seen,
shit.
yo man,
People are lying
Beyonce
down
brought out the
south.
That's false. That's false. People was already doing that. People was already
Steve.
doing that, man.
Steve, we
Yeah,
ain't see
black
black women
people
wearing no
know.
cowboy. We
Trail
ain't
There's a
see,
lot of
ride,
black
trail
cowboys
ride,
that you don't know about.
trail ride's been going on since I was
Yeah,
a child. So
they had black cowboys in Compton, man.
but
yeah.
what
So
I'm saying is if those women came together and they bring out all the most attractive black
Hold
women.
on. You gotta understand something, Kwame. You don't understand. Everything they do, ultimately, they know if it catches on black people, their ultimate goal is to trickle over to the mainstream. If it ain't gonna go to, if white people ain't gonna embrace it, they're not gonna do it. So that's where it's all about.
Kala, Beyonce had women embracing Ifa and Ogun.
But,
That's not a good.
Yeah.
That's not a good
Then
thing
what did
though.
the
But go ahead.
African community do? They trash Beyonce. Oh, you can't be doing that shit to our culture.
Yeah,
That's not.
they came at her so hard, man. It was unreal. It was so embarrassing. That's what started this whole diaspora war shit. The way they came at Beyonce
I
for
don't
getting.
think that's what started it, but
That's what it started. That's what it started.
Nah, that's
Yeah,
not what started it, but
No,
shit,
that's
it
Kala,
what
put
Kala's
a
part.
that right
Kala's
there.
put a
part.
hell of a flame in it. That's for
Now
Yeah,
sure.
Kala's
that
part.
escalated right
He's
there.
50. He's 70% right on that.
What escalated that shit.
I must have
Man,
been off the internet because I don't know nothing that y'all
man,
talking
y'all,
about.
y'all being pessimistic. Y'all know for sure if those women came together
Yeah, you don't
But
and
know.
did a
See,
But
Kwanzaa
but
show
but
for
and
me,
brought out all of
That's
attractive
not
black
that's not
women.
even true because
Kwame,
most Africans are not Yoruba. They don't
long
care
as
about
black hold on,
Ifa.
long as black people, street culture, and racism is a dominant thing affecting black people's life, it's not going to work. You
but
know,
I, but I think
Kwanzaa is only done in a certain area where black people get together, community center. They practice it when they're away from whites, they're away from all this street shit, and they could do it right.
but I think
Go,
Kala,
Afghanistan.
the
I think
streets.
Afghanistan would work in South Africa. Like you can build an Afghanistan adjacent to Orania and
no,
invite.
no,
oh
Like I
my
think it will
god,
really work there because they
see
have laws
white
and
girls,
policies.
white girls.
Kala, that's a lie because right now, among the street men in Atlanta and elsewhere, EFI is one of the growing religions.
Oh
So
man,
black,
Kwame, be quiet, man.
I'm dead serious.
Yo, Kwame, you're a
Look,
funny nigga. You are
look,
really.
look, look at 20. Look, Kala, you
Ain't
got
nobody
dudes
look.
no,
like
The
Ifa is
average,
the first
everybody do
religion that
something
most niggas
fucking
run into when they
cool.
go to Africa. That's the first thing they find
Kala. You
out is
you you
like
got dudes like
Ifa and
Ain't
21
nobody.
voodoo.
Savage.
Look, ain't nobody doing no E5, whatever
Kala
like
is
that.
one of
Yeah,
the
because it's
growingest
big in
religion
South
in
America
in
and
Atlanta.
West Africa. So
They ain't no doing no damn E5. I don't see it.
that's what's
Kala,
wrong with Atlanta. It's the EFA. That's what's wrong with it. I knew something was strange going on.
Yeah,
Kala, you got 21 Savage,
Yeah,
Lil Uzi Vert.
who cares what a fucking rapper got to say, bro?
But they grew up in
Yeah,
E5 culture.
yeah, but he's an African though. He's from far. He's a foreigner. He's not one of us.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, Lil Uzi Vert is not a foreigner.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line, look, nobody fucking follows these fucking rappers, bro. Come on. You know, not big.
Especially them, man. I mean, you gotta.
So Kala, black women wasn't calling themselves Child of Ogun because of Beyonce.
I have no idea. It's a fad. Black
Exactly.
people don't.
nah, it's not because of
Yeah, my
Beyonce. No,
homeboy went to Israel. He
nah,
loves it, man. He loves it over there. He
Black
said
people
it's
call
like
themselves
living in
Hebrew.
the States.
They call themselves Moors, Kwame. What
yeah,
else? Like I
nah, it
said,
wasn't
we
because
now
of
had everything come
Beyonce.
through the black community, man. It just came and left when I. It's just like
But
I mean, she
you know,
probably
one thing
put a
we
lot
didn't
of new
practice.
people on, but it was plenty of people calling
We
themselves
have never
That's what I'm
practiced
Ogun.
saying,
radical.
Bantu. Beyonce had a lot of black
Yeah,
women
she
tapping
put some
into.
people on,
But
but
Kwame,
Yeah.
what we need to practice is radical assimilation. We need to, for real, like Kala said, either you go in the African nation, but the rest of us here, we need to fully assimilate and integrate into the society in education,
Santa Claus.
religion.
Santa Claus,
Huh?
Easter Bunny. Kwame, you better get your Easter Bunny. You say I'm saying
Yeah,
America. You better get
it had a nice
Santa
Methodist
Claus.
church. Those white folks was giving out turkeys today, man. And like, what?
oh,
What? I'm
man.
dead serious, man.
I know you serious. Shit.
Fat turkeys, man. I'm telling you.
17s. How much more black people could be integrated into white America?
Nah, we still have a rebel element, like the college generation. They're still amongst us, like that like pushing a lot of pro-black, things subconsciously and consciously on us. But like when we fully integrate, like we kind of have to leave Africa alone, man. You're in America, we're Americans,
So
No,
you agree with the FBA? The FBA move basically ultra assimilate into white
FBAs are not
America.
trying to assimilate though. I
Yes,
don't.
they.
I
What,
know.
what are you
no,
talking
Where's
about?
this FBA simulation? I never
no, they're
heard
not trying to
this.
assimilate.
They're not trying to assimilate.
You know,
Nah,
like
How they
They don't know
not?
what they want.
Wait.
nah. Stop the
FBA is
presses,
a
Kwame.
patriot. Is a
By
patriot.
by definition, calling themselves foundational Black American, they not trying to assimilate.
Yeah, they
yeah,
feel like they built. They feel
Because
like
because hold on, let me explain to you. Because according to white people, true assimilation is just being American.
FBA
it's
mean the
being American.
foundation of
Like you shouldn't
America,
be
Black
African anything.
America.
You should be a Black American, white
Even
American,
Donald Duck,
orange
stupid ass,
American.
had the sense to get up there and
well,
tell the
That,
1776. If you using black, it's
it,
interchangeably with African. So
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
White people don't like that Black American label and all the other stuff.
yeah.
They don't
You
like
just
it.
I
Just
mean, some of them,
American.
some of them just
American.
want to be called American, like BSIA.
Exactly.
FBA, FBA. BSIA
No,
is
we're
crazy.
Americans. Like Kyla was. You know, you got to back whatever the government does. You know, it's
He
just
say to fully separate from from Africa, we got to drop black. I mean, well, y'all got to drop black.
no. Black is what you are. Everyone knows you're black.
No, who said that?
No, but saying
BSIA.
African American or
Oh,
Afro American,
man.
you're showing that you have dual allegiances, right?
That nigga think
Africa
he
and
got
America.
elite
Like if
But
European.
seven.
If America puts boots on the ground in Nigeria, you still have some collar people who wouldn't like that, right? But a full American, whether black or white, you're gonna be like, let's get
Man,
that.
Kala don't care about Nigeria shit.
I do care about Nigeria. I care about
See,
enough that I don't want the white devil there. You know,
see, he has
Oh,
dual allegiance. Collar isn't a full American. He has dual allegiance. His heart is tied, to the
so
continent
you
and
So
his
against?
Steve, wait, how
Let
can
me
y'all
ask
say
you. You
FBA
against?
is not
hold on,
fully
hold on, hold on.
assimilated?
Let
I
Benson
was
ask
gonna
the
ask
question.
Kala. Did you was against you against Donald Trump sending troops into Nigeria?
Man, that white devil needs to fucking send troops up his ass, man. We don't
Okay.
want no white devil
See,
troops.
see, Kyla is what you call
Are
a
you crazy?
007 American. He
Okay.
has dual allegiance to the continent.
Because I got news for you. Even those Nigerians
Tyler,
over there
Tyler voted for the white
they're
devil though.
crying for help.
Get the fuck
So
out of here. That's
yeah.
bullshit. Yo,
But they do
Well,
support Trump though.
Donald Trump seized one of Nigeria's oil tankers. Said they was smuggling oil.
It
Legal.
was it was in our sphere of influence. It was
Yeah, so
on the high
they
seas.
seized that one out. They want Nigeria's oil, and they want Venezuela's oil, and whatnot. Bottom line, you haven't learned anything from history. The United States means Africa no fucking good. If you haven't figured
yeah,
that,
we all know he was going for oil. I
so,
mean, that
so
was
bottom line,
just a
if you anybody trusts the United States, you're a fucking
what the
fool.
fuck. Yeah, that was just
The United
a
States don't even have it in them to be
excuse.
just. He said what JD Vance said. He says, no one will apologize. They're openly becoming Nazis. Elvis,
Oh yeah, my sister
Elvis, how does
said
that make you feel? You're
she
vice
said
president. You're the
she
vice
told me
president.
about that. I was like, I
You
don't give a
came and
fuck.
became a
Why
leader,
do I
right?
care about? Why would I give a fuck about him
He said
apologizing for
he said
being
what
white?
about Nazi?
No, he basically. I'm
JD
saying
What the
Vance.
fuck your
these
bitch
guys are
ass?
practicing Nazi rhetoric. Nazi rhetoric. This
But
is
Tyler, these are the people you voted for. What do you want me to do? We
no,
was telling you
I'm
don't do it,
saying
but
like
you did it.
look. I only voted against that trans shit. I'll still vote
Yeah,
for against
Oh,
that shit.
yeah.
Kyler.
Most
Why?
people are
Hold
one
on,
issue
Elvis,
voters.
you know why? Because nothing Trump and them does affect me.
But Elvis, you study politics. 90% of people are one issue voters. Like whether you're Democrat or Republican, you're going to
I'm
vote on one issue that's
you know.
salient to you. You know what
Oh,
I'm
oh,
saying? So
Kyler. Matt Walsh. He got a series coming soon. Of basically, saying that white people saved black people from slavery. They saved the whole
Yeah, right.
world, and
yeah,
What?
racism. Basically saying that racism never exists in America. They got a whole
That's
series coming.
Yeah, yeah.
propaganda,
Look, they're gonna
man.
but
erase the
this
history.
That's
They're gonna
propaganda.
exonerate themselves, and then all of a sudden they're gonna charge black people. Everybody talking about reparations. You better shut up, man, because white people gonna say,
but,
something, niggas,
but this,
y'all owe us
Oh,
reparations and
I'm going
whatnot.
to add to what Kwame
oh,
said. Right? See,
news.
we
It's a
have
news
we
flash.
have dual
San
allegiances,
Francisco
right?
got.
Because you go to a white society, white neighborhood, they have American flags flying out front. Go to a black neighborhood, you don't see no American flags really flying
So
outside of
black
their
people
house.
flying
Francisco got
flags
something
in the
going
Caribbean,
where they finna
uh,
start
in their
reparation.
neighborhoods and whatnot. You go to
Y'all
black
haven't
neighborhoods,
heard
you
of
be
it.
seeing like Caribbean flags and whatnot. Because
Google it.
people go down to Jamaica one time and they come back with Jamaican flags, Barbados flags. Well, nigga,
Yeah,
you ain't
because that
from Jamaica.
The Africanity, we got to get rid of that, man. It just we're Americans, man.
Not me, man. Not me. I will never submit. I'll never give in. I'll fight
Yeah,
to the end. I'll go down to the end. I'm never gonna give.
1776. Are you trying to say that we are a conquered people? We've been conquered.
No, I'm trying to say we haven't. We've always been a rebel, dissident
And it's
element
always
within
gonna
the
be like that.
society, right?
Oh, I'm a rebel. You know.
We've never fully embraced just
I
But some
never
being
will.
people,
full.
All right.
the mindset of some people, to embrace America basically means to admit defeat, basically.
And so
No, it
let
doesn't
me
mean.
ask you a question. 1776. Let me ask you a question.
Kala, can
Oh,
you play that clip?
let me ask 77 question. What do you think the fact that this turning point is like in the right wing that you love so much? When they're kicking black people to the curb, saying we don't fucking need your services no more. What do you think about that?
That was fake news, but I'm not a
No, it's
part of
not
any
fake.
group.
No, no. Yo, they didn't let fucking
They did let fresh and fit in there.
no, they didn't.
They never.
They
Yes,
didn't.
they did.
They didn't.
Ka-
No.
Ka-
Even
Yo, hold on.
Super Slide
Hold on.
75
Byron
showed
tried
that
to
they
get in, and they would not let him in.
Super Slide 75 showed that they let them in and
No, they
gave them
did
the
not
full
let them
rights and
in, bro. That's
privilege
a lie.
of
They
being there.
let him in the second day, Colin. They kicked him out that first day because they didn't have a
Yeah,
pass,
hold
and then the
why in the
second day they let him
world?
back in.
Why in the world?
Like most black people, they came the wrong way. They didn't have a pass.
You know, they,
People thought they was trolling, but when they found out they was legitimate, they let them in.
Kala,
can we agree that they really don't want nothing to do with you no more? You saw what Nick Fuentes said. We're tired of the Uncle Toms
Nick
or what?
Fuentes is an
Ka-
agent, man. He's a double
Kala.
agent.
Man. But he's
Tyler, black conservatives are useful idiots.
that's how
They're
you feel.
useful idiots. Once the Republicans get their vote, they become useless to them.
But
They're
Kala, can you
useful
we
play?
idiots
only
for your
gave
vote.
the Republicans 10% of our vote. You act like
Kala, can you play
we're
that
90%
1 minute clip I
Democrat. What are
posted
you
in the
talking
back
about,
chat,
Elvis?
please?
What is it?
Matt Walsh, what I was talking about. It
Wait,
plays
wait.
into what we talking about.
But I'm saying my point I'm trying to make is 1776 it's like you know 76 remind me of that guy. He don't realize that a girl broke up with him, and she's trying to tell him always. He sees her out with other guys, and whatnot. And she's like, well, I know she's gonna come back to me and whatnot. He just don't
Yeah, I
want.
want to hear 1776 when respond when you play that clip, Kala, because
I know, yeah, we'll play it. I'll play it in a second.
Matt Walsh was pretty much saying that Western society is a force of good for the world. Before Western society, you had chaos and disorder
Okay,
and
right,
uncivilized behavior.
right.
Which is half true, but not all the way true.
That's bullshit.
Another
Kala,
proper,
Do you
another
see Jonathan's
propaganda
comment?
piece.
What do you say?
yeah, Jonathan bugging. He don't know that.
Yeah,
He don't know. I read up on it already. It ain't what you think.
yeah. They
It's
still ain't.
not funded. It's not funded by. It basically they want donation because they can't. The city and the city can't fund a program like that. That would be illegal, and they will face.
What program?
Basically, San Francisco is
That's what I
proposing
was just telling y'all.
to give
What's it name?
up to 5 million in reparation, but uh
Man. Anybody believes that they're gonna get $5 million? I
These are
got a
just
bridge.
these are noble gestures. They're not
Yeah,
but
really.
Colin, they can't.
they
You
love playing in black people's face.
yeah, they can't.
It's
It's a joke.
happening, bruh, whether you like it or not.
Bantu Mandinka. One thing's for sure, right? Your
Whether
ass
you
will be
like it or not, it's
okay.
going
How about this?
down.
Hold on, Bantu, you can have my chair.
Let me ask you this question. You got okay. Somebody on the panel just said Matt Walsh making a documentary about how slavery wasn't bad. So I mean, who said that? Was it Kwame?
Yeah. He's making a docu series that air on January 18, where he
And
Uh,
y'all
basically
think y'all getting reparations?
that's
it ain't never
a
happening.
fucking
Yo,
propaganda
that's why
series
when
shit. That's
everybody
all.
was mega on Dynasty's platform, I stood against them. Because these idiots always think they're smarter than their grandparents. Like, oh, black people used to be Democrats. We're no longer following that pathway. There was a reason why your grandma was a Democrat, your granddaddy was a Democrat, your dad was a Democrat. Because they knew these racist Republicans, once you give them their vote, they'll say,
But
fuck you the next day.
time out. How could the Republicans be racist when
Hold
No,
on,
they
it's
Let's hear the
because
video.
Don't
Let's hear
even
the
bring up
video.
Lincoln. Don't even bring up Lincoln.
wait.
Hold on,
All
let's hear the
Robert E.
video. Let's
Lee,
hear the video. Kyle about to play the video.
let's hear the video.
I just loaded it up, man. I ain't playing.
All
Robert
right.
E. Lee was a Democrat. All the Confederacy were Democrats. You know.
Yeah, you ever heard about the Southern strategy? You ever heard about the Southern strategy?
Man,
When the party split?
hey,
When the party split?
Elvis, when you came to this country,
Okay,
whoever
no,
indoctrinated
let me
you
tell you. Let me
needs
tell
an
you.
A plus,
Who
man.
does the KKK vote for? Do they vote for Democrats or Republicans?
We started voting Democrat for
What
tangible
I
resources from the
said, who does
government.
the
It was
KKK vote
not.
for? Because you're trying to say that the Democrat is the richest party. Who does the
Kyler,
Yeah,
play
KKK
the
vote for?
video. Play the video
They
for
vote for
us.
the
the entire.
Republicans because they know
Yeah,
that's where the interest
let's play
lies.
the video.
So
Let's
please.
change the subject, but I want to talk about
Yeah, let's
Let's
play the
change the
video.
subject because he's trying to politicize the channel.
Told you America invented slavery. They told you the Indians were peaceful.
This guy Matt Walsh is a
They told you
douche, man.
colonialism was evil. And that goes
You
was a bad
remember you
guy.
played Matt
Hey,
Walsh? This
Tyler,
guy's
And
a
guess what?
fucking
let him
douchebag.
talk. Let him rock.
They already read this guy's a racist
Tyler,
douchebag, man.
he's doing the same. He's doing the same thing we do to Liberia. The native was savages. They were trying to kill the American Liberians, so they were forced to go there and subdue them. That's what he's telling you, Tyler. He's giving you a taste of America.
No, what I say, I have truth to it, though. You know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Just being
Yeah,
a
He got truth to his too.
For half a century, generations of American school children have been taught to hate our history, hate our country, and hate themselves.
propaganda.
Time to set the record straight. And since no one else is going to do it, I will. Who sold us the slaves? What were India and Africa like before Europeans
Okay,
arrived?
what you go? Here we goes. Who sold the slaves? Look,
Hey, let
it's like this.
it play, Kyler.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's just a little short clip. It ain't no
When
big
somebody
deal.
says who sold the slaves, what were you doing buying them, right? And this is a question. I had a debate with this white supremacist. He thought he was going to debate me when I crushed him, right? That's why they don't come on my show, right? I crushed him, right? He says, "Yeah, man, your people sold us to slavery, right?" Said, "Let me ask you a question, right?" Like I said, the bottom line, I am the master debater. Nobody can defeat me, right? I said, "Sir, let me ask you a question, right? Do you agree with America and American exceptionalism?" Of course I do. Greatest country. Do you believe America is a beacon of civilization, enlightenment, and all that stuff like that? And blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I do. So let me ask you a question, right? What would a civilization that calls itself the last hope of mankind, all the stuff that the pretty word they said, the Declaration of Independence, what were they doing involved in buying human beings in the first place? He said, I said, no. What were you doing? It's like you have a church pastor, right? He's a moral authority of the community right now. But then you find out he's sleeping with little girls. The guy was like, he didn't know what to say. I don't know. I didn't think about that, I said, look, your ancestors were not good people. They were evil. They were wicked.
Hey, Kwame, you got I want to see a longer video like this.
What caused white flight? Some of the most well-known stories from American history are designed to demoralize you. Trail of Tears,
white people did
smallpox, blankets,
wrong.
the Red Scare. It's all baseless.
Time for a lesson. Look, when a white man gets up there and says all baseless, this guy Matt Walsh is a fucking sociopath.
You do the same thing with the Liberians. They have no legitimate claim.
I do not do the same thing Liberians.
Kyler, it's 1 minute. Let the clip finish.
Nobody enslaved them. Look, nobody basically.
Nah, let him make it dramatic, man.
Nobody fucking basically said that we went over to Liberia and enslaved them. We never enslaved nobody. That's the whole thing. And so therefore, we could have this argument back and forth to who did what with history, like who was wrong between the British and the
but
English.
they demonized
Hold up. If you listen to the English side, they'll say they were wrong. They lost a lot of money in the Boston Tea Party movement and whatnot. Look at the American side, they were fighting for liberty. That's all. That's always going to be like this. But there's no justification for a country that wrote a Declaration of Independence says we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. It didn't proceed.
90% of the stuff on YouTube about Liberia is negative towards the African Americans that founded it.
Have slaves fight for those words, right? Fight for those words. Say, yeah, I believe like this. And then after they fought for those words, right, they put them back in chains. The same white America, right, who basically wouldn't give black people a chance in America, right, sent black men to the front lines in World War I to fight the Germans and whatnot, and helped them win the war, right? And then when they came back, dragged them through the streets. Don't tell me.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I
all
guess we're never going to
facts.
finish a 1 minute video.
That's the fucking truth. So I don't want to hear what this fucking devil got to say. Let me finish, but I don't want to hear what a white devil. He's up to another white devil that sits there and talks all this nonsense.
What they're not teaching in public schools.
The
real history of slavery, of colonialism, of the Indians, of of America.
Yeah, white people.
The world.
White people are
It's time
basically
for
trying to
real history.
Yeah, you know they gotta
That's why I said we're
you know
done.
they gotta propagandize the
I'm
public every
definitely,
now
I'm
and then
definitely
with
going
this
to buy
Carlo,
this
war
book.
he's
shit.
gonna tell you that slavery civilized the Africans from Africa. That's what he's gonna tell you. It was a net positive
Well,
because it civilized them.
the bottom line
And
is
this is
this.
what 1776 believes.
So bottom
Anybody
line,
that's been
like I
paying
said, bottom
attention
line is
Like
know
this:
this is
Carla says,
bullshit.
admit nothing.
these guys know hope. These guys, and the reason why they're doing this is because these guys have made up their mind that whatever it is in America, right, what they think they're holding on to, right. I don't know why they think they're gonna win. They're not. They're basically
Carlo, you said it was over for the immigrants. You said it was over for the Democrats. You was riding all the way with the Republicans. These are
Admit
your boys,
nothing.
Carlo. These are your folks.
who's my
Look,
boys?
hey,
You
Kwame, put the
voted
rise
for
and fall of
Republicans. You supported their
Liberia in there.
policies.
I am not a Republican. I vote on one issue, which was the guy. I believe that a man, if you can't decide what what is a man and a fucking woman, right? If I live inside, look, if the Democrats would have won this, I would have fucking. I'm not living in a country that can't decide what a fucking man or a woman is. I will not legitimize a society like that. That's the only reason I turned my nose up and voted for Trump. That's it.
Democrats' position is not even about the gender.
Oh yeah,
They know that. No, no, no. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Hold on. You
Let me
got
explain,
trans.
Carlo.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
I'll just shut up then. You can talk about.
Elvis, you got
Yeah,
trans.
finish the propaganda video. Finish the
Tyler
Hold on,
turn
you got
Tyler turned a
transgender.
1 minute
You got
clip to ten
transgender
minutes.
people. You got transgender
shit
people
gonna turn into an
in
hour.
California, right? They're basically getting the kids and whatnot and telling them, "Don't talk to you. Don't tell your parents we talk." And some stupid shit like that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with gender reassignments and those bullshit that they're pushing. That's why I voted Republican. That's it. Only reason. Nothing else. I don't agree with nothing else Republicans talk for or stand for. That's what I voted on. And so let me bring Afrodamus join the platform. Okay, brother, make it quick.
Yeah, I want to make quick statement. I came across and I'm listening to a little bit. I'm
Okay,
actually
what about
about
the
to
topic?
eat.
The topic.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is like what this Matt is saying. I've seen it. If we're gonna be honest, like America being the greatest country on this side of heaven. Like I heard you say, if America is so great, why would they get slaves? Because they needed the slaves to work the farm, and that's what it is. You guys, his ancestors entering that boat was a great favor for you. They saved you
No, it wasn't. No, it
from
wasn't. No.
let me finish. Let me finish. You ended up in the
That's
greatest
ridiculous.
but you gotta allow me to speak. You said no
Go ahead.
one debates
Go ahead.
you, right? You said
No,
why did they write
bro. That's
what
stupid.
they wrote? That constitution did not apply to the slaves because the slaves were not fully considered human. Let's just be real. That's what it is.
All right, let me stop you right.
Eventually,
Let me stop
let
you
me
right there.
finish.
Who
Eventually,
gives
they
one race of
accept.
people? Who gave the white man the right to determine who's human or not?
Because
Well,
when he went to Africa and he seen people being sold, it was
because if you
uncivilized
go,
behavior.
yeah, if you go to
You
somebody's
had
homeland,
Talibanism in
yeah,
Africa. You
someone's
had
home, their own homeland. You go to someone's own homeland where they came from, and they are not treated as human. Because selling somebody, that's you're not seeing them as fully
Oh, let me
human.
ask you a question. Afrodamus,
So why
hold
would
on.
you treat them like, eventually they gave you full
Hold on.
human right?
when the Europeans went to
Afrodamus,
Africa,
you
they was
appear to talk
participating
for
in
the white
Yeah.
man.
cannibalism,
So hold on. So I'm gonna basically talk to you
savagery,
like, okay. So you're here defending the white man. Let me ask you.
It's not
immorality.
about defending the white man. It's about defending the truth.
Let me have a discussion. Please don't interrupt.
Yeah, it's about defending the
Hold
truth,
on.
sir.
Let me ask you a couple of questions. Can you ask? Can you
Yeah,
answer my question, right?
yeah,
Do you agree America is a beacon of enlightenment?
yes,
Do you agree that America is a force for good?
yes,
Do you understand there's a difference between good and evil?
yes,
Right? So are you a moral man?
yes.
Now you know what a moral man is, Afrodamus, right? A moral man.
It depends on how you gotta ask me my
No.
definition.
Let me ask you the question, bro. You said
Yeah,
you was a moral man. That means you have
yeah,
morals, right? A
yes,
moral is somebody who basically understands what is not always what he does is good and evil, right? But he recognizes the truth of wrong from right. The truth
Right.
of wrong from right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every person in civilization in history, right? Mankind's cruelty to his fellow man, right? It's not up to one man to decide that another man does not deserve to be treated like a human. That's evil, right? That's right.
I don't know
Oh no
about
no no
that,
no no!
but
Hold on.
are you asking me or you making a statement?
If you're saying you're a moral man, you would agree with that. What I just said.
No, I don't have to because
No,
you're
but that
trying
means
to
you're not
get me
moral. That
to
means you have no
wait.
morals.
No, you're
That means you have no
asking me.
morals. You have no
Let me
morals,
finish,
bro.
but you gotta
You're a
let
liar.
me
You have no
talk.
morals.
Okay, but what I'm saying is right. Because if you open the platform, you gotta let people give their point of view. Then you
But go
can,
ahead, man. But you're
yeah.
long winded, man.
But the fact,
You got to
no,
know
I
how to
made it.
answer that
I'm
question.
making it quick. You keep
Go ahead.
cutting
Go
me
ahead.
off. The fact of the matter is, America is false for good. Slavery have been. Africans were selling each other way before the white man came, and they've never
And
declared
you
to
missed
end it.
exactly. You missed
Let
what
me,
I said.
but you see, you're not letting me finish, though. You gotta let me talk. Let me give my point of view. Then you can, talk about whatever you like, right? It's a force of good. Africans have never freed the people. Even if white people introduce slavery today, the Africans would go back to selling people, plain and simple. Commend America.
Real
They brought slaves here. Eventually, they freed them. They fought. Over 600,000 white people died to save to end the slavery. Nobody have done it. The Africans haven't done it. The constitution they wrote, blacks here in America, even Africans, those of us that come here, America is the place where every black is the freest. The things you say here, any black person, you cannot say this in Africa. You're not
Yeah,
free
but it
there.
wasn't because of America, so we
yeah.
fought for
It
it.
is it is because of America. That's a
No,
fact.
because we fought
Look,
for it. We fought for
no,
it. We
look,
fought for it.
okay. Even to say that you fought, you were allowed to,
No, we
because
were allowed to. We
hold
fought
on,
for it.
hold on. And you
You
talked
say so.
about World War
Hold on.
Two. You
We
talked
say
about
we
World
fought
War
to
Two,
lie
right?
to the people. We got
Wait,
more white people on our side. That's what
wait,
happened.
wait. Okay, again, you're proving that whites are good.
Yeah, but hold
Show
on. But I'm
me.
saying, oh no, I'm saying the core of white America is not good. But we say it is.
Well,
We convince
well,
enough of them. Hold on, we convince enough of them to prick their conscience. That's what you don't seem to
well,
understand.
a
A person
people.
does not have
Wait,
a conscience,
wait,
Africanus. They're
wait.
not
A group.
human. You don't have
Let
a
me
conscience.
finish. Let me finish. A group of people that bought you from a strange land, brought you. They could do whatever to you. They can bury you alive. Nothing is gonna come out of it. But their conscience told them to free you and give you the same
No,
freedom and equality. Okay, white people, if they want, they can literally end your existence, but they didn't do it. They freed you.
Tyler,
And
ain't a white man
in
so
Africa,
magnanimous, Tyler.
oh,
Just
in
so,
Africa,
just
in hold on,
one
in
person at a time.
Africa,
Oh,
let me tell you, on the coast there, they were literally people, kingdoms that would buy slaves. When a chief dies, they would buy the slave to bury a living being, slave, with the chief to go serve them in the next life. So when you guys are talking these things, I don't think you understand what it was like, And even today, that very Africa you're speaking of, there are people who, from that time, who are slaves, they are still considered slave by bloodline, depending on the tribe with the caste system. So here in America, a white people are marrying blacks. They don't say, you are of a slave blood or whatsoever. This is where you are the freest. So thank God your
all right.
ancestor was put
Africanus,
on
man,
that
you're going
slave ship.
too.
I'm
Hold on,
gonna
we got
I'm
to
gonna
move on.
I'm gonna go
Africanus, we
eat.
got to move.
You
Hold
will let me
hold on,
talk. I'll be back.
Africanus, we got to move along. I got other people
Okay,
online.
okay, okay. I'll be
Thank you for
back.
your comment. Thank you.
I gotta eat. I gotta eat.
Oh, thank you for the comment. Thank you, brother. All right, Abraham, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kala, for another great stream and exposing these sociopaths, as you call this white guy, right? Because I think you got it wrong, right? It's not just him; it's all of them, really, that are
Yeah, they're
like
really
that.
sociopath. They're dangerous, you know.
All of them, since birth, and
But
they want to believe in this shit, right? And getting whatever this guy is, be it some kind of intelligence agent or whatever the fuck he represents, it's just another one of their ploys, to make black people in America think that they're American. Only white people are American, as graciously
that's a categoric lie.
It is the truth.
That's a lie. We have
America is
full
a
rights and privileges of,
1776. Let him finish. Let him finish.
but you can't just come on a show from the
Okay,
get go
let
start
rebuttal
lying.
after he
Yeah, this
finishes.
is my brother. This is my
Rebuttal
partner
after he
right here,
finishes.
Abraham in the UK.
Let
Yo,
him.
okay, Abraham, go ahead, brother. Finish.
Yeah, that's a lie.
okay,
Finish, Abraham. Finish, brother.
okay. Show us how it's not a lie,
We
right?
have the full rights and privileges of any other American.
Wait a
All
It's
minute,
nothing
man.
to
We just
we
went
we
through this
all
the
the
other
black
night
body.
with
Look,
we
Afro
aren't the
Dumbass. He
we
proved our
we
let me
aren't
point.
say.
deprived.
I just
Oh,
found out today 7 black men in 2025 were found hung. Were they all suicide?
But
7.
Skylar, you played the video last night. We
No,
proved that
I just
a
found this
lot of
out
those
today.
people had mental health
I just
issues.
found this out today. 7 black men. There wasn't no damn mental health issue. The motherfucker was murdered. I don't believe that.
Okay, well, murder happens in any society, and
No,
you
no,
can go
no.
to the UK.
That's
People
why.
are getting stabbed
Oh
up on
well,
the
that's why
trains
I said
every
we
day in the
condemn this
UK.
No,
society
it's
in
not.
the
No, they're not stabbed
strongest.
up every day on the trains on the UK. They're not.
I
In
listen to
America,
UK
they are.
drill rap, right? You
Yes.
all those
So,
guys in
so,
let him
so
Bristol
there's
and
finish. Let him
stabbings on
Birmingham.
finish.
the trains
Yeah.
every day.
You got the boys in
There's
Bristol, South London. They stab people every day in London. Come on, man, don't do this, man.
no, they
Like
don't.
you
They
have the
happen
hooligans, you have
every
the
day.
white and black hooligans to go to the Premier
What,
League. They're
what happens?
fighting. You
Yeah, but
have
that's
people
white
getting
people.
stabbed on the
That's white people fighting each other, hooligans.
but
There's
on the Channel 11 news in London is always a stabbing. This man was stabbed in Bristol. This man was stabbed
no.
in Birmingham.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
guy
white
was
people.
beheaded
White
in the
people.
South Bronx, in the South London.
Hey,
Hey,
wait a
Come on.
Kyler.
minute. Did you ever even finish the 1 minute clip? You didn't ever
Yeah,
finish
it
it.
was finished. It was finished.
Oh.
But one thing I
It,
like about Afrodamus is he knows real history. The
yeah.
savagery that was
Afro
existing
How
dumbass.
can
in
you don't
West
know the
Afro
real
Africa,
dumbass.
history,
Not
bro?
Afro dumbass. Afro dumbass.
Wait,
like he
Kyler.
said, the chiefs would bury you alive. 3 whole families being buried with a
Yeah,
dead
his
chief, right?
dumbass is right about some stuff, though.
You
Hey,
had
But
Kyler.
chiefs.
hold on, but here's the thing.
It
The
was a
point.
very unfair society.
Hold on. As every thing, like I said,
Kyler, you gotta agree with Matt Walsh and Afro Dumbass.
hold on. I'm not agreeing with no fucking Matt Walsh. Fuck that devil. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is this. This is what I'm saying. Let's say all that was true, right? What was the United States, right? The so-called beacon of lighting having anything to do with
And
people that were doing that?
if you ever read the word,
No.
not
I
all
don't want
men
to
are
hear
righteous.
that. It's like you know what the Bible says: evil communications corrupt what? Good
But
morals.
there's no utopic. See,
Hold on.
Colin, you're being
It's
naive.
like, hold
There's
on,
no
hold on. You're not
utopic
gonna talk. Yeah,
society where no evil
you're not
exists.
gonna talk over me. You're not gonna talk over me, right? If you basically a person, a law-abiding person, right? This is how the police know, right? Even basic police work, right? They look at people's thing. Let's say you're a guy, you say portray yourself as law-abiding, but you're always in spots with his mobsters and gangsters and whatnot. That arises suspicions that you know something and you know in your heart you're doing something you're not supposed to do. Then when you get caught up in
Colin, one
something,
thing I don't like about you talk out of your neck both times.
no, I'm
You
not
know
talking
that
about my neck.
African
Hey,
chiefs were
hold on. You're talking
fighting
out your
when the
ass.
Western world
Hold
was
on.
trying to end slavery. You had
Oh no,
African
I ain't
chiefs
talking.
still
Look, you
trying to
can't just
keep
300
it going.
years. You can't. Look, you can't just go from a backwater disease shit street place like Lisbon, Liverpool, and all that, and become a great metropolis off the blood of slaves. Talking about we're gonna end it. You know, it don't work like that. People 250 years.
Colin,
They
there's
built their
slavery
whole
in Africa to
look. They
today.
built their
In
whole
Libya,
entire
there's
wealth on the
slavery. In
destruction of
northern
black
Nigeria,
Africa.
there's slavery. There's sex slavery all across
No,
Africa.
sex slavery is
Come
not
on,
the
it's
same thing, man. You know, sex slavery. See, you always people like you are fucking dangerous. All you do is defend the white man. You
Wait,
know.
No,
Let me ask you a
Western
question.
society had the shortest space of
Oh
slavery, and
no,
they
no,
stamped
no.
it
There's,
You
out
had
there's,
due to
two
there's,
hundred years.
the
The
Great
Western
Awakening
mercantile
and
trade, right?
spiritual enlightenment
Slavery.
made them stamp out
stop,
slavery.
Western
sticks.
mercantile trade is what built
Stop over
America and
talking.
built the Western Hemisphere.
Kyler, who ended slavery?
Well, look, slavery
Kyle's
was
on.
never
Afro
ended. No,
Dumbass was
Kyle,
the
right.
only
They
reason, and the
still
only reason,
Kyle is
practicing
look,
that
hold up,
shit
hold up.
in the
see,
Only
African
Kyle is the
reason,
king
Wait,
of
West.
pseudo
let
history.
Kyler answer. Let
hold
Kyler
up. The
answer.
only
Kyler, who
reason why
ended
Slavery
slavery?
has not
slavery
ended.
because Europeans were thinking about going into settling and exploiting the continent itself, and to do that, they had to stop the slave trade because slave trade was the only thing keeping African kingdoms afloat, resistance. That's
Hey,
why they
Kyle,
ended the slave trade.
I'm
So
about to
Kyler,
go.
Why
let
they
I
me
have
just
one.
add
still
Wait. I'm
let
about
me
to
just
go.
add
I
one
just
more
have
question.
one question for Kyler. One question, and I'm gone. Kyler, since you said the Western societies benefited off of slavery, right?
Yes,
The
yes.
Africans that traded with the white
They
man, why
lost.
their
They
society?
lost.
Why wasn't their society developed? Because it was a
Because
mutual.
the Western societies basically it was an unequal trade, right? They brought guns and it caused destruction, destabilization. When it first started, right? Do you know Benin City was bigger than Amsterdam? Benin City was a metropolis, a
But
big city.
if both
By the
people are
time it was
in a
over,
business
Benin
partnership
City
and
was
one person builds his
struggle, and
society
Amsterdam
and
was
the
a
other
free
one
city.
doesn't,
You know, don't tell me that
what?
crap, man.
All
The
right,
Europeans
y'all
basically
be
used
blessed.
weapons,
I'm gonna come
warfare,
back in a
and all
little
stuff
bit.
like that. But now they got them. They made themselves rich
all right,
off the
peace
slave trade.
76.
Africans got
All
nothing.
right, peace.
Go
Abraham,
get them
Kwame,
DoorDash orders
Steve.
in, bro.
Nah, I ain't doing that, and I'm going to.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. You
So
know.
Kyler, essentially, you're agreeing with Matt Walter, Afro Dumbass. The white man
What?
ended slavery.
No, he did
Uh,
not. They did not end the slavery because they did not end slavery. They stopped the slave trade and whatnot. And what they did was something worse. They came there and actually enslaved the people on the ground. That's all they did.
so Kyler, when the British wanted to outlaw slavery,
All they did was end the traffic and slave across the Atlantic. They went there and actually enslaved the people in the like the Congo. 20 million
They
Africans were
ended
in the
chattel
Congo.
slavery,
yeah, yeah,
chattel slave.
but Kyler, what
Now,
I'm saying,
now, people like Kwame, they have Stockholm syndrome. These motherfuckers been beating over your head for 200, almost 300 years. And they finally say, you know what, that's enough, I'll stop. And you're so grateful that they stopped. What are you talking about, man?
but
They
Elvis,
enslaved you and beat you and raped your people
what,
for
what,
hundreds of years. And you think
but
they're
Elvis,
magnanimous for
who?
stopping
That was
Wait,
slavery?
Dr. Amos Rod teaching you, bro.
no, but Kyler, listen what I'm
That
saying.
what they teach you, the white man's benevolent, Kwame.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying,
Yes,
Kyler.
that's what he believes.
Who wanted to extend slavery and who wanted to
Oh no,
end
no,
slavery?
nobody. It was just a matter of fact.
Kwame,
It
here's
was
the
freaking.
bigger question. Who's still practicing slavery right now? We can end all the whole shit right there.
Yeah, Kyler, I mean, listen, I'm a Pan African.
No, you're
I'm
not. No,
racist.
The whole
Listen.
shit right there.
no, you're not.
I'm racist, Kyler. I'm
No, you're
racist.
not. No, you're not.
I
You're
think
an ass because you're an ass muncher,
no,
bro.
no, but Kyler, we gotta be honest when we talk about
You
history.
you've been bootlicking, man. You've been going to 1776 school of bootlicking.
No, Kyler, but we gotta be honest when we
I
talk
am
about
honest my fucking ass, man. Look, the white man did not end slavery out of the goodness of his heart. He was basically trying to say, you know something? Africa that's when he discovered Africa has a lot of wealth, you know?
so
They
Kyler, why
walked
didn't
in
the Africans
hold on.
want to end slavery?
The slavery only ended because the Europeans had no more use for human labor. They went to the
That's how
industrial.
they made most of their money, Kwame, or most of their trade was through slaves.
Yeah, but who
Afterwards they didn't need it anymore, you know?
See, now we're going into robotics as well. You know,
Kwame, you want to be mad at the Africans, be mad at the Africans, right?
no, I'm not.
No, the white man kept you enslaved for hundreds of years and did all
Yeah,
kinds of terrible things. If you want to be mad, if you want to be more angry with the Africans for telling you, you're right. I'll give
no,
you that.
no, Elvis, I'm not mad at Africans, but when we discussing history, we can't be ahistoric and lie
I am
about
I'm
it and
being very
romanticize. We
historical.
just
Yeah,
got to
you
be
just
White
honest.
gotta
people
be
don't tell you the
honest,
whole story.
man. That's
yeah,
it.
that
Nobody
story
is taking away the
is
complacency
lying.
of the Africans. Nobody's taking away that.
Like I
But
don't
the heinous
agree,
crimes that the black people went through at the hands of the white people was worse than the Africans.
but listen, what I'm saying, I don't agree with. Oh, the white man dropped off keys of cocaine in the middle of the hood, and they told black people how to cook up crack. At the end of the day, it's the white man that try to
What's that got to do with anything, bro?
listen. What I'm saying, we tend to romanticize history and don't want to
I don't
hold ourselves
romanticize it. I tell it like
accountable.
it is, you know.
Kyle, if you
That's
told it
why,
like it
that's
is, you
why
would just
I came to the conclusion that America will never work for us. That's I don't romanticize it. I tell it like it is.
Kyle, but if we gotta be honest about
If I would
history,
romanticize history, I would be 1776.
no, listen what I'm saying. We have treaties from different kingdoms, from the Dahomey, Yoruba.
Hold on, look,
Who
Elvis.
commit,
My
who
people
committed more atrocities in the
treaty.
slave trade? White people or Africans?
You said who? What?
Who you asking?
Who bear the
You
greater
asking
burden?
Kwame or
Anybody who
Abdel
wants to
Shoe?
answer. Anybody who wants to answer. Who bear the greater
Huh?
burden of
Africans is
the thing?
bearing the brunt
The
because they
Africans
still
lost.
doing it right now.
I mean, Elvis.
That's my
Who
answer.
are who are the Africans that's doing it?
Elvis, just because.
Who?
Libya,
You wanna
Mauritania.
you wanna go there? We
Yeah,
wanna
yeah.
name
Tell me.
all the West African countries on the coast?
Yeah,
From
yeah, yeah. Tell
Senegal
me.
all the way down to South Africa?
There's slavery
Man,
going on in
ain't
Senegal.
nobody in Africa. Ain't nobody slaves in Africa.
Okay.
It's slavery going on right
Pretend
now in
like
Ain't
they
no
not
slavery
Mauritania.
going
fucking
on. The only
selling
people
Yeah,
people in
that
Mauritania
Africa
is
right
the
now.
Arabs.
Pretend.
They're
Go ahead
Arabs.
and
They're not
pretend.
West
Exactly.
African.
Those are Arabs.
I
Go
don't
ahead and
Arabs are
pretend.
Enslaving
man.
black people a lot.
Matter
Yeah.
of fact, Khaled just played a video of a Nigeria selling somebody on his channel.
Oh, what? Look. You
Yeah.
can go to China and we're not.
Some
That's not
fucking
systematic
China
bullshit.
won't
slavery.
take
That's
the
one
black
person
people,
selling.
right?
That's like
That
human
I don't
trafficking,
China
baby.
is not
man, come
And,
associated
on.
with
and
that. There's
human
no
This is what
trafficking
I'm
happens
talking
all
slavery
the
about.
in
time
Africa.
in America.
You
Human
know,
This is
so
what
trafficking
I'm
happens.
talking about.
people,
We like
people.
to
Look,
romanticize
hold
history.
on,
Yeah, they just tell
hold
the
up,
truth.
man.
Hold on,
Kwame,
let
wait,
Kyle talk. Let Kyle talk. Let Kyle
hold
talk.
up. I don't hate to want to drop people down, but goddamn, look, the bottom line is this, right? No one's saying Africa's perfect and everything like that, but what you guys are doing is trying to say, I get it. The white man's all powerful and all that. You guys want to be like, oh no,
Man,
excuse. I
motherfuck
get
the
that. Y'all
white
don't want that
man,
ass
man.
whooping. I get that.
Fuck is
I
you
get that.
talking about?
But I'm saying the fact of the matter is, there will be no America if that were not for the transatlantic slave trade. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. Wall Street, slave, the human, when the traffic of slaves built the
Kyle, and
insurance.
we wouldn't be in the
Yo,
Americas
Kwame,
if
what I'm
Africans
saying,
Hey,
didn't sell
hey,
us.
don't
Kwame,
interrupt me.
We
Don't
understand that.
interrupt me.
Hey,
Demetrius.
I'm
Kwame, he
talking.
just
I'm
gave
talking. I'm
FBA all
talking.
the credit again. He
I'm
didn't even
talking.
know.
I'm talking. I am talking. Look, the insurance companies, the banks, the finances, the stocks, the bonds, and everything built the whole entire financial system of America. Everything, even the amount of insurance company, life insurance, was built around the insurance of slaves.
Right.
Everything you see was built on
FBA,
slavery.
FBA,
Everything.
FBA.
So please don't tell me that, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. The whole system is designed to keep one race of people enslaved forever. That's what we're fighting against.
Kyle, can I ask you a question?
What?
Is it called a trans-Saharan kidnapping or the transatlantic
Well, I
slavery?
don't know about the trans-Saharan slave. I know about what
No,
my ancestors
no. Is it called?
was a
No, let me
capital. Hold on,
rephrase.
was a capital. It was financed. Look, it was financed. It was built. They built the shipping industry. They built the trade, the mercantile system, the transport, the banking. The whole modern world was built, and even in the Industrial Revolution, was built off the trade in cotton, slaves, and rum.
Built off the
Like this
backs of
300 years.
FBA.
Kyle, let me rephrase my question so you can answer a little bit more direct. Was it a trade or was it kidnapping?
No, it was basically it was not a trade, right? Africans on the coast, right? They were forced into a friggin' situation out of survival. If
I'll
they did
get
not
you. I'll get
participate in the
you.
slave trade, they would have been enslaved themselves. That's what it was.
So are you telling me that Africans didn't receive textile,
Yeah, but
muskets?
the bottom line, hold up, the African industry suffered because Africans were making textiles, but they imported a lot of cheap European stuff.
Both,
Tyler,
both,
Tyler,
of,
Tyler,
both of y'all that's are the
Tyler,
correct. downfall of
Yeah.
Both India of and y'all are Bangladesh correct. as well.
Tyler is
That's the
paid to
downfall
Kwame,
of
who
India and
introduced
Bangladesh.
chattel slavery, where people were born into slavery, remained slave, died slave, had kids, and their kids were born into slavery. Explain that to him.
But
The
hold on,
slavery in
hold on,
Africa was different.
Chattel
It wasn't
slavery,
chattel.
hold on, comment.
hold on.
Chattel slavery means that from the time it wasn't like indenture, but the time you're born to the time you die, just because of the color of your skin in the Western Hemisphere said you were condemned to be a slave because you had black skin. They basically created a myth that black people first were the curse of ham, then they changed it to black people were subhuman. That was justified slavery. Race-based slavery was something unique to America.
Kala and Kwame is both correct. Yes, there were some there was a lot of Africans that participated in the slave trade, and yes, some of them were forced.
They would not participate in the slave trade. I don't believe that.
Yeah,
What?
Collar, yeah.
Collar,
I know.
Collar,
Hold on.
if I
Tyler,
trade
are you
something with
serious?
you,
It was not. It was not an equal
Are you
trade.
serious?
Collar,
You
if
know,
I
it was
trade
not because
some,
Africans were
Are
sitting on
you
the coast
serious?
wheeling and dealing and
Collar,
whatnot.
just
Yo,
say the
people,
Africans got
hey,
swindled. They
look,
got the
yo,
short end of the stick of the
Europeans.
Are you
trade.
Oh,
serious?
Europeans created a constant state of warfare. You know who got whipped to that? It was Queen of Zinga, right? But she turned later on. But she said, "What's going on? Why these kingdoms
They
broke
didn't
up?"
know they were participating in chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is terrible. Whereas indentured servitude on the continent was more
Okay,
to these.
Elvis, was
but
Africans born
So
into
they
you can't blame
maybe
the
they was
African. They didn't know what the whites were
participating in
doing to the slavery
slavery
people.
though,
Elvis,
right?
was Africans born into slavery on a continent?
No,
Afro
Yo,
dumbass
yo,
just
I'm not
came
gonna
up
lie,
here and
man.
said
Y'all,
they
I don't know
was.
Most
about
people
that.
became slaves through conquest. When you lose a battle, they can take your prisoners and
yeah,
make them slaves
I
as
can't believe
servants.
y'all
They,
lying
they
tonight.
did have caste
Y'all don't want to
systems.
tell the truth.
They
Hey,
did have
let
caste
Afro
systems in Africa.
dumbass tell the truth.
They have caste systems in Africa,
every dumbass wasn't telling the truth. He's a
and no
liar.
matter what you did, you couldn't get out of that
They
caste
let
system.
Afro
No,
dumbass
no,
tell the
no.
truth over
There was
there.
some people basically where you could be a slave, and in 1 minute you could be free. It wasn't basically like the.
But Carla, there were some
First of all,
tribes. Now it was a tribe
in
thing. It
Africa,
depends on the tribe and the kingdom.
uh, it was not based on race. That
It
means
depends on the tribe and the kingdom. There
no,
was caste
it does not
systems.
matter.
And,
It does not matter.
oh,
Slavery,
Steve.
look, first of all, you just like tell you don't understand anything. Africa didn't have a commercial system. They didn't have a plantation system. They didn't have a need
I
for the chattel
understand that,
slavery.
Here's
You know,
what they
so what
had.
the
They
hell
had
is slavery?
slave
Was just
dungeons and
servants and
slave
whatnot.
castles.
Usually
but
young boys and what you call it, young girls, whatever like that, that they took care of. You know, they were house servants. Whatnot. That's about it. It was not like in America the plantation system.
Yeah,
You
and
gotta like get out of that shit,
1776, his
man.
grandmother was, as a child, was raped, and this guy's defending these people.
No,
Yeah, that's
we're
what I'm
not.
we're
We're
saying.
not
just being
defending them. We just
honest.
don't the
Wait, what
truth.
did he
They
That's
get
just
all.
honest.
say?
You guys are
What did
brainwashed,
he just
man.
say? Say that
Oh
You guys are
my
again.
God!
brainwashed. You guys are brainwashed. You guys
It's
are
No,
just
buck
it's
what did
about
Hebrew
telling
just
the
say?
truth.
you
I
guys
didn't
up
hear
here.
it.
You guys are buck dancing, defending the
We
white
not
man.
No,
trying to defend.
Collar,
Oh my God!
Collar, my ancestors
What
was
did he just
great.
say?
My
You
ancestors.
guys, Kwame, you were buck dancing, man.
No,
Come off
Collar,
that shit,
Collar,
man. Come off that shit, bro. Come on. I know
Collar.
you better
My
than that.
ancestors
Hey,
had to chop
Kwame, this
sugar
is what
cane.
the FBA dude was talking about: melanated Stockholm syndrome. He
No, no,
think
I don't know what they do.
Africans
I
give
can't
a
listen to
fuck.
no FBA person because FBA people don't even believe slavery even happened.
Collar, listen what I'm
That's a
saying.
lie, man.
Collar,
They
listen
don't
what I'm
believe
saying.
slavery even happened, man. Yeah, that's me. I was no slave. Show me where the slave ships
Man,
are.
that's a lie. You talking about those Aboriginal
No, no,
people?
no. FBA is saying it.
Nah,
Oh,
Yeah,
FBA
yeah.
don't say no shit like that.
FBA say that
All
we was
right,
always
now
there.
we got
We
people in the
was
comments
always
saying
there.
there was no slavery in Africa. There was hierarchy, but no slavery.
Come
Okay.
on, man.
there was
Ah,
no
These
damn.
people
There
man,
out
was
of
come
no.
it.
There was,
on, man.
Collar,
You
there was
just
no
hate it.
chattel
You
slavery in
just heard it
Africa,
from the
bro.
horse's mouth. Afro
There was no
dumbass
chattel.
came up here and spilled the
African
beans.
dumbass is a fucking clown, man.
We all know he a clown.
You believe anything that dude says, man. I feel sorry.
Hold on,
Well, listen, Afro
hold
dumb. I'll
on.
punch him in his
One
head.
person
But
at a
he
time.
told the truth,
He ain't
One
telling the
person.
truth. To you who's not educated, yeah, it sounds like the truth.
man.
Collar,
Please.
Collar. I'm not
Why
defending.
you got melanated Stockholm syndrome, Colin?
I don't know what that is, man, but I don't
You
speak for
think
some
you
nigga.
think the Africans didn't
I don't
participate in
speak
the
for dumb
slave
nigga.
trade?
That sounds like FBA dumb nigga
You
talk.
said the Africans didn't participate in the slave
No, I
trade.
said they didn't have participated in the slavery that U.S. had.
Can I just
Their
make? Can I
slavery
But
just
was
they
make?
participated in the
What you
slave
mean
trade.
they didn't
Oh
participate?
my
They was
goodness.
one fucking selling the slaves.
Nobody was basically in Africa or no plantation working the sun up to sundown dying.
Of course not. They was shipping the motherfuckers.
No, it wasn't shipping nothing, man. Stop it, bro.
Collar,
Stop
Collar.
having melanated Stockholm syndrome.
Yo, Benjamin Dick, I'd suggest to you, man, stay up there and go to the library, bro. Get yourself a library
I
card.
go to the library probably more than you do,
I could
Colin.
pull up.
So
I could put.
stop talking
Man, you
all
better
this
pick up a book in
bullshit.
10 years, man.
Collar, I'm not defending white people. My
Yeah,
ancestors
you are.
had to chop. Listen. My
Oh, he
ancestors had to
defended
chop.
white people.
Hold on. My ancestors had to chop sugar cane for 18 to 21
You ought to
hours
be mad at the
a
white man.
day.
You ought to
Listen
be
what I'm
mad
saying.
like,
I'm not defending what the white
man,
people
you say
did.
like you ready to jump up and hit somebody for the
No,
white
but if we're talking about history, Collar,
You
we
gotta
gotta
tell the
be
truth.
honest. We gotta tell the truth, Collar.
man. Can't tell the truth, nothing. The white
It
man
was
is
a
the devil.
slave,
White man,
Collar. It was a trade
Kwame,
business.
the white
Is a
man is the
trade
fucking devil.
business.
Yo, look, Kwame, do you believe the white man's a devil?
Well, I don't believe in the Bible, so I don't
No,
believe
do
in
you
the.
believe the
I
white
don't
man's
believe.
the devil?
I don't believe in
Say
devils.
I don't
yes,
believe no
Kwame. Say
man or no
yes.
woman is a
Just say
devil.
yes.
No, I
Just
believe
say
the white man's
yes.
the devil. You know.
I
Do
don't
do
believe no
do
man
I
or no.
think I'm superior than a white man? Yes, I'm a
Yeah,
racist.
so how you gonna say how you gonna be superior to somebody and you ready to forgive them for fucking
I
what
He
don't
they did?
didn't
forget.
say he was ready to
You know?
forget it. All he said was we got to tell the truth
No,
I
about
don't
he
forget
said
history.
white
he was a
people.
Yeah,
white man. You know,
nobody's forgiving
Kwame
shit. We
Ture
just
said
trying to
they
get
set us
y'all
free.
to
He
come
believes
back
white
to
men set us
reality.
free.
Huh?
The white man ended slavery, man. So,
He did. We
hey,
can't
man, you
lie
love the
about it.
white man, Kwame. You love the white man. Come on,
Colin,
man.
it wasn't Africans trying to end the slave trade. They was
Okay,
trying to extend it.
Kwame,
They trying
man,
to
you love the white
reinstate that
man.
shit right
Colin,
now.
you
You
want
a
me to
man
pull
who
up?
fell in love with the white man. I don't know what
Colin, do
happened
you
to
want
y'all,
me to
bro.
pull up the letters from Queen
You got
Queen
man. Come
Elizabeth
on, man.
with
You a
the
man who
with
fell
the
in love with
Yoruba
the white man.
with the Yoruba
I
kingdom wrote to
really am
them?
so heartbroken right now, man. I am so
No, Kyla, we got to be honest when we talk about history, Kyla. We can't
Exactly,
just
man. It doesn't
romanticize
help.
it.
It doesn't help to lie or try to bend the truth about what happened in
oh
the
man.
past.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
thank
doesn't
you.
help.
See,
Abraham, help me out here, bro. You
You
know.
just tell the truth, bro. And we
Abraham,
understand that they
speak
didn't have
up,
chattel
man.
slavery
Speak
in
up for your
Africa.
guy.
There
We
was no
understand they
chattel
didn't have chattel
slavery in
slavery in
Africa.
Africa, but Africans, yes, some of them
There was
will.
no chattel
Some
slavery in Africa. You know.
we get that, and I admit that that's true. There
There was
was
no
no chattel
chattel
slavery
slavery
in
in
Africa.
Africa, right? There was no
Yeah,
race
wasn't
based,
no chattel
especially there was
slavery in
no race
Africa,
based,
but
It wouldn't
tribal
make
based
sense to be no race
the
base
only
in
chattel
Africa because
slavery
they
in
all were
Africa
part of
is
the
when
same
they
race,
was,
quote unquote race.
bringing
There
them
was
to
no
the
chattel
slave
slavery in
dealers
Africa,
like
bro.
cows, like
We
chattel.
get that.
That's
We
when
get that,
it's
Kyle.
chattel
Okay, so the
slavery
bottom line,
was.
anybody tell me
The Arabs got in touch with the whites and taught them how to do chattel slavery. The Arabs used to make the black slave eunuchs, have them
Yeah,
working harems,
the
things
Arabic
like that. So
slave
they taught
trade
them
was
the ways of the
vicious.
Arab slave trade, and
Yeah,
they did that for
Elvis,
decades.
who
But
sold
yeah,
who
Africans were duplicitous and complacent in the
yeah,
slave trade for sure.
yeah.
but the
Like I
bottom line
said,
is, I look who ultimately benefited from the shit. Wasn't
Yeah.
Africa.
yes, white
You know?
people benefited the
Well,
most from the slave trade.
Elvis, who
All
sold
Africans didn't benefit at all.
wait, Elvis, who sold the slaves to the
well,
Arabs?
because they didn't benefit, that mean they didn't participate, right?
Oh no, they were forced. They were forced into the shit.
Yo, Kyla, just cause you get the short end of the stick on the deal, don't
No,
mean the
no,
deal
no.
ain't happening.
Y'all gotta stop defending the white man all the time, man.
We not
Who's
Yeah,
defending it, tell
defending?
the truth.
the point of what Color went through, right, is to show that whites are lying about this, right, openly to your face,
What did
right?
they lie about?
Wait, no, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay, let's rewind the video, Color, and then you go through this entire shit again to show what they lie about, please.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's see what Matt Walsh lied
You
about.
talking
all
about
right,
the
I mean,
video?
you can't really get,
Yo,
you can't really
to
get
play the
much from that
video,
1 minute clip,
I'm gonna
man.
drop
Come on.
everybody down so I can get my commentary. Then I'll bring everybody up because you guys will be interrupting, talking. So they bring everybody down, and I'll play the video. Rico Mel said my debating skills are one I think. Why don't you come up here and debate me, Rico? Let's find out how good my debating skills are. Come up on, step right up, Rico. Step right up and get knocked right back the fuck down. Matt Walsh is a fucking dweeb. His wife left him, man. All these fucking racist white guys out here talking shit.
They told you America invented slavery. They told you the Indians were peaceful. They told you colonialism was evil and that Joseph McCarthy was a bad guy.
Oh, he says
And guess what?
they told you
They
corn was
lied.
evil. King Leopold enslaved in the 20th century, butchered 10 million Congolese and enslaved them and made himself rich. That was a derelict kingdom thrown together by the Habsburg called Belgium. They don't even have a language. They was half Dutch and half French. And they said, let's just call this place Belgium. And he went over to after he got financing from Wall Street banks and went over to the Congo and made himself a fortune with Western capital. But slavery but colonial wasn't evil. No, not at all. The British killed like 2 million people, starved in India because of the British, right? Colonial was evil, man. So This is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. Kwame, man, you gotta stop listening to the white man's bullshit propaganda. The white man is full of shit. He's a fucking devil. They're gonna lie. They twist history. They're gonna lie. That's all they do is lie.
For half a century, generations of American school children have been taught to hate our history, hate our country, and hate themselves. Time to set the record straight. And since no one else is going to do it, I will. Who sold us the slaves? What were India and Africa like before Europeans arrived? What caused white...
Did he understand that African civilization was very peaceful? Africans had cities, and that was civilized places of commerce, trade, and everything. Timbuktu and West Africa was a world trading center. Most of the goods that traveled to Europe, will he say that most of the goods that traveled to Europe came through West Africa? From the Silk Road in China, all the way through Timbuktu and Jenne and all the cities across the Sahara to Fez and Morocco, Marrakesh to Europe. That if it wasn't for Africa, Europe would have starved. Most of the stuff that Europeans got, the cloth, everything like that, the gold came from West Africa. Is he going to tell that? Is he going to tell the history of Africa before the Europeans? No, of course not. This is going to be a white man's version of Africa, where Africans are just savages selling people. Would you see what you saw in Africa, right? Like I always said, do you know Africa didn't even have chiefs and even kings? The Africa society was probably more democratic and more advanced than Europe was at the time. The Africans had councils, maces, and stuff like that, and village elders and whatnot that controlled whole societies of millions of people that lived in peace for hundreds of years before the importation of guns and gunpowder. West Africa was like the most peaceful place on the planet. And everybody, Ibn Battuta and all these scholars that was there at the time said this is the most peaceful place on the planet. There's no people doing violence or anything, So when people come up here and try to lie, the problem in Africa was the Europeans showed up. That's when Africa's problems began.
Some of the most well-known stories from American history are designed to demoralize you. Trail of Tears, Smallpox Blanket Smith, the Red Scare. It's all baseless. It's time for a lesson on what
everybody knows about the smallpox blanket. The Europeans, the white people gave the Indians smallpox to wipe the friggin' tribe out, So they're trying to do is erase their history. They're desperate, They're desperate. They're trying to erase their history because the bottom line is everybody realizes now that a white man's a fucking, this white America particularly is a fucking devil.
they're not teaching in public schools on the real history of slavery, of colonialism, of the Indians, of America, and the world. It's time for Real History with Matt Walsh.
Yeah, real history. A guy's not a historian. He's probably barely fucking educated. He's going to give me a fucking history lesson. Sorry, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Let me let Elvis up first. Go ahead, Elvis. What do you got to say? Elvis dropped off. Well, all right. I'm going to let Kwame up,
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, Kyla. I mean, if you're gonna say that, West Africa was so peaceful, how do you describe the Benin,
I
the
said
home?
before the friggin' Europeans showed up.
So you telling me they wasn't burning people alive before Europeans?
No, none of that shit. All that degradation started when Europeans showed up.
So as soon as the boats
The
pulled up, that's when they
Europeans
started.
showed up and whatnot, and a lot of those people were influenced by Europe. The Europeans brought a lot of their habits to the coast. You pick up a lot of these Portuguese traders and some French traders and whatnot. These were the worst of the worst, and they were on the coast of West Africa, introducing alcoholism, illicit sex, and some of everything. Africa was morals. They had morals.
Kyla, they didn't have rum and those type of things until
Well, when I'm saying Europeans introduced that shit to them.
Yeah, that's hundreds of years later.
No. When they first got there, Europeans, all these people were just adventurers. They
Kyla, they developed rum and
hold on. You notice that the slave trade started on the coast when the people who had contact with the Europeans. That's how it started.
Okay, Kyla. Like I said, you said when the America Liberians came to Liberia, they were still practicing slavery,
Yeah,
right?
and I said that was hundreds of years later. But if you look at Liberian history from like, well, I would say the 1300s, right, where it was part of the Mali Empire, so it was peaceful, right?
So are you saying
What you see in most of Africa and stuff like that, the violence and all the savagery, is because people were desperate. People were fighting each other. They were hunting each other. And if you take people and you
wait
got people raiding each other's villages, hunting each other down,
wait
whatnot,
wait,
yeah, people
Kyla.
will turn to savages. You
Wait
know?
You
Kyla.
know,
So
just
you're
let me
telling
know
me
when y'all want to come back to reality.
hold on. So Kyla, you're telling me at the height of where Africans was dominating a gold trade all the way up the Silk Road, they was warring with each other. Like
No, they were peaceful. Those were Africans. That's before the Europeans came there. You
Kyla, that
understand?
Man, Kala, you
I
trying to
damn. You understand
say
history? I said, look, Europeans came there
you
around
trying to say
1600.
Africa was peaceful before the
Yes, Africa was
Europeans came?
peaceful. Learn your fucking history. You know, I look. I like I said.
Oh
I'm I look.
God,
I like
yeah.
I said. Like I said. When people, like I said, I hate having these conversations with people
Kala.
who are not fucking educated. It's just
Kyla.
ignorant.
So essentially,
You trying to
what?
say Africa was a utopia before
Oh yeah,
Europeans came?
basically.
Oh man.
So
I'm
Kyla,
sure.
essentially,
I'm sure
Basically,
there was a lot of intertribal warfare before
yeah, but it
Europe.
was not. But it was not on the level of what we see now. A lot of people, very people, prefer you wars. Mali Empire had the largest empire of small value. It was a whole network. There was no need to fight because they
That's
had an
right.
elaborate trading system. You know, that's
That's
what I
true.
studied.
so Kyla, are you telling me the
And
Mali
now,
Kingdom didn't
and
absorb
now,
whole
and
tribes
now
and
No,
that
yeah, but hold
and
dedicated?
up. People joined the Mali Empire. They didn't conquer them.
yeah,
So they didn't absorb people. Kyla, are you serious?
Yeah,
they did.
people joined. All Mali was a trading network. That's all. A
Kyla,
tributary trading network. They didn't have to freaking conquer people. You guys, this
Kyla,
ain't Game of Thrones, man. You guys got to get that
Oh.
European. Oh, what you're doing is you're making Africa like Europe. You know,
no, but we
Europe
gotta be
had wars, and when
honest.
Africa had peace. You know,
Actually, Europe has the most wars that ever fought in the
yeah,
world.
Europe was in warfare for the last 1,000 years. What are you talking about?
Kyla,
More than that.
Kyla,
Yeah,
the Ashanti got absorbed by the Khan.
Yo,
You
hold up.
got
That was after the Europeans came there, introduced guns.
and
God
make
damn,
people
don't you
fight each
understand
other
history?
and make
Before the
people fight each
Europeans
other.
came
Yeah,
there with guns and gunpowder, we didn't have chiefs because they didn't have no need for them. You know.
so
Oh, it was
Kyla,
a
did Mansa
utopia.
Musa have slaves before the Europeans showed up
Yo,
in
yo,
West
look,
Africa?
people always say slaves. They didn't have African ancient societies. They did have people that were servant class and stuff like that, but it
Kyla
wasn't
using
slavery
Did
like
he
euphemism.
sell
in
slaves?
Rome.
Did he sell slaves?
Yes, he sold slaves in
It was not the
Egypt.
I
He
same.
sold
was
It was
slaves
asking
in
Tyler.
slavery in
Arabia.
I
Africa. It
was
was
asking
not
Tyler.
the same thing, bro. It was not the damn same. I say it was perfect, but it was nothing like fucking American slavery and shit like that. You know.
We didn't
You know.
say it was American slavery. We just want to acknowledge that
Yeah.
he
So
sells
let's
slaves.
not look. Oh, this is what I'm saying. When anytime you look at history and whatnot, I would never in a million years basically equate anything in Africa to what Europeans did. You know,
Color. You see what Kwame is trying to do, right? He's trying to make whataboutism about
and
Africa
whataboutism. You know,
to
What?
and
negate
defend the
any
white man.
blame on whites and make this fucking white piece of shit over here seem like he's correct.
No, I'm not negate. I'm
Yes, you
just
are.
no. I'm just pointing out the
That's just
facts.
little tactics
You
you're
ain't pointing
playing.
out the sack. You're defending the white man.
Mansa Musa had slaves and he
Yeah, but
took
what
them
does it
to
got to do
Egypt.
with anything? You know.
Yeah, so but because you're saying that none of
So
this
look, it was an
existed.
ancient world. People had slaves. Yeah. So what's the
Okay,
difference?
but you said
Look,
none
it's
of
not
this.
the same thing as a fucking the transatlantic
How did
Holocaust.
they acquire their slaves?
What slaves were basically people when people. This is how it usually works. When people basically are in debt. Most of the people who were enslaved in the ancient world, even in Rome, were debt. People fall into debt. Your land crop failed, whatever like that. You fall into debt and whatnot, and you offer yourself up, or they take you as a period certain slave. Sometimes for life, sometimes whatever. Sometimes people are born into slavery. If you
Exactly. So I was about to
Slavery is
say
never
no.
good.
but it was not like the friggin' what you call because sometimes slaves served in the army. You
Right,
know,
right, right. So who were the first people to sell slaves to the white man?
it was on the coastline. It was on the coast. It was I think it was the first slaves came from was now Senegal, and they went to the
And
island of Cape
how did they acquire those slaves?
Well, they went over there and
No, I'm talking
basically.
about like how did the African chiefs that sold the
Oh
slaves, how
no,
did they acquire them?
this is how it happened. This is how it happened. You want to hear the story?
Go
There
ahead.
was a in the 1400s, right? The Portuguese were on the coast, right? And they were basically they found these islands called Cape Verde, right? And they needed laborers to go there. And some of the chiefs on the coast were selling people that they had captured, right, or slaves, or the old money, whatever like that, and they basically sold them to the Portuguese as slaves, right? That was a small scale. And then what happened was the Portuguese and the Spanish, when they basically discovered the New World, the demand for slaves increased, right? But there was a powerful kingdoms in the interior that said told the coastal people don't do it. A feared powerful king, I forgot the name of it, right? I think they were the Woloffs, king, right? Well, anyway, the Portuguese sailed up the Gambia River, right, and killed somehow managed to kill this king, this powerful king that everybody feared, right, and brung his body back to what is now the capital of Portugal, capital of Sierra Leone, right now. And it was what's the Senegal's name? What's the Senegal capital? I forgot the name. Capital of Senegal.
Darfur.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Then brought it back there, and everybody,
Dakar,
all the
Dakar, not
Yeah,
all
Darfur.
the,
Dakar.
all the
Yeah,
kingdom,
Darfur is Sudan. Yeah, Darfur.
all the killer, all the freaking tribal people on the coast, right? They put fear in the Portuguese because they showed this Portuguese power, and they thought the Portuguese were invincible, and they began to fight among each other and start try to sell each other and to get favor with the Portuguese, and that's what escalated the slave trade, right? But then the British took over the Gambia and took over the slave trade, right? To this day, the people of Senegal remember that story. And out of all the Europeans that go to Portugal, go to Senegal, you'll never see a Portuguese, you know, because they still, even though the British escalated the slave trade, they still remember the Portuguese as the one who started the slave trade.
Hey,
And
Steve,
Can I address
Steve,
it?
Steve,
Can
you
I?
see how Kala don't want to admit that it was the white man that ended slavery, and it was the Africans
the
that
white
wanted to
man
extend
started
it.
slavery. He benefited from it. He became the white man from slavery. There
So,
won't
Kala,
be no white
why
man.
didn't why didn't the
Look, there
Africans
would
want
be
to
no
end
white man
slavery?
if it wasn't for the slave trade. He was nothing. Europe was poor.
It was
Okay,
their biggest
okay,
moneymaker.
when the white man ended slavery in his country, why didn't the Africans want to end it?
Hold on. First of all, it's like that's not the case, right? The British only ended the trafficking of slaves, the Europeans trafficking of slaves, and then over a time period, right? Slavery was sort of dying out in Americas, right? It died out in Massachusetts naturally. It died out in Delaware. It died out in New York. When it was dying out, it was being irrelevant. And then what happened was some people said, you know something, only for wait, slavery. They started bringing slaves to places like Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, in the deep South, and they wanted to expand slavery to the new territories in the West. That's what led to the Civil War, you know. And also, some of them took their slaves and went to Brazil. Slavery was naturally dying out on the east coast of America, you know. It was dying out in America, you know. So it wasn't like they was like, oh, we're gonna get rid of it. It was just like no need for it, you know.
So why did different African kings write letters to Queen Elizabeth, and different, even the Dutch, East,
Yeah,
all
but
the different.
there's no evidence that they wrote those letters.
I can pull them up right now, Colin. Give me a second.
There's no evidence to that. There's no
Okay,
Can
I'm
I
gonna
evidence.
pull them
address it?
up. I'm gonna pull
Can
them
I
up right
address
now.
it?
Give me a second.
The bottom line, that's another lies. Africans wrote letters talk about stop it. Just get the fuck out of here, Kwame,
Can
man.
I
You know.
address a comment? It was Mr. Sandman. He said it's always black men that were raised by single mothers that think we were savages before Europeans. Not all Africans were, savages, but there were there were definitely some tribes out
No,
there. That,
Africans would not say Europeans were savages. You know, Africa was very civilized and peaceful. I studied. Let's not
so
bash
you
that.
telling me there was no?
Hold on.
So you
I'm
think
on
there?
record here. I'm on record here bashing Africans all the time, but I know, right? There was a different Africa prior to the Europeans.
So you saying there was no tribes that practiced like I had a backwards culture at
No,
that time?
African conscious civilization was very highly developed.
Let me talk to Elvis. Elvis, are you here?
That was
I
no.
guess Elvis is in here. But we really need another African on the panel
I was know he can't defend this, man. He dead in the water with this,
because
man.
even I was reading about
It's
Queen
just
and Zinga.
Ibrahim and Kala lying their ass off tonight trying to
Oh
Because
no,
even
romanticize history.
Heck goes
Yeah, but
Aphrodisiac.
this white guy is not lying, right?
You Kala,
but
you got
This
me
white
agreeing
guy
with
is not
Afro.
lying, Kwame.
Hold on, you got me agreeing with Afro Damas. I don't even agree
You
with
know, you know,
Hold
you
on,
know,
hold on.
Kwame,
Let me say,
Kwame. You know
let me
what? You
say,
know
let me
what? You
say
know
this.
what's
Look,
crazy with
Africa
you
before,
guys?
Africa prior to the Europeans coming there was pretty much very civilized.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me speak on that. You know what's crazy about you guys? For whatever reason, it's not a good faith conversation. When people are speaking on what is real, it seems like you're caught up in this delusion.
It
Prior
ain't a
to me,
delusion.
let
You
me
don't know
finish.
your own
Let me
history,
finish.
bro.
Hold on.
You don't know shit about
Prior,
your own history, bro.
prior, prior to the transatlantic slave trade, the word trade, trade. Okay. Prior to that, it was the.
That was not a
Let me
trade.
finish. Let me finish. It was the trans-Saharan slave
Yeah,
trade,
but
which went
there
on
was also
which went on. Let
there
me,
was not no
Kala,
transatlantic slave.
what kind of show are you running here? You're not
Hold on.
letting
You're
me
lying.
talk. You're
Hold on,
like,
but I can't let you lie like that.
Kala, what am I lying about? There was
There
no
was no
trans-Saharan slave trade.
trans-Saharan. There was no
So
trans-Saharan slave
there
trade
was
coming
no
out of West
trans-Saharan
Africa.
slave trade.
There was no trans-Saharan slave trade. You know what was happening?
Okay. You know
Hold
what?
on. Hold on.
Actually, I thought I was speaking to people who know what's going on in
Let
the
me
world.
hold on.
I don't need to be here.
I'm gonna let you speak.
I gotta go. You're too dumb.
Okay, all right,
Afro
all right,
Damas.
fine, man. Bye. You don't want to fucking hear the truth, man. When you get up here, there was no damn trans-Saharan slave trade. What happened was some people, right? Like in all societies, right? There were some people that were fell in debt, poor, whatever, like that, that was taken and slaves. But he doesn't understand is there were also white people from North Africa, Egypt, and everything that were also sold in West Africa called Mamelukes. Those are called white slaves. Aphrodisiacs don't want to tell you that part, right? There are white people that were also being sold in West Africa to black people.
So Ibrahim, Elvis, and Steve, you agree with Colin that there was no trans-Saharan slave trade?
no, I
There
don't
was,
agree with
there
that.
was. Let me say this.
Hold up. But
There
it was
was
not
a
based on.
trans.
It was not like
Let me
it was
say
not
this,
based
Carla.
on race. It was not based on race.
Yes, it
Carla,
was, Colin.
you know what the word
Hold up.
trans means?
Hold up. It was not based on race because there was a two-way. There was slaves that not all the slaves were black. Some were Berbers, some were Arabs, and
But
some were
it
black. It wasn't based on
So
race.
so Colin,
No,
it was
Arabs.
European indentured servant in America,
Let me
right?
say.
We say
Can you guys
European.
hear me?
You got
we can hear
Berbers,
you. We can hear you.
Arabs, and
We can
all
hear
All
other
you.
right,
people that live in
Carla. Let
West
me say this.
Africa.
Let me say
You
this,
know,
Carla. You heard your point. So when something is trans, it means a cross. So the cross to Sahara,
but
there
they're
was
making
a
it
slave.
seem like
Hold on,
Europeans
Carla. I
were
get you.
North African.
Let me just say it.
That's a lie.
So the Mandinkas, right, or the Mandingos, who were Muslim, they were highly complicit in that slave trade. It took slaves from West Africa across the Sahara to a
All right,
place
give me
called Zen.
Elvis. Give me
Hold on, hold on,
Elvis.
hold
I want
on.
the
To
proof.
a place called Zanzibar in
Okay,
what is
so
now
hold on.
Tanzania,
I want the proof.
where
Now,
the Arabs
on
were.
the coast of West,
Zanzibar
coast
is
of
not
East Africa,
Sahara.
you did that.
Zanzibar is
But
not
there was
No,
no
the
evidence that
slave came from the West Africa and
there was
crossed the
no evidence.
Sahara to East Africa.
Hold the fuck up. There was no evidence that there was any large scale slavery crossing the Sahara there. Yeah, there was a few people across there, whatnot, that they sold for silk, whatever like that. But there was no large scale commercial slavery going across the Sahara there. That's a fucking lie.
No, there
Colin,
was. There was.
Colin, it was
Arabs,
18.
Arabs, Arabs enslaved plenty of people, right? The native North African
Yeah, they were
Amazigh
slaving
and
all
Berbers,
kinds of
right?
people, not just
And
blacks.
no, but included black, right? And that's why you get all these North Africans and all these Arabs, even Lebanese, right? They have partial black DNA because these Arabs traffic so many black people that these Arabs now, even in Egypt, have like 15% on average black sub-Saharan
Europeans
DNA.
didn't mix with slaves like that in America,
No,
you know.
yeah. So, so,
So,
It
so
Kyla,
wasn't
are
it
you
the
was.
saying
way it
that
was.
18 million Africans didn't cross the Sahara into
There wasn't that
Basra?
many Africans in the continent at the
I don't.
time.
I
What are
don't
you
know the
talking about?
number. I don't know the number of how many black
This was
people.
over like, wasn't it like the trans-Saharan slave trade lasted way longer than the.
No,
1,500
hold on.
years.
You're talking
That's
about
right.
that's
It
not
did.
the Trans-Sahara. They didn't come from West Africa. Those are people coming from the Nile region, was now Darfur, East
All over.
Africa, and whatnot.
All over.
And they went to Arabia. There was
Well, they
very
went
few
all over.
Africans that went to North Africa. You go to freaking North Africa, you don't see black people there.
No. But they're mixed with those people, right?
Yeah,
It's
I
in
know.
their
But the bottom
DNA.
line, look, you would see
Tyler, bring
residents of
Elvis back
Africa.
up.
You go to
Yeah.
Morocco, you don't see no fucking people with African ancestry in them.
No, but
None.
they do. They have it in them, right? Because which they didn't
Well,
have. Like
somewhat, but I really don't see it like you do. If you go to friggin'
So,
even
so
Iraq
Kyla,
right now,
how do you explain the black people in Basra?
if you go to Yemen, Iraq, and all places like that in Saudi Arabia, you'll see the evidence of slavery because people look black.
no, that they actually don't have too much at all black DNA over
No,
there, right?
you got Iranians that got black DNA. I've seen it.
Yeah, but that's in the far south, right? Where the
But I'm
Arabs,
saying is, but
the
you don't
Arabs,
see too many
Arabs,
black
Arabs
people
brought
in North
Arabs.
Africa.
No, hang on, right? Arabs brought slaves to the southern coast of Iran, right? But those people very quickly got freed, and now there's like a little, Afro-Iranian like community.
And also,
there.
some of those people became sultans and chiefs and everything like that themselves. There's a totally
Not
different thing. A lot of,
not in Iran, but the Ethiopians, Eritreans,
no,
even
Iraq. They had in Kuwait. They had actually African sultans and whatnot in Kuwait and Iraq.
I don't know about that, and I don't think
Yeah, I
so.
did. I
Tyler, can you
studied
bring Elvis
studied
back up?
Iraq. Hold on, look it up. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna show you the black Iraqis. I'm gonna show you right now. You guys are gonna eat dirt. I'm gonna freaking show it to you right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Can
were
you bring
slaves,
Elvis back
Kyla.
up?
that's just proving that there was black slaves
Yeah,
going up
but
from Arabs.
I'm saying that was Eastern Africa.
No, it's
That
all
was
over.
not friggin' North Africa. That's what trade
No,
was with North Africa. There wasn't
no.
millions of people crossing the desert from North Africa.
So
North
Kyla,
Africa was
They
not
did.
that
They
strong.
did. They
North
crossed.
Africa was not that strong. It was not that big. It was not that powerful. West Africa was way more powerful than North Africa.
so Kyla, Ben Sabusa did bring slaves from Mali to Egypt.
He brought his people there, along them servants and everything like any other kingdom, man. See, he's like, Kwame, man, you want to quit this fucking movement, man, because you're too Eurocentric, bro.
Yeah, and we derailed from talking about the lies of this white guy as well. Now we're off to completely somewhere different, right? So we should focus on this shit. About whites.
No, but Kyla's denying one of the largest forced migration in human history.
But there wasn't a large forced migration because
history.
hold up. You know why there's a transatlantic slave trade? The presence of African Americans. You go to North Africa, there are no black people there, bro.
Kyla, they got castrated.
Yeah, they got castrated.
Okay, they all got castrated.
90% of the Africans
that
that got
doesn't make any fucking sense.
Kyla, 90% of them got
They had to
castrated.
breed them. Slaves had to breed
Many
them.
of the males got castrated, right? But the
because there wasn't that many of them,
and mixed with the
No, not many.
Arabs.
No. It wasn't many. It was majority of them. 90% of them got castrated.
Yeah, but the women mixed with them and have had their children, right? That's why North Africans have black sub-Saharan DNA, like modern, ancient black sub-Saharan DNA. Right?
That's why it's only a remnant of them still exists in Iraq and the Gulf states because they got castrated.
Here we go.
It's a known fact.
Here we go.
That's
Here
true.
we go. You guys gotta learn some fucking history, man.
This is the city of Zubair near Basra in the far south of Iraq.
I just said Basra.
Iraq's centuries-old black minority.
Bring Elvis back up.
Guardians of music
ask where they came from.
Relegated to the margins of society. Today, members of Iraq's black community are at the bottom of the country's economic ladder. Nowadays, we are facing a lot of problems due to the economic situation. For example, there is a high unemployment rate within the black community. We demand from the Iraqi government to include representatives of the black community and set a quota for them. Since the establishment of the Iraqi state, we've not seen someone from the community occupy senior positions in the state. We have not seen a governor, a minister, nor a lawmaker.
ولم نشاهد مدير
Fair use.
ولم
Fair
نشاهد
use.
محافظ ولم نشاهد وزير أو نائب.
This
Kala
black
Mandinka
Iraqi
in
cautionary
Yo,
seventeen
Hasan
the
seventy
video's
Abdurrahman
playing. Not
shows off
talk.
his drumming skills. He is a member of one of the popular music troops that have made Zubair famous throughout the country. This zafar is something that we inherited. Some say that it's their only skill, and others do it because they inherited it. However, the majority of these troops are found in Zubair. There are countless bands here. Zafar originates from Ethiopia. It was mostly practiced by Ethiopians. It was transferred to us through our ancestors. We originated from Saudi Arabia. My ancestors were Saudi Arabian, and Zafar was brought to Iraq through them. We are now preserving their legacy. The minority numbers 250,000 to 2 million people, according to a wide range of informal estimates. Today, black Iraqis continue to face systematic discrimination and marginalization, according to the Minority Rights Group International.
These people been there. They came from Ethiopia, Sudan, areas like that. That's where most of the slaves came from.
Kala, if you read the history of Iraq, right, there's something called the rebellion of the Zinj, which is black slaves who had got so much in numbers, and they
Zans.
tried to
Zans. It's called Zans.
Zinj, and
Oh yeah,
overthrow
Kwame on his chat BTPT. You know, if you ever
yeah,
read
the
through
rebellion of
it,
the Zinj, right? And they
it's
tried
all
to overthrow the Sultanate in Iraq, and a
it's
lot
all
of them got killed. There was a lot more black people in Iraq, but after that attempted rebellion, a lot of them were killed and castrated.
Caller,
these
can you
people.
drop the link for
Main thing is
1776?
these people came from East Africa and whatnot for hundreds of years ago. You know, that's what what they call it trans-Sahara, but it was actually right there. That part of Sahara there, that's the Darfur region right there.
Can you
That was
can
where most of them came from Ethiopia.
Kala,
Somalia.
by your standard, it was no transatlantic slave trade then either.
No,
But,
no,
but,
no.
but
What I'm saying is
because
these people basically were people who were captured on the coast of East Africa, brought to things. What I'm saying is this: when the people like Avodamus thinks that there were slaves being taken across it's almost
Words have meaning, Kala. Trans means across. The transatlantic means across the
yeah.
Atlantic.
People use that. I
Trans-Sahara
think
means
they use
across the Sahara.
I think they use that term in a which we call which we call it too loosely. You know what it takes to fucking travel across that desert. You know. You know what that takes to travel and fucking
Kala, the Berbers and the Bedouins, they travel all across the
please.
desert. The
Yo,
Amazigh, the Tuaregs,
the only
they've
people
been
that can travel in
traveling
the
that
desert.
desert for centuries.
First of all, if you know anything, right? In the Sahara, you use horses, right? Then when you get to the desert, you gotta use camels, right? You know how much that costs in time when that you have to transport people on camel. That doesn't even make any fucking sense, you know?
Caller, can you drop the link for 1776,
I
please?
don't want to hear that motherfucker, man. You know?
In 1776, for the last time, I don't control nothing about the show. I can't let you on. I don't control the link.
Kala and
So,
Bantu men Dinka too, they both asking for it in the backtrack.
oh, I didn't see Bantu. Yeah, let Bantu back up.
But, you know, so fucking Bantu just fucking look. I like having a discussion. When you talk to me like you know something, right? If you disagree with me, and talk to me like you know something. Don't just spout up in the mouth. Blah 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 blah. They're like, Bantu man, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He never read a book in his life, you know. You know, he talk to me like you know
There
something.
is
You know,
not 1.3 million people in
I didn't even
captivity
know I was
in prison in
backstage.
America. Stop it.
I was just talking. I was like, what?
yeah. When you talk, you just can't
But as
shut up.
far as me
And look,
reading books, yeah, I've read plenty of
So
books.
so Kala,
I don't know.
it
I don't
wasn't
know.
European Kala, it wasn't European indentured servers in America.
Oh Lord.
They were European. Of course, they
Yeah,
were European indentured. They were indentured.
yeah, you
Africans were
tripping,
brought over
Colin.
here as chattel slaves.
Somebody said, "What's Bantu Mandinka? What's Bantu Mandinka, man?"
Who said
I
that?
mean, the name is self-explanatory.
Wait, who said
He
that? Who said that?
somebody in the chat. I'm pretty sure it's because he's
Man,
Mandinka and
every
Mandinka.
time, that's
Mandingas
why
are
I'm gonna
not
change my
Bantu.
name next time. Because every time people always ask me this fucking stupid
No,
ass
because it's an
question.
oxymoron. Mandingas are
It's not
Mendes.
an
They're not Bantu.
oxymoron. He probably has both bloodlines inside of his DNA.
Yeah. It mean whatever you want it to mean. Sure, I'm not finna sit here and keep
Shit, my
explaining.
name is an oxymoron too. Kwame my so
Yeah, just
Okay, Kwame, you
think of
from
something to
Egypt and you
say.
from Ghana.
yeah. So I
Yeah,
He
mean,
we
said
all know Bantu and Mandinka is different tribes. Okay, you passed the little baby
he
test.
has
So
he has both of those bloodlines inside of his DNA. That's
Kyla,
all it is.
Kyla,
stupid
I'm
ass
so
motherfucker.
shocked and appalled that you would
Yeah,
deny
Kyla, I'm so
the largest
shocked and
forced
appalled at you,
migration in
bro.
human history, which is the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, that's because
I'm
you
You
don't
don't.
appalled,
read,
I
bro.
told.
Kyla.
I told you. It
You
was not.
read
When you say trans-Saharan, you're basically saying they came all the way from Mali to the Middle East. Because most of the black people that went to trans are in the freaking Middle East. They're not in North Africa. They're in the Middle East.
even even
Elvis, can you say the great words you said earlier? Name the
uh,
words have meaning, right? Right, Elvis?
even Ibrahim
Well,
know that
okay.
the
Yeah, words
slave
have
trade
meaning,
happened.
Tyler. Tyler, I don't get you why you're so angry on this point.
No,
To be
my
trans-Sahara means across the
wait.
Sahara.
If you go,
But
hold up. You see, hold up. You
Yeah.
see what I just played in Iraq? That black community. There's no black community in North Africa.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you read a history in like the 14 or 1500s, there was a lot of black people
No,
in
there
the
weren't.
Middle East and in North
There
Africa,
is
No,
color.
there
and they
weren't.
got killed because they
Yeah,
try to
they got
rebel
killed.
against
Okay, all
the
right.
There
Arabs.
is. There
They
is
got
black.
murdered.
So Kyla, how you
What would
explain
they bring them there for?
Zanzibar?
Just to kill them? You guys don't
Kyla,
make
how
no
you
fucking sense.
Kyla, how you explain Zanzibar then? Explain
Well, I said
Zanzibar.
East Africa, fool. I said that.
Yeah, but you're denying
East
that it was
Africa,
a
hold up.
slave
East
trade.
Africa, hold up. They came from East Africa, and they
Man,
went to the
Can
Middle
we just
East.
how
watch
do
a
you
quick
how do
There was
video?
you
West
how
Africans that was taken across the Sahara to East Africa
let
and
me
then
ask you
sold
a
into the Middle East.
question. How
Kyle.
do
Color.
you
Color.
explain all
Listen.
the
This is history.
eunuchs in North
There
Africa?
are.
There's no
There
black people in
are.
North Africa, bro.
How do you
Don't bring.
that's because they was
There are black
eunuchs.
people in North
No,
Africa.
they were
There
eunuchs.
are.
Okay, they were eunuchs.
There
Okay.
are
Carla,
black
can we just
people in
play a
North
video
Africa.
about the trans-Saharan slave trade?
What?
Yeah,
Play a video about the
let,
trans-Saharan slave
let's let
trade.
the
I
evidence
don't know.
speak.
Look, I don't know what the point of this. Are you trying to say that the transatlantic say was equal to the transatlantic? Okay,
Color.
if that's the
Color.
case, then
We
okay.
not
The
trying to
transatlantic say
compare them. We just oh
It
man,
it was way
Color. Color.
worse
You can
if you want to
You can
compare.
hold up. You can see the evidence of the
1500 years.
transatlantic. Hold up. I'm talking. You can see the evidence of the transatlantic slave trade by the wealth that was created from it. There's no wealth in North Africa, So I don't know
Color.
what you're
Look at
talking
this.
about.
that doesn't take
Type up
away
on
what
YouTube.
happened.
Search. Type up.
You don't see no black population.
Obviously, Kyla don't know about the
He making
Ottoman
a
Empire.
he
Color.
It's
making a
obvious.
straw man
You have
argument,
45,
man.
almost 50 million black people in America, right? They basically are descendants of what happened in the transatlantic slave trade. My ancestors, right? There's
Color.
no
Type this up.
descendants
Type.
of the
Type.
transatlantic slave trade in North Africa.
That
Type this
basically
up.
means that
Type
the
this up on
transatlantic
YouTube
slave
search.
trade wasn't as bad then, because I mean,
No,
look
no,
how
No,
many
the
people
trans
died.
it was
Kala,
worse.
the Arab slave trade took slaves from West Africa. I hope you know that.
Oh, yeah, okay. They took West Africa. Where are they at?
Nah, he don't know that.
Where
Color.
they at?
Listen. Color.
Most of them got killed and
Type.
they were
Where
they
they at?
were
So
castrated.
they took the West
A
Africa.
lot of them got killed in the rebellion of the Zincs.
You
Kala, go read
guys
up on it.
don't make any sense, right?
Go
The
read up
people
on
that
it.
were the millions of people that went to Brazil, they're still there. The millions of people that went to Saudi Arabia, they're still there.
They didn't kill all the population,
So
Carla. What are you
They
talking about?
didn't chop. They didn't. Oh,
the only people that didn't get killed that got killed were the ones that went to North Africa. Okay, all right.
no.
No, Color. Listen.
How
They
can you
Everybody
mixed
know
out.
Arabs
survive
are
if
more
you're a
brutal than white
eunuch,
people.
man?
They
We know
mixed
this.
Do
out.
you understand that?
They mixed out up there. Color.
Nah, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Arabs
No, no, they did.
were more brutal than white
The,
people.
genome. The
You guys can believe
genome.
what
The
you want, but I
genome.
don't believe it.
The
I don't.
genome
Everything I've
of
studied and I've been there, I don't believe it.
no, the genome of
But Kala, before
I don't.
today, have you heard about the rebellion of the Zincs?
You're only talking about 300 or 400 years.
Yeah, no, but
Go read up on the rebellion of
Look,
revenge, Carla. You'll see.
significant genetic impact
you know what
on
I'm saying?
all these Arabs.
I see
Nah,
when
he
I'm in
think he know
Morocco,
everything.
I don't see nothing black about those people, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they look like, right? But the genetic
Yeah, but
component of
you go to
Sahara.
Iraq, those people look black, don't they?
Yeah, but the average Arab in Iraq has
Yeah,
like
you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
five
hold on.
five to
Come
ten
on.
percent
You guys are
sub-Saharan
freaking
black
hilarious,
DNA.
man. You know, yeah, I go there, and when I go to Morocco, none of these people look
Carla,
white.
you can go to some places in South America
You know
and
what I'm saying?
find
So,
people that don't look
wait,
Hey,
as
hey,
black,
look,
you
look at
go,
this.
and they
Look at
still
this.
slave descendants.
hold on,
Hey,
you go,
Carla,
hold on.
look,
Saudi
Man.
Arabia got a black
Carla.
community, Iraq got a black community, Iran got a black community, India got a black community. Or not, you know. So,
Look, type up
by
on
the
the
way, and it's
YouTube
still there. That
search.
black gene don't go nowhere, you know.
Type up
It definitely
Tamazigh.
can't go nowhere if you got eunuch. It definitely ain't going
Ain't
nowhere.
nobody know
Yeah.
the damn unit. That was
Listen,
a stupid.
color,
That's a
color,
lie, you know.
color.
All
Type
right, we
up,
made them all eunuchs. We're not going to breed them. The whole idea of slavery is to breed people and to create more. You know,
color.
They,
I ever
Type up
heard in
on
my
the
life.
YouTube
I
That's
search.
actually
mean, they
not.
must have had
That's
so
not
many
true.
people, Carla, if they was doing it for that long.
So no, there wasn't. Look, the Bantam thinker. Nobody. It was not. You
Color.
know.
So
So
you denying the whole thing? Nothing ever
no,
took
I'm
place.
saying the fact that when we talk about the trans-Saharan states, you're not talking about North Africa. You're talking about the Middle East. You know.
But they took.
What's the
Whatever.
Middle East? Southwest Asia or North Africa?
No, I don't consider North Africa the Middle East.
Okay, so you're talking about Southwest Asia, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In any case, type up on the YouTube search bar Tamazigh, Tama. Yeah.
Send a link to him, Ibram.
Hey,
Send him.
I forgot to say the translation was a major historical
All
system of
right.
human trafficking that connected sub-Saharan with North Africa and Middle. Yeah, they eventually, even they went to North Africa, they didn't stay there. They went to the Middle East. You know,
All right. Yeah.
went to the Middle East.
Type what I just wrote on the
What
chat.
is it? What is this argument even about, dude? Like, I don't. I'm
I have
not.
no
It,
idea. You know, because
Kala's trying to say that
Africa dumbass.
African was pristine before the European came. That's
Let me
all,
explain to it. I say
Yeah.
because Africa
which is a
dumbass
lie.
here and
Yeah.
made it seem like, oh yeah, in the Middle Ages and whatnot. You know, let me tell you something. There were just as many people from North Africa being sold into West Africa. People don't even know that history.
Yeah.
Hold up. Does anybody know what a Mameluke is?
A Mamluk is a officer in the Ottoman Empire.
No. What
Right.
does a Mameluke mean? What does Mameluke mean?
I don't know, but it's
It
something.
means a white slave. It means white slavery, white slave.
It's an elite slave soldier.
You know,
Primary-
Mameluke means white slave.
On AI overview on Google, it says elite
Yeah, I
slave.
know, but you got that's why you got to go to get books. AI is not always accurate, man. You know, you got to get books. Mameluke means white slave.
Ethnically diverse, non-Arab enslaved mercenaries on Wikipedia.
Yeah, no, it means simply a slave with white skin. And there was
It's
a
not
lot
a
of
good
them
look
sold.
tonight.
There was a lot of them sold in
Yeah,
Timbuktu,
Kala is
West
just
Africa.
shocking and appalling, man.
It's
You
not
know,
a
so
good
there was a
look
lot of
tonight.
Mameluke. Look, Mameluke. They cover that history up. Mauritania. How you think a lot of people, white people in Mauritania, got there? They were Mamelukes. You know.
So, Colin, these are your claims tonight. West Africa was a metropolis, a peaceful
Oh
metropolis,
shit!
Yes. Yes.
and the trans-Saharan slave
Learn your
trade,
fucking history. Learn your damn history, man. You
and the
know.
trans-Saharan slave trade. That is,
You know what? My assignment for you, 2026, make your way over to fucking Africa, bro. Really.
well, Kala,
Save the money,
these,
yo.
these,
Save the money, yo. Look, you can get over there for 1 week. You can save $3,500. You can get over there for 1 week, stay in a fucking hotel, dive hotel. At least you can see the continent, and then come home.
I don't been told by that Christianity and Islam pretty much uh
Kala, it's not a good look for you tonight, Kala.
Jared
Here
first,
live.
Jared first says keep Kwame out of Africa. Damn, Kwame, man, they're kicking you out already before you even got there, man.
Ain't worry about no tribal African. Kala, listen, it's not a good look for you tonight, Kala. I'm not gonna
No,
lie
it's
to
not
Big
good
Bro.
for you. I know what I'm talking about.
Color, type up
Yeah,
Tamazigh.
we veered off the topic. I started
Even Ibrahim is turning on you, Kala.
He don't
I
even
don't
see
look. I
it.
look.
But this has all to do with
Yo,
Kwanzaa,
look,
though.
Elvis. I mean, Elvis. Kwame. I'm the one running the platform. I don't give a fuck who turns on me. You understand that? I'm running the shit.
Yeah, Carla, there are black people in North Africa, right? Type in Tamazight. I just put it in.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
I think recently under
No,
Gaddafi.
they were always there. They were always there.
So
I,
Ibrahim, you agree with Kyle that there was no trans-Saharan slave trade too?
No,
what
I
I'm
just
saying
told you the
is,
contrary.
it's
There
not on
was.
the scale of the transatlantic slave trade.
Kyle, 18 million Africans
No,
was
there was no
transported.
18 million people. Do you understand? There wasn't 18
Kala,
million on the
Kala.
people on the continent.
If
What are you
it
talking
happened
about?
over a
It
period of
happened
There was
over
no
1,500
18
1,500
million
years.
people
years,
on the continent, man. What are you
yes.
talking about?
It happened over 1,500 years, Carla.
Even 1,500. Look, you guys don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh,
If there was 18 million people with that, the population of Africans would be the majority right now. That's more
Kyle,
than
how you gonna breathe when you
18
getting
million.
cat?
18 million people is more. That's more than the white people that came to America.
Kyle, how you gonna
And
breathe
not
when you getting
only
Look, that's more
can
than
castrated?
the white people that
not
came to
only
tell
can you
America, man.
not
Kyle, they
breathe,
You
got
gotta have
double.
18 million people.
they
How you gonna
was
have 18
sending
million people?
slaves to other
Well, how
parts of
you gonna have
Africa.
18 million people and the largest population is Iraq with less than a million people? How the hell that happen?
Kyle, you can't breathe when you're double
Oh
castrated.
yeah, well, okay. Those people look like they're freaking. Which you gotta make any excuse,
When they cut your man off and your
They ain't cut
balls
no
off, Kyle,
manhood
you
off or
can't
nothing, man.
reproduce, Kyle.
Build communities,
That's
Cut
common
that damn
sense.
manhood up,
If
man.
you can't
Oh yeah,
Kyle, for instance,
Kwame, shut the fuck up, man.
hold on, Kyle, for instance, in the Caribbeans, in my
Oh,
island,
look, I
Jamaica.
don't know about the damn Caribbean, man.
Hold on, hold on. Let me just make a point. Let
Maybe
me
you
just
guys,
make a point.
that's why Jamaica, after all these years, only got what 2 million people.
Yes, Kyle,
Yo,
listen
yo,
what I'm saying.
speak
Listen
for
what
your
I'm
fucking self. Maybe you guys need to get your fucking birth rate up down there.
Kyle, listen what I'm saying. In Jamaica, the slaves was worked to death. Versus
That's you
America.
guys, man. That's what you guys do, man.
Yes, wait, Kyle. In the British Caribbean islands, the slaves was worked to death versus America where they was breeding more. So that's why you don't see a large
Yeah.
population boom.
Bottom line is, man, Kwame, man. I think
It's a known
I
fact,
don't know
Kyle. I'm
about
not
you.
lying.
More,
This is
bro.
documented facts, Kyle. That's why they had
I
to
don't know the
import.
documented facts, man.
Kyle, they
I
imported more Africans in the Caribbeans because they was worked to death. That's why
Yeah,
you don't see.
yeah.
I
Everybody,
just looked it up.
you guys just weak.
I just so y'all said it was 18. It was 18 million over 1,500 years, right?
Yep.
That's basically. I just looked. That's basically like that's not how it happened, but it's basically like 12,000 people a year.
And
I'm
so
pretty
what?
sure. Like I'm pretty sure there was.
No, and there's no real evidence. And we would say the Arabs had the contact with Africa for that long, but there's no evidence that there was a large scale slave the whole time. The
Okay.
There
slavery
was.
really started to peak right during the Ottoman Empire and places stuff like that. What are you?
Kala, black West African Muslims who saw other Africans as kuffars and not Muslims. They
It was.
enslaved them and took them to the Arabs.
It was
Give me,
before. It was before the Ottoman Empire started to peak. It was before the
give me
Ottoman Empire.
the city, give me the century, give me the kingdom.
Elvis just outlined and said the
No.
Sanike.
He didn't give me. He just ran his mouth. Give me the freaking kingdom. Give me the
All right.
city
Somebody.
like this. Give me that Elvis.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Everybody gotta look up that chat BT because you guys don't know what you're talking about. You gotta go to chat BTP.
So, Kyle, how come
It's
everybody
called
on it?
Chat GPT, Kala. Chat GPT.
Whatever it is. You guys never read books, man. Read fucking books, man.
So wait, Kyle. So everybody on this panel is dumb except for you,
Oh yeah,
essentially.
basically.
Nah, hell nah.
Basically.
So
You're
Bullshit.
relying on chat BTP against somebody who's read this stuff for years. I got so many books. I got almost like a dozen books on West African history. I've studied this stuff for 30, 40 years. I know what I'm talking about.
yeah, Kyle. The whole West Africa was a peaceful metropolis, and the
It
Arab
was.
slave
It
trade
was.
didn't.
I
And the
studied.
Arab slave trade didn't exist.
Hold up. There's a man in the 15th century. They went to West Africa. This guy named traveler, the Arab Berber named Amagili, right? He went to West Africa advising kings in West Africa, right? And what he found out when he went to West Africa was West African system. He traveled to Europe too, right? But he realized that West African kingdoms were way ahead of Europe in the fact that the king's powers were limited in Africa, like they weren't in Europe. So when Europeans came to Africa, right, and they would say this thing, they'll say, "Take me to your leader," whatever. That didn't happen in Africa. Africans, basically, kings had to defer to the law, right? Now, when the Europeans came there, they started arming and doing business with warlords and stuff like that. In that system that they had, what they had a council. All African kings had a freaking council, you know, and they basically the council is where we call it Macy in the Yoruba. The king had to defer to that, or he lose his life. West Africa was very, very peaceful, and the people had a voice. You know, they had trade. People solved disputes. Everything. There were no tyrants in West Africa. You know, you guys are just going by the last 300-400 years of West Africa. That wasn't how it was before the Europeans came there. Africans were very peaceful. You know.
Yeah, Kyle.
All
I
right,
heard it
can
was
I?
no. I heard it was no deaths for 1,000 years in West
Nah,
Africa.
nah, but he just said something real important. He said they was hooking up with the warlords. Where do these warlords come in this
Well, they were,
peaceful
look,
place?
you basically in Africa, there's always going to be people, warlords and whatnot, and everything
Nah,
like
it
that.
was peaceful.
Yeah, hold up. The Europeans come there, right? And what tipped the balance of power was the importation of what?
It's your story. Go ahead.
So, probably you know African history. What changed the dynamic of the whole
I'm
social?
just trying to figure out where the warlords came
Hold
from.
up.
That's
I'll
all.
tell you where the warlords came from.
Single barrel gun, Colin. Single barrel guns.
Importation of guns and gunpowder.
They had warlords, but they didn't even have guns. Okay.
Yeah, so the warlords basically didn't have power like that because they had to settle their disputes in battle and combat, you know. And so therefore, if you rose up against somebody, got out of order, you could lose your life. But
So you
once the
saying it's the
Europeans armed,
gun that changed everything there?
that's what threw Africa out of whack because you had these bands of guys that would go around and uproot whole villages with the sound of gunfire and shit like that. That's what caused instability for 300 something years in West Africa.
See, that's that Pan African fanaticism, man.
Elvis, Elvis, can I ask you a question, Elvis? I want to ask the I want to ask
Yeah, yeah.
Elvis a
Go
question.
ahead. Go ahead.
Prior to the Portuguese entering to West Africa, did Africans sell other Africans into slavery, whether they was Islamic or belong to an African spiritual
Not
system?
on the scale that it was when Europeans got here.
Kala, let Elvis answer the question.
He
He's
knows
from
that. He
Liberia.
no, there was no
Yeah,
market.
the simple answer is yes, right?
It
Thank
was
you,
on the
thank
same
you,
level
Elvis.
But
as the Europeans.
culturally,
Was it
hear
on the
this,
same
Kwame.
level as the Europeans?
Culturally,
Hold on, was it thousands of people being rounded up and sold for profit? No.
Elvis, what
But
was there not
there was always
Islamic
slavery in Africa.
empires in West
Hold on.
Africa selling Africans into
Slavery was
slavery?
only possible because some people had guns.
Hold on, hold on,
Before there
hold
was
on,
guns, you could
hold on.
not
Let
invoke the slave trade, Kwame.
Kyla,
I'm
you
saying,
gotta
look,
let
look,
Elvis
hold on, you're ruining
answer.
my show, man. I'm telling you the same fucking thing. Before the guns, importation of guns, slavery was not possible on the same level it was in the transatlantic slave trade. You know,
Okay, okay.
how you
Wait,
gonna
wait.
uproot thousands of people with no fucking guns?
So, Kyla, are you saying that Islamic, you
They didn't
know,
have the means to do that. What you look, you know how powerful the Songhai Empire was?
so the Songhai and Mali didn't have
Yeah.
slaves?
The bottom, they kept peace, order.
They didn't have slaves, Kyla?
Yeah, they had slaves, but of course, but they wasn't going around like, oh, everybody's a slave. Like with the 2% of the population, 1%.
So how much people did Mansa Musa
I'm saying, what
transport?
you see, what you're trying to do is equate slavery in Africa to European slavery.
No, you're trying to
That's what
romanticize
you're doing.
history.
You're trying to freaking equate Mansa Musa with the fucking white devils. No, sorry, you can't do that.
Kyla, did Mansa Musa transport
No, it
Africans to
doesn't.
Egypt?
He was not selling slaves to Europeans or Arabs. He had
Yes, he
slaves.
did. He
No,
brought
he didn't.
he
The
brought them to
slaves.
slave mar-
Hold up. First of
he
all, you
took
don't
he
know what
took
you're talking about.
1,000 slaves with him to Egypt, Colin.
I'm about to pick you on my fucking show because you're lying, you stupid motherfucker. You know, the slaves in Mali Empire had one duty: gold mining. They had to mine the gold for the empire. That's all they did.
We might as well change the subject.
Yeah,
You
let's
know,
get back to Kwanzaa,
and
man,
motherfuckers
because
come here don't know shit about history,
ain't
talking
no
about we know
convincing Collar,
what the
man.
fuck about. The master of the gold was called the Wangara. You know, they were the gold masters, right? The people who was ahead of the Wangara were called the Kayamaga. That means the gold master. He was right next to the Mansa, right? The
But
people
Carla, Mali wasn't the only empire. You had Dahomey,
I
you had
know Mali meant where the king lives. Mali was a supreme empire, tributary empire in West Africa. Everyone paid tribute. All the Wangara and the Dayula paid tribute to the Mali Empire. You know, I know what
Kwame,
I'm
you
talking
know
about.
that sound like to me? That's like, nah, let me not. I'm gonna get kicked off.
or like the mafia.
So the bottom
Nah,
line is
it's
this:
like,
the
oh,
slaves,
all they had to do was
the slaves,
all they had to do was pick gold. That's like I'm saying all niggas had to do was
slaves of
pick
West
cotton.
Africa, the
Yo,
slaves of West Africa were used to build the Mali Empire.
yo, Bantu, I was thinking the same thing. Like all they had to do was chop
All
sugar
we had to
cane
do was
You
pick
know?
sugar cane and
and
cotton.
chop
You know
and
what
pick
I'm saying?
cotton. That's all he
But
had
Like
to do.
goddamn, you don't
Carla,
think
do you agree
you
that
fucking trying to
gold mining,
dig
of
for
course,
gold
gold
is
mining
hard
was
as
a form of
fuck.
slavery?
You need to fucking study your damn history. The slavery in the Mali Empire, they were mostly gold. Like that's 90% of them were gold miners.
Oh,
You
It
fucking
know,
doesn't
hard
matter
it
what they're
is to
doing. They were
dig
still
for
forced to
gold,
do it,
man.
Carla.
it does not matter. What I'm saying is this: so that was basically how all kingdoms were at that time period, right? What we're talking about is something different. You're talking about a race of people, basically, who went to West Africa and saw, right, another race of people and said, you know something? We're not going to slave other people look like us. We're going to slave these people because they look black, and we're going to bring them across their land, an alien land, and we're going to basically strip them of their names, everything, and then put them in a permanent bind. And not only that, those slaves in Mali eventually who was able to earn their freedom.
Carla, do you know what a fatwa is?
They'll say so. I don't give a fuck what a father was a fucking Europe, Islamic war, whatever the fuck it is. They'll
It's an
say
Islamic ruling.
what I'm saying is this: you don't know what you're talking about, right? What you're trying to do is try so badly is to try to make Africa like it was Europe. Europe, you know, it was not.
If
You know,
Africa was so superseded past Europe
it
in
was, and
culture and
it was.
civilization,
It was
how the
African
fuck
civilization. African civilization prior to Europeans coming there was way ahead of Europe. You know,
it just
Europe
don't
was a
add up,
backwater.
man?
Europe was a backwater fucking kingdom that fucking had nothing. It was
How the
poor.
fuck you let
Wait,
some
wait,
little
wait, wait,
poor ass
Carla,
Europeans
can you
come in and
address Elvis' point where he said,
influence your
Look,
culture?
they came there. They came there. First of all, they came there on the coast. They didn't come through West Africa. They came there on the coast, right? And
However
Carla,
that
the
whole
fuck they
kingdom got
came.
in power
Yeah.
because they got guns. You know, that's what
So
changed the
how were they able to, how were they so advanced? I mean, Africa is so advanced, right? And
Yeah.
Europeans, that were backwards or whatever else came in and just,
Oh, Africa. So okay, let me give you guys some fucking history lesson, man.
wait, wait,
Nah,
Carla, can you
yeah, my
address
bad.
Elvis' point
No,
too?
I'm gonna address something like that. I'm gonna play you guys some fucking African history. You know, I can see people never fucking read a damn book in their life, man. I'm disappointed. I thought you guys are fucking educated, man. God damn, you motherfuckers are stupid. You know, a Mali Empire.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it.
What the fuck? What the hell? This is for fair use, folks. Fair use for history purposes.
In the annals of history, nestled within the vast and vibrant landscapes of West Africa, lies the tale of the Mali Empire, a civilization that transcended time and space, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of human history. Emerging in the 13th century, the Mali Empire rose from the ruins of the Ghana Empire, transforming the socio-cultural and economic landscape of the region. This documentary embarks on a journey through the corridors of time, unraveling the intricate threads of Mali's narrative, the geographical and cultural context that shaped it, the rise of Sundiata Keita as its legendary founder, the zenith of its power under Mansa Musa, and the enduring legacy that echoes through the ages. The story of the Mali Empire begins in the vast and diverse landscapes of West Africa, a region characterized by a mix of savannas, forests, and the iconic Sahara Desert. The people of West Africa developed a rich tapestry of cultures, languages, and traditions, creating a dynamic environment that laid the foundation for the rise of powerful civilizations. The Mali Empire's heartland was situated along the upper reaches of the Niger River, providing fertile land for agriculture and facilitating trade and communication. The region's natural resources, including gold and salt mines, made it a strategic hub for economic activities and contributed to the emergence of powerful states. The Mali Empire emerged in the 13th century, succeeding the once dominant Ghana Empire. The decline of Ghana created a power vacuum, and from its ashes, Mali rose to prominence. The exact reasons for the fall of Ghana are complex and multifaceted, involving internal strife, external pressures, and shifts in trade routes. Mali's early leaders capitalized on the weakened state of Ghana, expanding their influence over the region and gradually consolidating power. The transition from Ghana to Mali marked a pivotal moment in West African history, with Mali inheriting and building upon the legacy of its predecessor. At the forefront of Mali's rise was Sundiata Keita, a legendary figure whose life and achievements are shrouded in myth and historical significance. Sundiata is often celebrated as the founder of the Mali Empire, and his story is immortalized in the epic poem known as the Epic of Sundiata, or the Sundiata Keita Epic. Sundiata's early life was marked by adversity, as he faced physical challenges and political turmoil. However, his determination and leadership qualities eventually propelled him as a center of wealth, culture, and intellectual exchange. Central to the economic prowess of the Mali Empire was its control over the lucrative gold and salt trade. Gold, extracted from the mines of the Mali region, was highly sought after and played a crucial role in the global economy. The vast reserves of gold in Mali made the empire a major player in the trans-Saharan trade routes, attracting traders from North Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. Salt, equally essential, was mined in the Sahara and transported southward. Mali's strategic location allowed it to control key trade routes, enabling the empire to dominate the trade of these valuable commodities. The gold-salt trade not only enriched the coffers of the Mali rulers but also facilitated cultural and intellectual exchanges along the trans-Saharan routes. Mali's economic strength, anchored in the gold-salt trade, had a profound impact on the global economy. The flow of gold from Mali to other parts of the world contributed to the circulation of wealth and influenced economic dynamics beyond West Africa. The Mali Empire became a significant player in the medieval global economy, with its gold influencing the value of currency and commodity prices in distant markets. The wealth amassed by Mali, particularly during Mansa Musa's reign, became legendary. Mansa Musa's pilgrimage to Mecca, during which he distributed vast amounts of gold, not only showcased Mali's prosperity but also temporarily disrupted economies along the pilgrimage route. The empire's wealth and economic influence reached far beyond its borders, leaving an enduring imprint on the historical and economic narratives of the medieval world. Timbuktu, nestled on the southern edge of the Sahara, emerged as a bustling center of trade and intellectual exchange during the heyday of the Mali Empire. As a key hub along the trans-Saharan trade routes, Timbuktu attracted merchants from across the known world. The city's markets buzzed with activity, showcasing the diverse goods flowing through Mali, from gold and salt to textiles, spices, and scholarly manuscripts. Beyond its economic significance, Timbuktu became a renowned intellectual center. The city housed numerous universities, madrasas, and libraries, fostering a vibrant scholarly community. Timbuktu's scholars made significant contributions to fields such as astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and literature, enriching not only Mali's cultural heritage but also the broader intellectual landscape of the medieval world. The economic foundations of the Mali Empire, rooted in the gold and salt trade, not only sustained the empire's prosperity but also positioned it as a key player in the global economic network. Timbuktu, once a humble trading post, blossomed into a cultural and intellectual epicenter during the height of the Mali Empire. Its legacy as a seat of learning and culture endures as a testament to the rich intellectual pursuits of West Africa. Timbuktu became a melting pot where scholars, artists, and thinkers converged, creating an environment that fostered innovation and enlightenment. The city's vibrant cultural scene.
To me, Mali was the best civilization the world has ever seen. You know, the best civilization the world has ever seen. No civilization to this day has reached this level of civilization. I'm sorry, it was way ahead of Europe at the time, man. And Mali was on the level of Rome and Greece, and that was a black empire. So people can sit up here and talk all the fuck they want to talk or not. I know what I'm talking about. I studied Mali intensely when I was a young guy.
Nobody's disputing that. Nobody's
What's that in
disputing that.
dispute? They got there, they up there telling
What
me,
what we talking about is the
Europeans.
slavery.
Somebody asked me the question. Well, how did Europeans get headed? Because the bottom line is on the coastline. They set up camp. They start arming people and whatnot, and it grew. It took a time. It took like 200 years before it started affecting the interior. But they start growing on the coast. Europeans didn't come to Africa. Whatnot. It took time for them to do that. Mali was a freaking highly developed civilization. Europe was no match. Europe was in the dark ages at the time. Mali was in its golden age.
Okay, yeah,
Kwame
we
dropped
all.
off. He can't fucking handle
I think we all agree with that.
it. Kwame dropped off because he can't fucking handle the truth, man. Don't debate me,
Okay.
nigga. You can't debate me. I don't know what the hell you talking
Kwame,
about. You can't chat BGP somebody who knows what the hell they're talking about.
come back, Kwame. Don't let him get away.
I'm fucking scared, man. He's like, oh, I don't know what to say now, man. Kyle proved his point. You know it is. Yeah, everybody traded, but Mali didn't have to trade slaves for money. They had money. They had to. Mali had the gold and salt trade, right? There was no commercial interest in the slave trade because they had more wealth than any other place in the world, the richest place on the planet. So what there was no need for the slave trade. DK, that's what I'm trying to think. Did they trade slaves? Of course not. They also purchased slaves too.
Well,
You know, you gotta tell people all the time. I know what I'm talking about.
this is why Kwanzaa would never catch on, man.
No, because the reason why Kwame will catch on because people like I said, Kwame, he's sitting there, he believes all the white man's bullshit, and then they gonna question me about, well, what do you think about Kwame? What about Kwanzaa? And you can't be a nigga and when I have nigga thoughts about the white supremacy, and then talk about why black people are doing Kwanzaa. What they see, You know. No, I don't think so, DK. Nobody loaded me up. Shit, no place, You know. Flex up knows what he's talking about. Molly had the gold trade on back.
Come on, hit the link, flex up.
He says gold trade on lock. Yeah, Molly was a world gold supply. They didn't need to sell slaves. They had the world gold supply.
I don't think anybody was disputing that earlier.
No, we got DK in the chat room thinking they were like, selling slaves for to live. No, they didn't have to fucking sell slaves.
You said bring up empires that participated in the trans-Saharan slave trade and Mali.
Yeah, but that
Mali
wasn't
Empire.
look. Did slaves come from Mali that went to West Africa? Of
And
course.
if Mali
Hold
was
on, hold
as
on, hold on. But there was no commercial level trade because there was no need for that. Because Mali was rich. Slavery was only done even in West Africa out of necessity, because that's the only thing Europeans wanted was slavery. So the only thing they had to trade was human flesh. Mali had gold, it had salt. So like I said, man, it's be helping people knew their
but
history.
here's the problem I got. You just gonna let Africa off the hook totally for
I don't know, it's not no left Africa. I don't have animosity towards Africa like you do.
there's no animosity. I
Because I
mean,
actually look, because why? Because I actually love Africa. That's why.
there's no animosity. I love
I don't sit
Africa
there and be
too.
like this. If I hold the only people I hold responsible
But
right
I'm not
now is the
I'm not
president.
letting them off the hook
I'm
like
saying,
that.
off the hook, nothing. When the
Be-
bottom line, look, Africa was victims too. They were victims too.
They was
The whole
victims
entire race
too.
were victims. Like they were sitting there just uh, profiting off of slave trade. They were fucking victims too. All black were victims of this shit, this white devil shit. So we lose focus of that shit. That's when the problems happen. Yo, it is what it
Well,
is.
yeah, I
But
mean,
Elvis ran, Kwame ran, even my boy Abraham ran. Everybody ran, man.
I'm still here.
Everybody ran, man.
yeah,
But you
only
like
cat, only Cali
you love
niggas ain't
you love taking my
scared.
abuse. That's why you say you love taking
You
my
said
abuse.
what? You said what, Colin?
You love taking my abuse. That's why you say. Kwame just can't take that L, man. He can't take that L, man. Like
I
he
ain't gonna
said,
lie.
you're
Kwame
embarrassing.
was cooking today, man.
He
Kwame
wasn't
was
cooking
cooking.
nothing. He was a dude. Look, to somebody who
Nah, they
look,
left
yo,
because they already proved the point. Shit, ain't
check us out.
nothing
Check
else
us
to
out. Look,
prove.
to somebody who hasn't read history, he sounds like he's cooking, but he's not. Kwame's never read history. He's not.
They
He's a
ain't
chat.
gotta read history, man. They got
He's
Chat
a chat. Look,
GPT
hold on.
now.
Look, all the stuff
Nobody.
that, all the stuff that we talk about, even talking about Sunni Adika's book. The epic of. I read that story. I read all this stuff. I know what I'm talking about. I can fucking make a movie about the Mali Empire. That's how much I know about this fucking place. So when people like Kwame gets up here with his chat BTP, he can't keep up. I know what I'm talking about. I can write literally
Chad
write
Chad GPT, not GPT.
whatever the fuck it's called.
But
Check this out.
Kyla,
Check this
you
out.
know why we leave?
Hold on.
Hey,
When
well,
you get
y'all left because they already
when you
proved
get
it.
belligerent, like what he's doing right
Matter
now.
of
You
fact,
can't let me speak.
hold up. My next novel is about the Mali Empire. I'm still doing my research.
Carla, you're insufferable at times. When you
I
get
know my next
belligerent,
novel is going to be
when you
about the
get
Mali
belligerent, and you try to, get all defensive and kicking people off and threatening to kick people off,
No,
that's
I'm
why
not
we leave
kicking
because
people
we
off.
can't stand your shit.
I'm saying, look,
When you're cornered with facts, you don't know what to do, so you turn
no.
aggressive.
I ain't kicking nobody off. I ain't kicking nobody off. They dropped off.
You
Kwame
threaten to
dropped
kick
off.
people
He got
off.
scared. He got scared and he dropped off, man.
Can I ask Elvis a question?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve.
Elvis, what's Africa utopia before the white man showed up?
Of course not. There was tribal wars. There were bigger kingdoms who absorbed smaller kingdoms through conquest.
Oh well, what about
You
during
know,
this time period? What about during this time period?
what time period?
The Mali Empire in the 13th, 14th century.
Kyle, how do you think the Mali Empire became the
Oh
Mali
yeah, look,
Empire?
you guys
They
don't understand this,
they
right?
usurped other smaller empires
Look, you
and
always look at
absorbed them.
you always look at the standpoint of being a fucking loser, right? I
Oh,
identify with the winners.
There he goes.
Because I
There he
see
goes.
myself as the ruler. The on top. You see yourself as a peasant. So of course you always, oh man, what about this? Like you're the type of person, right? When you go to a basketball game, whatnot, the team in last place, you feel some empathy for him and whatnot. You got to root for him because he's in last place.
but that's the point, though. That means West Africa wasn't a utopia.
Nobody said it was a utopia. It was West Africa.
You
Europe was a
just,
utopia. There's no such thing as a utopia. You
but
know,
okay, I'm confused now. I
I
could have
never
Nah,
sworn,
said it
nah,
was a
we got him. We
utopia.
got him where we want him now.
Look,
because
I
I could
never
have
said
sworn earlier in the show.
West
We got him.
Africa
We
was
got
a
him back on the
utopia.
truth
Hold
side
on, hold
now.
on, hold on. Let me ask you a question. This is a simple question, right? All three of you coons. You know,
Hey, nigga,
He
ain't no
cool.
no,
fucking go.
no, seriously. You three chocolate covered coons. Let me put it like this: in your chocolate covered coons, your dark
I
chocolate.
rebuke that
Yeah,
statement
check
in
this
the
out.
name of Black Jesus.
Check this out. What you call it? And 1776 is a dark chocolate coon. It is out. If you, what would you rather live in the Mali Empire in the 13th century, or would you rather live in America in the 18th century as a black person? What would you rather
I'd
be?
rather live in the I'd
Of
rather live in
course,
the
you would
Mali
pick the
Empire in the 13th
motherfucking
century.
Mali Empire shit.
What would you would
But
if
I'd
you be a
rather
nigga? What
live
would you
in
be?
but
What
I'd
would you
rather
rather
live
be,
in
man? To be a
America in
nigga?
2025 than live in the Mali Empire
Hold
in
on,
the
hold on, no,
1300s.
I ain't say 2025. See, 1776 would rather be in a chain
Yeah,
around
that's
his neck.
because
You know,
1776 is kind of he kind of
yeah, he's a weirdo.
Well, I
He's a
mean, of
weirdo.
course,
Bantammy, don't tell me you're turning into 1776, man.
nigga, did you hear my answer? Of course, you going to Mali Empire. What the fuck?
That's all I'm saying. I would rather live in the Mali Empire than live in this shit.
But I thought earlier you had said that there was no problems in West Africa till white people showed up. Maybe I
Yeah,
heard
it
wrong.
wasn't. It was there was problems, but not that type of problems.
Oh,
I would
okay.
take Mali's problems over.
Nah, you just trying to minimalize it too
No, yeah,
much,
yeah,
though,
okay,
man.
but I can minimalize it, right? Now, Rico
Nah,
Mills says, "Kala, we didn't have a choice. Boo hoo, boo hoo, Negro." I did Rico Miller be another one, man. I'd rather be.
I never been sold, man.
If
The
being
people
Rico
be saying
Miller's
they
like, man,
sold
I'd
us.
rather
I
be.
never.
He's like, man,
I
if I had a choice between the Mali Empire, 13th century, and picking cotton, man, so be it. I pick my cotton.
Nope.
nah. If you say
17th century
that,
Rico Miller, them type
yeah,
of
you
niggas, man.
kind
You can't.
of, you
You
kind
couldn't
of
pride
far
him. You couldn't
gone.
pride him up the plantation. I don't want you to be like that, Bantam nigga. You know?
Nah, I'm a runaway, nigga.
Yeah.
Uh,
Baby, you gonna run from one plantation to the other? Or you gonna be
nah, I'm a
somebody
runaway
else? Let's run
slave.
away, and they run to another plantation. They say, "Take me in, master, because
Yeah,
master
I
such
run
and such
to
is
East
bad."
Plantation, slitting master's throat.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah, but
White
either
supremacy.
one plantation can't like will give you one loaf of bread more a day and whatnot.
They didn't practice cannibalism in the Mali Empire.
No, no, no,
1776. They were Muslims. I don't think
no, no, no,
Muslims
no.
don't do that.
Mali Empire was highly civilized, more civilized than your fucking white devil founders of America. They were educated. Timbuktu is
This,
unrivaled.
I
Timbuktu is
don't believe
unrivaled in
no.
scholarship. Timbuktu,
I
everybody
don't.
know, was a world famous city of learning. It was a big learning center. You know,
I don't believe no man on earth or no woman on earth is devils, man. All humans are capable of being
oh
evil.
please,
We seen all groups of
you
people
don't
do the
think
most evilest
you
things.
don't think JD Vance?
Well, I mean,
You don't think JD Vance is?
Elijah Muhammad came with the knowledge of the white man is the devil, and that's never been disputed. So,
Yeah. What about JD Vance? You think JD Vance is a good guy or is he a devil? Steve.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it real
Well,
with
he's the
you. I don't
vice
really know.
president of the United States, right? He's supposed to be
Uh-huh.
embracing everybody. He's supposed to be up there protecting us. And he
Right.
basically just threw us under the bus saying, white people this. He just basically said, this is a white thing. The president, after we basically let it out, became good Americans, gave them our best, sent people out to fight for wars.
Tyler, are you
Who
feeling
else?
hurt that JD Vance rejected you?
Who else but a devil would do something like that?
He
And like I
rejected
said,
you, Tyler. He
something.
don't want
Hold
you
on,
to be a part of this
and I
stuff.
hate to say, something. Even though he's a white devil, right? If it had to come down to it, it's about that LGBT. If that issue's on the table again, I'll probably wait for the white devil again. Because whatever.
Mhm.
I'd probably work for that white devil
Listen
again.
to this shit, Steve. Something that got nothing
But
to do with you. It's not
but we were
affecting you.
called but we
oh
were
man,
You
called the
will give up your
coons.
freedom and your dignity
Oh,
just so
I
you
don't
can
have it.
bring
I'm
up
not
mess up
losing.
the white
Elvis,
supremacists.
I'm not losing anything. I can't be deported. Nothing.
Well, you
They
just
can't
called
do
us
nothing.
coons earlier, Carla. Now,
What? I can't be
anyway.
deported. So, but
So why are you complaining about Vince? Why are you complaining about JD Vance?
no, I'm saying I don't. I can't be. There's nothing. There's nothing Trump or JD Vance could do to me because I can't be deported. They can't do shit to me.
I
oh
mean, I really don't
shit.
even care about the guy, but
But I'm saying he's a devil. Simple as that. And the
Yeah, I
question should be
second
why
that.
do so few black people in America resembles South Africans who are predecessors of Asia. I don't. What the hell did you get that from?
That ZVY guy, he be all over the place.
You're
I don't
weird,
know.
man. Is that 776 brother or something?
I don't know.
Where these weird dudes be coming from, man? God damn, man. You know.
Where's the
Kwame dropped off, man. He ran, man. You know.
Kwame didn't run, man.
He
Kwame
ran,
stood
man.
10 toes
Yo,
down.
check this out, yo. Basically, he was talking about shit about the Mali. I said, look, I guess he never even studied the Mali Empire. You know,
He never said. I don't think he ever said anything bad about the
No,
Mali Empire.
he never studied it. That's I can tell. With the way he talked about it, I could tell he never studied the country. That's it. Mali's.
But you believe the Mali Empire is the greatest civilization
I
that has
believe
ever
Mali
existed?
Empire was the greatest civilization man's ever seen. That's what I believe.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, I would say Mali is one of the greatest civilizations that ever exist.
You
Yeah,
know, and I'm
I
proud
would
of
say
it. You
that.
know, I'll live with it.
Okay.
You know, yeah, devil is.
But I would have to compare it to
You don't
others.
mean
But yeah, it's
African
at the
civilizations.
top.
You mean civilizations and all, like
Civilization
so.
in general.
Yeah,
In
Okay.
general.
I would have to compare it to others, but it's definitely at the top.
Yeah. So when people like Kwame getting up here trying to degrade African civilization and whatnot, comparing it to fucking Europeans, man, get the fuck out of here.
And thank you, Mr. Sandman. And we see devils in all races every day.
Well,
Yeah, I mean that's true too, but
I know we got black devils, but you know,
we know who
Dudes that used to
the
sell crack back in the day, black devils.
no, we
Game
have black
bangers,
devils as individuals,
black
but we
devils.
say white devils is like they're born devils.
yeah, that's
Kyle,
that's
I thought you said you
their
was a Christian, man.
I am a Christian. Don't we have a heaven and hell? Don't the Bible say there's a devil?
that's their designation on
But
the
I don't. But
planet.
I don't think the Bible says that the white people are devils. I don't think I ever
Oh,
read that
let
in the
me ask
Bible.
you. Let me ask you this, right? If a
Hmm.
group of people, God put us on this earth to love each other, right, and be human,
Hmm.
right, right.
Right.
What if one race of people says, you know something, I'm gonna divorce myself from humanity and become white? I put whiteness above everything else. Most of the world's problem is because white people won't give up that identity of whiteness. They see themselves white. They don't see themselves as humans, right? So in that regard, I call them devils, because they don't want to
Okay.
join the human family. Really, they don't want to join the human family, So I call them devils, And when they decide to join the human family and not give up that race shit, but they know if they do that, that means their race could die because everything you see in America, Steve, is all the stuff you see right now is because white people want to preserve their whiteness, right? That blonde, blue-eyed, and white skin, that's the most important thing that was
And
preserving that.
here's my mindset: if it was any other group of people, they would want the exact same thing.
No, but the bottom line is black people are just the opposite. They don't want their race, Black people want to give their race up. They want to change their race. They want to mix and destroy their race. White people want to preserve their race. So those things can't reconcile, you know? That's the truth, you know? That's why I always tell black people, you got something to be proud of. I look at your history and you always find things in your history to make you proud, Mali Empire makes me proud,
I believe SSS 778 is Solomon. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Who's Solomon?
He was a guy from, I think he was South African. You remember the South African guy that used to be? We can't practice in Ubuntu
Well,
because
why is
we
he
not
got
Bantu.
SSA? Did somebody ban him or something?
Well, you
I
talking
don't know.
about I know you're not talking about what does it call it? That South African used to always come up here.
No, not
No, I
not
don't know.
him.
Not him. He Solomon used to always
Oh,
stay in the chat, but he would
oh.
always say the West
He's about
Africans can't
Lozi. He's about
practice
Lozi.
Ubuntu.
Yeah, go. What's his
Yeah,
name?
check this out. Lozi will
Gozy.
come up as soon as I basically put up a video about South Africa. There comes Lozi, man. It's like he gets an
Yeah, I
alert.
thought you were talking about Losey.
He'll get alert when Tyler, oh Lord, man, here comes Lozi.
This is how I feel. This how I feel. White people, I just think if it was another group of people, they would do the exact same thing white people did.
No. Look.
The reason why I say that because
I
humans.
said this. People look. Other people want to preserve themselves, right? But usually, it's they preserve their culture, their identity, and everything. White people, the only thing they want to preserve is their genetics, and stuff like that. That's the only thing.
You don't think people want to
You know
preserve
why?
other
Because
people?
black people and white people in the South, particularly, got the same exact culture, eat the same foods, and play on the same sports team, listen to the same music, everything like that. But what separates white people from black people is the fact that white people, after all these years, just see black people as a mortal threat because of their genetics. You could have a black man; he could be your neighbor and everything like that, right? But every white person, he could be go. You got to go out fishing. You can go out
You don't
playing
think
golf.
Asians feel like that as well? They want to preserve their genetics.
Not the extent of white people do, no,
Okay.
because Asians have a lot of when it does happen. Like my brother's wife's Asian, right? When it does happen, they tend to sometimes they don't like it, but then they embrace it. Okay, we got mixed kids, whatever like that. Like
Rico
it's not
Miller
like
said,
it's not like
Well,
just Asians
if
burning
if you
crosses.
want to talk about this thing, all you have to do is read Dr. Frances Cress Welsing work. She did a whole thesis on this
Yeah,
whole
she did. She
topic.
said that. I read her book. She
Yeah.
said that freaking white people scared of genetic annihilation. That's what
Yep.
separates them from any other race of people. Other people, it's culture and everything.
Broke it down beautifully.
That's why they were mad when she wrote that, but she
Yeah.
told the truth, man. White people, she's because she grew up in a interracial culture, society, right? Around whites,
somebody
blacks,
said
everything.
Steve is Haitian.
But she
No, I'm
knew
not Haitian.
there was a line, right, that was always to never be crossed, and that was a color line. And it's about preserving power, and power comes from white identity. And so when you mix that white, they lose that whiteness, they lose that edge they have over the rest of mankind. That white skin, that means everything to them.
Rico Miller, man. Steve's scared to criticize white people because I don't criticize white people. I don't criticize any group of people. I really just think about, my own family, my life on a day-to-day
How's
basis.
Steve Miller come out? I thought he was one of y'all type man. Like I thought he was like a coon man, but he's coming at you, man. How's he come?
No,
How's he coming at
I don't think about white people on a day-to-day basis. I
Who was
don't I
that?
mean,
Somebody in the chat?
yeah, Rico.
you?
I
Rico
just
Miller?
don't even
Oh, Rico. Yeah, I think he FBA, man. I think he
Yeah,
I
he's an
don't even
FBA man. He's a hardcore FBA. Yeah.
I'm not saying what white people did was right. I'm just saying
FBA,
I feel like
FBA,
if other groups of
yeah.
people given that same chance, they would have did the exact same thing white people did.
No,
I,
nowhere in history has somebody enslaved somebody based on their solely based on their race. Romans enslaved all kinds of people, right? They look like them, whatever, like that. America. The only time in history was somebody said your skin color is the justification for enslavement. That's something unique to America, and that's the problem we have right to this day. It wasn't just slavery. That's what we try to tell Kwame and these other goofballs. It was not about just about slavery. It's about somebody saying that because of you are a certain color and race, you belong in slavery. Not other time in history, even in Mali, whatever like that, somebody was a slave because there was a criminal. That father committed a crime, he owes a debt, and people say, okay, well, you got to work your father's debt off or something like that. And so therefore you got 15 years of hard labor, whatever like that. Sometimes it may turn the rest of your life if you don't pay the debt off. Other than somebody being born into slavery, and you say, why am I born a slave? Because you got black skin. I'm telling the truth, DK. You gotta know
Rico
that
Miller, I criticize.
this is the only that's history, bro. Hey DK, you can come up here. My boy right there. We can come up here and have a really good debate. Step right up, DK. Step right up, man.
There's not gonna be any debate. There's gonna
Step right up.
Rico.
Step right up. Step right up. Look, I'll let you come up.
I never said it wasn't wrong to enslave anybody. But Rico Miller, I criticize Black Americans also. That's because I am a Black American. That's the reason why I do it.
I'm saying, look, I'm saying like this. Look, the only time in history where a people said, because of your culture, not because of your culture, not because of your tribe, because of what you were born into, something you can't have no control over, right? You were born slave. That basically is an abomination and a threat to God. That means you're telling me God made something wrong. The white man literally cursed God. That's why we call them devils, Steve. They curse
Okay.
God. That's a curse. That's an abomination. You know.
Kala never said I was Kala. First of all, Kala never said I was white Rico Miller. Kala seen me before. That's some reason I was able to get on the show.
Are
He
you?
may
Oh,
not
wait a
remember
minute,
what I
Steve.
look like, but he's
Wait a minute,
definitely seen
Steve.
me.
Are you white, man? I never really checked that out. Are you?
Kala, stop.
All the
Kala
time,
cap, man.
all the time, I'm thinking you're a Haitian, man. You know.
What the fuck?
Kala cap, man.
And you, man, you in sensitive information, man. You're an Afro spirit and everything. You gonna tell me you're a Caucasian all the time, man?
Uh,
Hilarious, man. But where's Kwame at, man? He just like, man, I got to go back there, man. Kwame,
Kwame
man,
probably on the Tariq live stream or something. Who
the
knows?
best thing Kwame could do is
yeah,
start doing
Kwame
stuff.
like to go to the FBA space and get beat up.
Yeah, that guy, yo, Kwame, man, that one dude,
We
man.
be beating his ass in the FBA
Every time I
space.
see, I'll be like, man, I'll be like, yo,
He
I'll be
come
like,
over
who's this
here
dude?
and get a
I'll be like,
win,
yo,
and
who's this
then
dude they're clowning? When I look over, that's Kwame. He be
What's
drop
his
kicking
name?
this
What
shit,
he
man.
go by on
he's
I don't
still
even know, man,
Kwame.
but I recognize his voice, you
He's
know.
still
Yeah, he go by.
Kwame.
I forgot what his name. He go by.
I think it's still Kwame. I don't know.
You know, he'd be like going to these platforms. I'm like, man, who the hell they drop kicking when I? Oh, that's Kwame, man. You know, is he Kwame?
I forgot what he goes by.
Kwame was going toe to toe with everybody, man. Like, damn, Kwame, man.
He be trying to go though, but he's shutting his ass down on FBA.
I think his name is Stephen Malowski Jr. Nah, man, my last name's Spade, bro.
Malowski, man. That's a kind of white name, man. You know, after they get cock blocked by Europeans, not Mali, Arab, or Zanzibar. Yeah, man. The bottom line, I have a long ways to go with Africa, you know, but I got a long ways to go, man. Anytime, if you don't believe that you could build civilization or have civilization, there's no way. See, you know what the problem is? Whereby we look across the world and we see in Asia these beautiful cities emerging and shit like that. South Korea is about to build. He's building a $50 billion smart city, which they're gonna have the best of Asia, all over Asia going there. They're gonna have the shopping malls, everything, you know, just high rise
Well, I
villas.
mean,
And so I'm saying to myself, it's gonna be like an Asian paradise. Why are they going that way? And you don't see it in Africa because other people look to their history, right? Just like people in Mongolia, right? They're saying Mongolia start doing a thing where they start making movies, clips of Genghis Khan. That's to bring the spirit back because Mongolia is ready to modernize, right? But to get people on a thing where they're going to unify the country in one spirit, they start showing them that.
listen, man. Africa is not gonna ever recover from the Berlin Conference until they just boss up and do something. That's all it is to it.
Oh.
Ain't that what the AES doing?
Yeah,
They
you know,
bossing up and doing stuff?
we have an Africa stand. Of course, Kwanzaa will be a national fucking holiday. You know, it'd be, you know, trust me. When you have your own country, you could do anything when you want. You know, but people don't understand. We have our own national museums, our own national mall, our national monuments and shit like that. We can do what the fuck we want to do in our own land. You know, it'll be on TV, it'll be programmed and whatnot. You'll see it every day. Yeah, we practice because you'll see it all over the place. You know, on billboards, every place. You know, they ain't gonna do it in a fucking America. That was the dumbest thing. That's why all these movements failed because they tried to do it in America. Malcolm X always said this. He says any movement for the liberation of black people based solely in America is doomed to fail. That's what Malcolm X said. So every time when somebody come up with some new movement, right, was the Million Man March, I just remember Malcolm X said it's gonna fail. You know, and he was right. You know,
Yeah, but I mean, you could say the same thing. What Pan African shit? It all fell.
but the Pan African movement was based solely in America.
Nah, it
So,
was just in
so is
America.
FA is FBA gonna fail as well?
Kwame and Krumah was in Ghana.
Kwame Nkrumah was in Ghana. It had nothing to do with us. That was
So you can't
Ghana.
just
You
say
know,
it
that
was
was
in
Ghana.
America.
You know,
Where you think
Is
he
the
got his
FBA?
Pan African from?
so
America.
I'm saying, hold up, we don't have any. Look, we have no stake in Africa, right? No, it's not us. He went back to a country where he was a part of. You know, We don't have no stake. We have no tangible stake in Africa or anything, So our Pan
Oh,
Africanism is the United States, New York, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta. When we're gonna be a Pan African, it all fucking fails.
Is FBA gonna fail?
hell to the
Of course it
no.
will. Yeah, it was gonna
Hell to
fail.
the no.
FBA
Hell to the motherfucking no.
not only will it fail, it has
Now,
absolutely no chance of doing
shit.
nothing. The FBA,
FBA.
the FBA don't even have a website,
I
man.
know you
Hey,
starting
show that
shit,
flag one more time,
Steve.
Bentu
I know you
Mendinka.
starting shit, Steve.
Show that flag one more
Yo,
time,
yo,
Bentu
yo,
I know you
yo,
Mendinka.
yo,
starting shit, Steve. Hold on. Let me
Benjamin
turn on the light. Let me turn on the
Say,
Show
light.
that
Hold
flag
on.
one more time, Bentu
yo,
Mendinka.
Hold on.
Represent
real,
FBA
yo,
all
Hold
day.
on. Hold on. Hold on.
FBA,
FBA.
let's get
FBA all day,
right.
right? Ain't that what they say?
Oh, yeah.
FBA all day.
We don't play, nigga. We don't play.
He actually bought the
FBA.
flag.
FBA.
Oh man, that's
Okay.
corny, man. That
He
fucking
don't
FBA.
made a he don't made a
corny,
song.
man. You got the red, white, and blue on that, man. That's corny, man. That's come on, Benjamin Dinker,
He don't
man.
made a song.
FBA. FBA.
Yeah,
Oh,
how you gonna
man.
turn into a cornball like that, man?
West Side.
Y'all, y'all FBA, man. It's like, dang, man. Everybody's a
That's
cornball.
exactly what it sounds like when FBA be like FBA all day. Like it sound like they in the gang. I'm like, y'all gotta stop.
Cornball. It's
FBA.
corny. It's corny.
FBA.
Hey, bottom line, you only hear it on TikTok and whatnot. You don't hear it no
Where
place
you
else.
from? Wait, what's your lineage? Where you from? I was like, man, y'all sound like y'all a
Yeah,
gang
what's
banger.
your set? What's your set? What's your set?
It's a lineage, bro. It's a lineage.
For the longest time, man, they would try to say Kyle's really from the Bahamas. I know it. Whatnot. Like,
What's the
man,
definition of a lineage? What's the definition of a
they don't
lineage?
even know. They don't even
Yo,
fucking know.
lineage, bro. It's your
That
lineage.
niggas ain't no lineage, nothing, man.
Yo,
Niggas,
lineage, dog.
niggas don't
Y'all
know what a damn
tripping.
lineage is.
I could have sworn a lineage was basically like you had to be tied to a man or a woman. Like
A
Yo,
lot of these
blood.
FBA people can't even tell you who their grandparents
It's
are.
your bloodline, dog. It's your
Yeah, but
bloodline.
that's about Dinka. Most of y'all
do
don't even know
we
your
don't all
grandparents.
have the same bloodline, so how can we? How can it be a lineage?
Yeah, but let me ask you something, Bad Dinka. How
It's
many?
if you
Yo,
descended from the
hold
transatlantic
up,
slave trade.
Bantam
That's
Dinka.
it.
That makes us an ethnicity, not a lineage.
Yo, check us out, Bantam Dinka. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
How many of your homies in FBA know who their grandparents are?
I guess all of them do. I don't know.
I
Shit.
bet you not even 2% of them know their grandparents.
That's a lie, man. Because
Come on,
FBA
Kyla.
is
We know who our
based on
grandparents are. Come on now.
finding
I bet you
your
my money they don't know who
grandparents
their
and
grandparents are.
oh nah, I don't know. I don't. I wouldn't put
I
no
can go
money
back
on
to
that.
my third or no my fourth great grandparents. No, my third or fourth great grandparents.
I
No,
know
but not
my
my
great grandparents, all my great grandparents, I know them.
You FBA, Colin.
I'm not no FBA. I'm African American, Black American, African American. I'm not
eh,
FBA.
all of my ancestors came off them plantation. Well, they came from they were
I said
slaves. I don't
hello
have
to
no.
the panel. I'm currently investigating in a few new cities being built in Africa. Good luck with that. Kenya, whatever. Look. Bottom line is this. I mean, no offense to anybody, man, but if we're not the ones building it, I'm looking at Africa. They don't have a good track record in building cities, man.
Man, Trigger Trey said he can go back to the slave ship. Well, you lucky.
The Pan Africa
You say
still selling instance. Damn, man, Rico Miller, why you gonna do diss us like that, man? Saying we're stealing loose cigarettes and bootleg CDs. Man, come on,
his
Rico
ancestors
Miller,
come from
man.
Sierra Leone. That's what's up, man. I wish I could trace my ancestors back that far to a slave ship.
Yes, fool said, nah, lineage. So, like I said, man, I proved my point tonight, right? I proved my point tonight. We started with Kwanzaa. We started going to what the hell? Because after dumbass came up here and talked to us.
It was because they were talking about
No, Afrodamas come up here, and what he's
it
trying to do
it was
is
something about
no,
America
what
about how
I
Afrodamas
don't know
really
how the
believes.
fuck we got into that conversation.
Afrodamas really believes. Okay, let's say this: America is a great country, whatnot. But the bottom line is, they don't want your black ass. Does he understand that shit? They don't want. But they don't give about what the fuck. Yeah, look, this.
Yeah, he understands it perfectly well. That's why he's trying to
I
tell the
don't think
truth
he really
now.
gets it right.
Yeah, he get
I
it.
don't really think he gets it. They don't want your black ass. You heard JD Vance
He
today?
trying to play both sides now. That's what he
And
doing.
Can
so
you play
talking
it,
about
Kyle?
they do
I
not want
wanna
you
see it.
there.
Can you
They
play it,
don't want
Kyle? I didn't see it.
No, I said JD Vance basically said we're in America. He tried to steal Nick Fuentes' thunder, right? He says in America, we don't have to apologize for being white. That's the first time anybody ever mentioned race in American
Oh, you don't have
politics.
to apologize. I mean, there's always been a narrative, in the
No,
right
no, but
wing.
that's the first time a political figure,
Right, right, right.
and
I see what you're
even
saying.
an
Right.
elected, he's probably the highest ranking government official who officially identified with white supremacy. That's serious. That's fucking serious.
Wait,
I
hold
mean,
on.
what
Who was
about
that?
like
Who you
what?
said
So,
was that
so all he
identified with
said
what?
was you don't have to apologize for being
No,
white.
no, no. It ain't no. See what you're doing is you're fucking
Yeah,
letting
my sister was all
you're about
distraught
to
and
no look
shit.
what
I
he
was like,
said.
man,
No,
fuck that
what
motherfucker.
he said was a fucking a swipe in the face to black people.
Ah, wasn't shit.
White
Fuck
people
that
What do
have
you?
bitch
never
ass
had to
motherfucker.
apologize for shit. They have no shame. No what. Nobody asked to apologize.
Yeah,
How can
that's
they
what I'm
apologize? They never
saying.
paid us back for slavery. What the
He
fuck are you
just
talking about?
talking shit, man. He just
It's
talking
because
shit.
there was always a narrative in the
Well, who
right
cares
wing
about the
that
narrative? Look,
I'm trying to tell you.
white people go around making black people apologize for being black every fucking day. What are you talking about? You know?
I never apologized for being
No,
black.
no, they make you go. Black people go around every time they keep showing black crime. Like when Chuko comes up here, he tried to do the same thing. Colin, what about the Pookies and the race? I don't give a fuck about them. You know, I don't have nothing to do with Bumquisha, Pookie, none of that shit like that. So what the fuck am I apologizing for? But white people have this thing where we feel like black people can't in America can't enjoy their life. Middle class black people who got education, money, and everything should be out enjoying their life. But you know what they spend their time doing? Online trying to figure out how to better our community. Why should they do that? If we have a country, why should anybody spend their time? What's you know what I'm saying? Why should we do that, right? Because white people make it seem like, oh, y'all left the hood and y'all not doing nothing for your people and they're out of control and whatnot. They make us apologize and feel guilty about who we are all the time. But they don't want that same feeling. Like they're
Never
responsible.
apologized, so it's nothing you had nothing to do with.
Yeah,
Never.
but I know
Well,
I
my
have nothing
whole
to do with
point is, who gives a fuck about your apology? I don't.
it. Yeah,
Right.
so
Fuck
I
your
never asked them
apology.
to apologize because I know they don't mean it. You know what I'm saying? So what is he talking about? Go
Yeah.
ahead, Dave.
Good evening, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's going on, man? What's on
Oh,
your mind,
Um,
brother?
nah, I mean, you talking about Kwanzaa? Is Kwanzaa still relevant in
Yeah.
America? Yeah, yeah, it's still relevant.
Yeah, but let
Um,
me ask you a question, Dave. Next year will be 60 years. Have we ever fulfilled one of those
we haven't
principles?
fulfilled. We don't practice it though. We don't practice
Yeah,
it,
so
but
how's
it's
it relevant?
but people practice it
I
though.
mean, just like we
A
practice
very
church.
small, a very small
It's like you
number of
don't
us.
want to
Man,
be
Dave,
kind.
what? Hold on, Dave. You need some sleep or something, man.
No,
Yo, no,
but
hold on,
bruh,
You
hold on.
just
okay, okay.
said we don't practice it, but people we do practice it.
No, I said
Hey,
majority.
Dave,
Okay, let me rephrase
Hey,
it. Majority of majority of Black Americans do not celebrate Kwanzaa. It's
oh
a
yeah,
small
even if they do,
percentage
hold
Okay.
on,
of
Dave. Let me say
African
this, right?
Americans that celebrate it consistently every year and spend money on it.
Yeah,
Uh,
but the whole thing
I
is
sent
this,
the, I put this in,
Dave. Let me say this.
yeah.
Let me say this. Now, you would say the same probably percentage, probably a little more, are Christians, right? They say they're Christians, but how many black people go to church? Very few nowadays, right?
Very few.
Out of those people who go to church, who actually follows the Bible and live by the Bible?
I said another very few.
Same thing with Kwanzaa, right?
It's the same thing
Some
with
people go
Kwanzaa.
practice Kwanzaa and everything like that. How many of them actually will implement some of the things and the principles?
Not a lot. Very
Not
few.
nobody, you
Very
know.
few though. Very few.
man.
And it's still like I said, Kyle, I put it in the chat. It still generate black people give a 1.4
Oh
billion
man,
to
we love
Kwanzaa.
look. Everybody's
1.4
gonna go out
billion
there.
for
You have my
Kwanzaa?
Kwanzaa candles up. Look, that's the least I can do.
Right
I'm gonna
now,
go out there.
after Christmas, we're gonna spend 1.4 billion on
Look,
Kwanzaa
everybody, look. I'm gonna play
Damn.
my part. I'm gonna be
in
out there.
America.
I'm gonna go to. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go tomorrow and get
That's
my Kwanzaa
crazy.
candles. So I don't have to go out Friday. You know.
Telling you, my man, my man, I'm telling you, it's the truth. It's the okay. Okay, let me ask a question. All
Hey,
our
if you
lives,
say it's the
all our
truth, it's the
lives.
truth,
No,
man.
hold on. All our lives, when we buy Christmas merchandise, we always see the Kwanzaa stuff.
Yeah,
We
well,
keep
okay.
on
Let me
buying
pick up
that
some
shit,
Kwanzaa
right?
candles one night. You
Yeah,
know.
Keep
Khaled
on
just
buying
said
that
he
Go back
going to
shit.
get his stuff
to get my shit
tomorrow.
Keep
tomorrow,
on
man.
buying that shit, bro. So I mean, maybe you
I
not
never
buying it,
practiced
but other
Kwanzaa.
black.
Nah, I'm
The only
not.
time
I'm
I mean,
not.
yeah,
I'm
but
not
other
gonna sit
black
here and
people
lie. I'm
buying that
not.
shit, bruh.
I'm not.
I
Nope.
know my stepmother. She
I
buy that
haven't
shit every
practiced
year.
that shit since fucking elementary school, man.
Yeah. So
Well, all I
people
know
buy
the most
it, bro.
beautiful thing I ever
only,
seen was one
but we
time we
never
did a
practiced it
Kwanzaa
though.
You
thing,
go
man.
to
We had the whole
Kwanzaa
community there.
festivals, people go there.
We did Kwanzaa at a community center one year.
So
Those sisters were looking so beautiful with their hair done and their
people go to
African, it was
that
an
shit,
African
bro.
garb. That
I
was
know
so
you. I know
fucking
you. I know you
beautiful.
bashing it, but it's people
Nah, I'm
go
not
to that
bashing
shit.
it. I think it,
A lot
you
of,
know, listen,
lot of
the
people go to that
principles are
shit, bro.
great. You know, but
The only way Kwanzaa Day will work is we need space.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta have space to practice that because
We
you
need
need you need
space.
you need your
That's the
mental
one thing we
capacity.
never friggin' had in 40 years is our own space. Once we have our own space where Kwanzaa becomes like the law, or the holiday or whatever like that, whereas everything you see on the billboards, TV, radio, and schools, everything like that, then like this. But we don't have that. Other groups of people, when
Yeah.
they have holidays and festivals, like Japan has the Rice
Right
Festival,
now, right
we
now,
don't have that because we don't have a nation.
Bantu Bandinga.
listen,
Right
man.
now at my job, just
Yeah.
today, yesterday they put up some Kwanzaa candles. I
all
don't celebrate that shit, but they put the
right,
shit
all
up. They
right,
put the shit
all right,
up.
all
Some
right.
motherfuckers, some
Yeah,
I
you
black
gotta
people at
mean,
push.
the job don't
okay. I
like that shit
mean,
up.
That's
yeah,
part of their diversity.
it's
That's their
still making
diversity.
Yeah,
money,
I know,
but I
but
mean,
some black people on the job gonna light that shit up
But
every
my
day. But
point was,
you know,
like Kala was saying, if we could just get black people to unite on even just one of the goddamn principles, just one, we haven't even accomplished that.
Carla, can you answer that question by Rico Miller? He said, "How many do you actually have to live in Africa to be a Pan African?"
Well, it's
no,
like this.
no,
It's like
no,
this.
you
This is what
don't.
I'm saying.
No,
Look,
you
look.
don't. This guy's
Listen. Let
nuts.
me let me put it to you like this,
Nah,
right?
Kala just explained that earlier. He says just in America.
Well, hold on. No, let me put it to let me see what I say, right? You could be a Pan African heart. Like I said, me personally, you don't have to be in Africa to be a Pan African, especially the
Yeah, that's
fact
what.
that we have no African space of our own. That means when you go to Africa, you really don't have any rights like you do in America, or say so, whatever like that. Because reality is, when you go to Africa, you're a U.S. citizen. You know,
Yo, Kyle, I never seen a Pan African parade in New York.
Dave, I even tried to argue. I
I
said,
go to the
hey,
Pan
Dave,
African
listen.
parades in
I
New
even
York.
tried to argue for you. I said, was it even Kwame and Nkrumah in Africa? No, 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 no. It was I mean in America.
Kwame Nkrumah learned his Pan African America and took it back to Ghana. Unfortunately, after a while they said this nigga crazy, man. They threw him out of power, man.
But
Niggas
the
about
pro, the,
uniting Africa together. They thought he was crazy, It didn't go over
you
well
know,
in Ghana. That's why they
I mean, by
overthrew him.
definition, I thought Pan African just meant like all people African.
No,
Like
see, the
that's what I
whole
thought
thing
it
is
meant.
you gotta understand how it started, right? What's happened is this, right? And in many ways, Afrodamas was right about something, right? Black people in America, right, are so traumatized in this race war, right? And between the white man and America, white man basically, the white man showed his ass to us, right? He shows his ass cheeks to us, right? And so therefore, we got the worst of what it means to be under the heel of white people, right? So therefore, slavery in America and the relationship with black America is probably the most bitter between black and white in the whole Western Hemisphere. The islands don't even come close. Brazil don't come close because there was some sort of mixing and commodity. Because you go to Brazil, they celebrate African culture and gods and everything like that. In America, the slavery in America, these cotton fields and everything was bitter, right? That bitterness basically found its way in places like Harlem, right? And you got the most radicalized black people in the world in America, right? Out of that radicalization, they attracted people from all over the world that joined it. Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, and all these other people, Marcus Garvey and everything like that. And the ideology of basically not just Pan-Africanism, but also black supremacy and black nationalism, right? And what happened was because of the experience of America, Kwame Nkrumah, seeing what's going on in Ghana, was caught up by this Pan Africanism, Black nationalism rhetoric, right? Black power and all stuff like this, right? And he took it to a place that did not really have the experience, the trauma that the Black people in America did. So they're like, man, don't you think this is a little extreme? Banning white people from owning property, the stuff he was doing, bringing other Black people in and whatnot, from other parts of the world, talking about giving Black Americans land to settle there. They thought he was insane, They didn't understand what he saw in America. He said, yes, he got to see racism in America. And that basically shaped his opinion about the way the world works. But the problem is, just like a lot of Liberians, on the ground, they didn't know the world outside of Liberia, so they basically don't see the need for a Black state or a Black defined state. Because a lot of Liberians want to get rid of Article 27 of the Constitution, which says Liberia will always only be a Black republic. Basically, they don't want to get us. So why do we got to do that? White people never did nothing to us. You see? So Pan Africa really can't work with it. Now, Southern Africa is different. They've experienced white people and the brutality of white settlement and shit like that, and the racism and the chauvinism of white people, right? So when you talk to a Zambian, they pretty much on code with you. You talk to somebody from Namibia, they fucking can't stand white people, Botswana, South Africa, they ain't gonna argue with you about white people, West Africa is different. West Africa, they're all tribal, like Afrodamus. They're all fucking tribal. They don't get it.
Ethno-nationalists.
Yeah, that would be an improvement. They're tribalists,
So you see, Dave, this is why it's dead.
No, it ain't dead.
No, it's dead in parts of West Africa, but it could be broke. Southern Africa, Black people start connecting with Southern Africa. Southern Africa is ripe for Pan-Africanism. They're really, especially Zambia. They got Nuwapians down in Zambia. Yeah, they got Nuwapians down there.
Fucking Nuwapi.
They all over.
They got
Oh,
no
shit.
joke, man. They got Nuwapians
Them
and
niggas
stuff
is
like that.
all over Africa. So those you live, they all over. They in Liberia too. They all
Nuwapians?
But the Zambians got their own man. They got
God
their own,
damn.
they got their own fucking Nuwapians.
And in Liberia, they got the Hebrew Israelites there too.
Yeah, they got the Nation of Islam in
Oh,
Liberia.
yeah, the Hebrew Israelites, they everywhere in Africa. Shit.
Yeah, they got Hebrew Israelites. They got Nation of Islam in Liberia. But the Nuwapians in Zambia are
Well,
fucking
yeah, the
crazy.
Wapians. Shit, I didn't even know they still
Yeah, they got
existed.
Yorkies down there, man.
Nah, they still out there. They still out there, bro.
Yeah, I thought they got smashed.
Nah, they still
No, there's a lot
around,
of them
bro.
in
They
Africa,
heavy,
man.
bro. They heavy.
Africa,
They
there
moving,
still.
bro. They
You got
moving.
Europeans in Liberia too now.
Yeah, they moving,
Yeah, I
bro.
thought, with old Yorkie went down, that shit just fell apart.
Nah.
Nah, man, them motherfuckers still out there. Anytime anything that can bring people together and they believe in something, it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, that's
Just
crazy.
that Liberia is a perfect place to practice that because, it has symbolic of like the Israel, the Promised Land, and all that stuff like that. And so I talked to the one guy. There's a couple of Nuwapians when I was there early this year, and they were like, the guy says, "Yeah, man, he knew me from Dynasty Show too." He said he met Dynasty in Senegal, right? I forgot his name, but I'm gonna play his video in a second. And basically, him and his boys like, yeah, they're getting citizenship in Liberia. They getting citizenship, and so he has a website, a YouTube channel. And whatnot. I'm gonna play his YouTube channel in a second. Go cool brothers, man. They're cool brothers. They said, man, they went to Ghana, they went to Senegal. They said, man, the Liberia said, this is it right here. This is what we need. They love Liberia, bro. I see them every day. I used to have lunch with them every day at the Al Lagoon restaurant.
Hey, Tyler, somebody just got here to the chat. American Freeman, you address his comment.
I just joined the chat. I don't know if the question about the founder of Kwanzaa has addressed. Yeah, okay. He was a criminal and reformed himself when that Dr. Maulana Karenga. Why is everybody gonna make it about the founder, man? Come on, man. The founding
Because you always got to go to the root of things to get to.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, what about 1776? Or what about when I get to the root of America, right? Oh, don't worry about that, but they stood for good.
I mean, he be going a little bit too far.
It's all right,
too far.
It's all good.
he be going a little bit too far with that shit, but yeah.
Yeah, 1776. Like, man, if I saw George Washington, I'll lick his boots, man. Yeah, I'll
Yo,
lick his
God
He
boots.
was
forbid,
on point tonight though, so
God forbid this country don't collapse. That's it, man. Because
Oh,
the
yo,
way
check
y'all
this out.
niggas be
Look,
talking,
yeah,
man.
it's 1776. Everything,
Yeah, I just
everything.
saw that
Yeah.
comment.
Well, this is why I tell you when you're fucked up. You think everything, the answer to everything is getting a white woman. He goes,
he said get a white
ask
one.
Stephen Dave. College needs to get a white woman so badly to demystify that mythical white man is great.
He
I am
going too
serious,
far with
Colin.
I
that.
don't even talk
That's
about white
funny.
people like that, man. So I don't even
Yo,
know
yo,
why
I
this
I'm.
don't
guy
even
is
talk
so
about
obsessed
white
with white
folks.
He
women, man.
sound
God
like Indama. Go get you a white woman,
God
Kylie.
damn, man. Get yourself.
It's because
God
he has white women on his brain. That's all he thinks about.
damn. I said, I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
He
know
the
that's
name one
one
of
of the.
brings up white
biggest
women every
Hey,
chat.
in the world is getting with a
hey, you
white.
know that's one of what Elijah said. That was the last trick of the white devil, the white woman.
Yeah, the bottom line is, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. If you want to be part of the Afghanistan, you got to give that up. You know, there's no, you got to give something up. You know, you got to lose what you
You
Yeah,
love.
know, you're
1776
gonna lose
already
a
don't
lot
say
of
he
money
can't
with
go.
that statement, Kyla.
Yeah,
You're gonna lose a lot of money,
I
a
know,
lot of
man, but I
people.
got to tell the
You know
truth,
what I
man.
mean? They gonna be
I say
go
you want to
against
be
that.
part of this, man. Black women, you go to look. I said, remember I said last night. I
Oh
said
yeah,
we
you
have the
said your
African.
boy
Look,
jumped ship
hold on,
on
King. I
you.
don't think he was on last night. I had a proposal. Woo! Check this out. You know, when we have the Afghanistan, we're gonna have a weight requirement for any female coming in.
Oh yeah,
140
Yeah, 200
pounds.
pounds. 200 pounds.
Was there? I
No,
heard.
140 pounds. No.
145.
If she's
Kyla said
200 pounds, she's gonna be
140.
6'7".
Oh
Kyla
yeah,
She
I
got
said
to.
said, hey
140.
Dave, I was like, sign me up, sign me up.
Okay, that would get brothers over there. If every
But
woman was under 140 pounds and they go over there and whatnot, you know, you got sisters coming from all over the continent, you know, from Brazil, the Caribbean, everything. That'd be a fucking paradise, man, you know?
Bush meat Bill, he'll do it for a white woman. He don't do it for money. He'll do it for a white woman. He'll
Oh,
take out Ibrahim Traore for a white woman.
who's this?
1776.
He would.
Oh
He probably
yeah,
would, man, you
him
Give
know?
and
him a white
Indama,
woman. He'll go
him and
to
Indama, they would do
Adama, man, I thought he was in the
it.
back with me. He's like, yeah, Colin, get the Italian women. Damn, Adama got to put that porn down, man. You know, that's what it is.
yeah. He
And
always talking about women, boy. Every time I
yeah,
see him, he's like, oh,
yeah,
I
so
saw
he
this
needs to get paid.
fine Cameroonian chick. I was like,
Yeah, like, dude.
Well, I
I said,
mean,
when you gonna do
that's
that?
a
But
good
'cause I
thing,
know in a couple of days I'm gonna hear from Frenchie. You know, Frenchie
What?
gonna go to the show and they say, "What the hell is this guy always talking about Cameroon?"
Oh,
You know, he was pissing off when he talks like about
nah, 'cause I
Cameroon.
heard him was talking on Kaiser's channel one day. He was talking about, I saw this fine Cameroonian chick at the airport. I was like,
Where's he got with Cameroonian chicks, man? That's fucking funny,
This
you
is
know.
flavor, man. That's his flavor. That's what he like. That's his flavor.
Man, maybe we could hook up with Frenchie. You know, that'd be you know.
that's not no.
hey, she a Cameroonian, man.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah,
I don't think. I think.
Nah, Frenchie thinks she too good for anybody. Shit.
yeah, yeah.
I
She
think,
would.
and I believe she's already in a relationship. So, nah.
She has to be. You know, she has to be. You know, I don't see her being single. I don't see. I don't care. I can't see Frenchie being single. You know, she's somebody.
And no, she ain't no
Let's hope
goddamn
it ain't a white guy.
French.
Hopefully,
Oh,
Paradise still the
Tyler.
Black Americans. So I realize Africa still eat people. Man, come on, man. You know,
Wait, who said that?
Rico, Africa still eat people, man.
Rico
Hey,
can never
no,
come up
hey,
here.
no, that is true. That's true.
Africa
Facts.
don't eat no people,
Yes,
man.
they do, man. I was watching the goddamn thing on YouTube.
Oh no, Negro. You know.
Listen, this Nigerian dude said the esophagus on this dude tastes good, man. They was
Oh,
kill
You know, let's fuck with you, man. Let's fuck with you.
that. Nah, that
and
was
it was on
real
Yo, and also,
shit.
YouTube.
you know what it is, bro? It's probably AI, man. Come
And there
on,
And
wasn't
it was
no
on YouTube.
it was
motherfucking AI,
AI. It
man.
was AI, bro.
Was it on
Nah.
YouTube?
Yeah.
They can't put something like that on
Oh, American
YouTube.
Freeman says you should have aptitude quality.
It
I don't give
wasn't
a yo,
showing
look,
him eating the
let
fucking
me be honest.
esophagus.
Anybody
It
else,
was a
check this
police
out.
investigation.
Hold
Oh,
up, man.
okay.
No, I was telling Steve. I was talking to
Yo,
you.
hold up. I'm talking. You know,
Yeah.
American Freeman says they should have an aptitude quality. No, I don't give a fuck about no aptitude. I care about your waititude. You know, 140 pounds is max, and whatnot. We can straighten out your aptitude later.
We trying to we trying to negotiate with Kala on this. We might allow 2% of the
No.
population over.
My vision is, if I got something to say about it, man, the law would
Just
be
give us
to get
2%
us
over
a visa, a
140. Give us
resident.
2%.
Hold on, yeah, if you're over you're 200 pounds, you can get a visa, but not residency. We can't have big girls there, man. No, I'm sorry, man. Would you agree that South Africa? He asked me the same question all the time. Yes, it was Southern Africa, white settlers there. Okay, Broody, Captain Obvious over here.
Now, yeah, they do. I think they do like eat people in Papua New Guinea. No, I
Yeah,
think
that's
They
not Africa.
fucking eat people,
yeah.
man. I seen the shit.
That's Papua
Northern
New Guinea
Africa.
though. That's
Northern
in the
Africa.
No, it's
yeah.
in West Africa,
Northern West Africa.
Nigeria.
There was no Nigerians
It
eating
was
white.
in fucking
You're gonna,
Nigeria,
you're
man.
gonna keep summoning. You're gonna summon fucking Michael Lawali up here, man.
I don't give a fuck. Some of that little fake
I'm saying? You're gonna come
bastard.
up here and whoop your ass.
And the shit what he said on Gazo's show, he better ever show
Come
his
up here
face
and
to
drop
me.
kick you in the head, Mike. You're out there, Mike. I know you're listening, Mike.
Come on,
Mike, I
Mike.
know you're listening, man. And I wonder what Afrodamas think about that, man. Somebody called. Do you
Yeah,
think Afrodamas?
man.
Oh, do you
They
think
was
Afrodamas
fucking
subscribe?
killing people
Hold
and selling their body
do you think
parts, eating them
Afrodamas subscribe
motherfuckers,
as
man.
cannibals? Do you think Afrodamas subscribe as cannibals?
No,
Afrodamas, come up here and tell the truth again.
they're predominantly. I believe they're predominantly Muslim. So no,
I bet you he'll tell you the same thing. Hell yeah,
but I
they
could
still
be
eating
wrong. I think aren't
motherfuckers.
most of Nikkei's Muslim? Yeah. So no.
His 1776. I'm thinking white women, man. Dude, man, 1776. You're gonna get drop kicked, man. You're so out of date, man. Dude, this is not fucking 2005, man. 2005 was a white girl era, man.
I don't. How you gonna sneak in a white woman?
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
How you gonna sneak one in? She'll stand out.
And what we're gonna do is have these big like Fruit of Islam niggas there and meet that nigga at the airport and beat him down and whatnot. What the fuck
He already trying to smuggle stuff in to
smuggling
Africa.
white
That's
women,
crazy. What you gonna do? Put it in your suitcase?
If I could ban them from coming to Liberia, I would, but I can't do that, it is what it
Colin
is.
was mad when he saw those white people at that restaurant.
Not really,
You
because
got
the
to
bottom
push him.
line
You
is
got to.
look. I have no problem. Only problem I have is, but I see a bunch of white. If I do see a bunch of white guys with African Liberian girls, that's what it bothers me. When I see that shit. But I haven't seen that yet. See, one time I see this fucking white guy, man. I almost fucking fainted. Right? I was like, I said they better not be together. Right? I still to this day don't believe they were together. They were sitting at the same table. That chick was fine, man. She was fucking fine. And this fucking white guy, fucking from Boston. I was like,
Ooh.
what the? I was saying to myself, because they invited me over to the table, right? Some people I knew, and this guy's sitting there. Yeah, I'm from Boston. I'm like, I come all the way to fuck. I was the second day in Liberia last year. I come all the way from the United States to get away from this motherfucker, and I'm sitting there at the Kadeja, and me and Isabel there just said, girl, which we call Wayne, say, "Oh, Colin, come over here and whatnot. My friends over here, my crew is over here." Fucking one girl's with a fucking white boy. I'm like, sitting there like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm sitting there like, hey, you all right? They're like, hey, are you all right? Is something wrong? No.
Call about to have a
Probably
fucking
had,
heart attack.
probably had smoke coming out of his ears.
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
know Kyla had a heart attack seeing that beautiful Liberian girl.
I was like, I wanted to tell her,
Yeah.
sister, you're
Get
beautiful.
away from that motherfucker.
I'm like, I gotta get through it. And you know what happened? You know what Dave happened that happened, right? A week after that shit happened in Cape Mount with Jessica,
Yeah.
where the white dude slit her throat.
Oh, I remember that.
And I'm trying to tell these people, I said, why? And my wife said, why you gotta be so prejudiced and whatnot? Not all white people are bad. I'm like, why y'all letting these motherfuckers in your country and fucking? Oh man, like we gotta teach these people.
Colin, you seen Barudi's last comment?
What do you say?
You want me to read it?
He called me an asshole.
No, I'm just saying, like he said, he wanted you to explain to the panel about the mindset of Africans impacted by
I
white
said
settler
it many times. In Southern Africa, they're used to being brutalized and colonized, right? and so they feel some sort of way, right? They identify with the struggle, the race war, struggle, right?
Look
Uh,
at it. Uh,
and what you call so therefore they do identify with Black America in many ways, right? Where West
mhm.
Africans, some of them come from elite backgrounds, with like Afrodamas. They tend to identify with the white. They think they're on the same par with whites as a ruling class, whatever, And we're just nothing but a bunch of peasants over here. You know, that's what it is.
1776. Dave Collis' frustration with white society stems from his sexual frustration and repression of his innermost desire for white women. And I know and understand
Oh
niggas
man, you
like
got me on
Collis.
that one, man. You got
Oh
me on that one.
man.
You got me on
This
that,
man,
man.
1776.
That's the white
Hey
people.
man, what the hell white women gotta do with Kwanzaa,
He
man?
brings them up every time. Every
This guy
time in
can't,
the
he can't go a night without talking about white women, man.
yeah.
1776. Everybody always got the answer for somebody else. The answer is always white women. Why is that, man? God damn.
1776 say every black leader in history has been killed by another black or African. And it was probably 1776 that was doing it. I
Yes, sir.
believe
People like 1776 will take you out, man.
you got to be careful around people like him. He'll do anything to protect America.
Yeah. Kyle, I'll be looking over my shoulder when I go out my house, man. You look upstairs. I'll be looking over my shoulder when I see that nigga around the corner when that. So he's gonna take me out and shit, He gonna do a Jack Ruby on me and shit, Behind the bushes. Kala, man, I told you to love America. Yeah. Yeah, 70 up for master.
Oh,
Yeah, like I said, man. But man, leave like Elijah Harvard always said, the Negro and his slave master. He's a crack. Actually, cracked me up when I heard say that. The so-called Negro and his slave master,
who said that?
Elijah Muhammad.
Oh yeah, the way I used to be talking.
Wait till they talk. The
Oh,
so-called Negro
and
and
his
his slave
slave
master.
master.
Every time I say 70s, that's what I think of. The so-called Negro and his slave master.
Who's that guy that used to, somebody used their videos all the time? They were like, "This is one sick Negro." That's what I think of when who was the guy that said that? Every time I see
One sick
1776, I think of
Negro.
this is one sick Negro. Oh.
Damn.
Bushy, I am just realist. I realize that Western society
Oh,
is
Khalid Muhammad. Yeah, okay. This
Khalid
is
Muhammad.
one.
Oh, the
This is
great
one.
Khalid.
Khalid Muhammad. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, right? I mean, he
This
was
is
a man.
one sick Negro.
White people, they feared that dude, man. They feared
Yeah, they
Khalid.
fear Khalid Muhammad, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was no joke. He was uncompromised.
No joke.
What we need is a Khalid Muhammad night now,
It'd be hard for you to find that, Kyler.
Yeah, because everybody's scared. Everybody's fucking. You think? What do you think if Tariq Nasheed? He'll probably find a way. You know what it is? And we did have a Khalid Muhammad, man. Tariq said something like FBA, whatever like that. Maybe he might be a Caribbean nigga, but he's like, man, I would go to Tariq, man, bust into his museum, drag him out, kick him in the fucking head, That's why you guys will say a joke, man. I might make my way over to California.
The
I might pull up to the
fuck?
fucking museum next year.
Damn.
Next year I got plenty of
Watch
time.
out, Tariq. This nigga is gonna kill you.
I ain't gonna say kill him. I would love to meet Tariq in person, though.
Kyler, I mean, you little up there in age, man.
No, but I'm still strong though.
Okay.
I'm very strong. I'm very strong and powerful. So the bottom line, I would just like to meet Tariq in person, just like just feel him out, see how he's doing, ask him why he do the things he does.
I just
Like
thought about this, right?
For money, Kyler. It's all for bread.
1776. You want to know a great place for you in Africa? It's Afro-Damisville, because he's gonna allow white women inside.
that's what I'm
Afro-Damisville.
saying. You should
Oh
get
yeah.
that'd be a good
So
thing.
You already got a spot. You already got
yeah,
a
you got
spot.
a spot.
Afrodamus is gonna bring white people to
Oh
Afrodamus.
man, he's gonna feel at home.
Yeah, so you
So
got a spot, man.
you're 776. Yeah, you'll be getting some Russian chicks, whatever like that, going over there, man.
Then
You be
there's gonna be no talking about white supremacy and stuff in Afro
yeah,
Damisville and all that. So that's the perfect place for you.
we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to make Liberia as racist and anti-white as possible. That's my goal. It's gonna be a black state. Liberia is like the blackest country in West Africa, I think. So I love it. Elvis, here comes Elvis.
Elvis
You need to meet with
Presley.
Prince, Dr.
Elvis
Omar first.
Presley.
Because
What's up, Elvis Presley?
this man just said Tariq is too smart for you.
What happened?
Tariq,
Nothing. We were just
Tariq,
saying what's up.
Tariq is not smarter than my fucking left ass cheek, man.
Damn. That's crazy.
Kyler, he's smart enough to raise money and get the things that he wants.
Hold
That
on.
was a
That's
bunch of
right.
dumb
Tell him,
Negroes,
Elvis.
You got a
Elvis.
lot of dumb
That's
people out
right.
there
That's
now.
right.
Hold
FBA.
on. What they show
Actually,
FBA.
let me not say that. We got somebody on the panel right now that bought a flag.
FBA. Nigga, FBA.
I mean, Bantu sound like he know the shit is stupid, but he can't fuck with the Africans because Tariq is poisoning his mind too much
Show that
and
flag one
convinced
more
him that the
time,
Africans
Mandinka.
were
Hey,
treacherous and sold his ass
hey,
into slavery
Kala. Yeah, who
and
said
all
that?
kinds of
Was
shit
that
like
you, Kala?
Hold up. Did you, Banter, did you contribute to the Hidden History Museum?
You said that I contribute? Nah, I didn't.
All right. All right. Well,
He
anyway,
contributed to Tariq by buying that flag. Show that flag one more
Oh
time, Bantu.
yeah, I contributed by buying the flag, I guess. Yeah.
Tariq
Show
got
that
all
flag
kinds
one
of
more time.
things.
Oh, that's Steve trying to
Different
start
things, and
shit.
it's telling me
Look,
Oh
there's
Flag
man.
one more
nothing
time
wrong
and
with
and
identifying
sing the
yourself
theme
with your
song.
lineage.
And
Yeah,
sing the
Elvis,
theme
they
song.
tripping,
that's not
bro.
a damn
They
lineage.
just
That's not a lineage.
tripping. They tripping, bro.
That's
They
not a
tripping.
fucking
FBA is
lineage.
not my lineage. Stop it.
That's not a fucking lineage. It's not my lineage.
Hey,
Yeah.
Elvis, they just in denial, man. That's
It ain't
all.
Nah.
my lineage. Look. I
But
have no.
do you
Hold
buy
Let me
into the
show.
other
Let me
shit that
show
they're
y'all the
selling Bantu?
FBA. We don't
I have
play.
not no fucking.
Sing the
FBA,
song,
nigga.
Bantu
We don't
Mandinka.
play.
Sing the song.
15,
Okay,
We
I
don't
see
play.
it. I see it.
I don't fucking
FBA,
look.
nigga.
What these guys want to do is this. Hold up. Let me tell you something, Banty.
Yo, that should say 1526, man.
Hold on. Let me
Confused.
say this. Let me get this out, right? You
Yeah, let
guys,
me get it out.
right? Look, when I identify with people, right, I tend to identify winners. Like I said, I identified the Mali Empire. I do have like 10% Mali blood. I don't know how it happened, but way up there, I got 10% Mali blood, right?
Carter, this is the first time I'm hearing of that.
But I do.
I
You
got
just like to
I got
attach yourself to great people. You're a
no
glory
idea.
stealer, Carla. You're a
I have
glory
no
thief. You like to
idea.
steal
I have
I
people's
got
no
glory.
idea.
10%
I
great
have no idea
Malian
how that happened.
blood,
Why
man.
not?
I look,
Why not?
hold on. Let me finish talking, right? Anyway, I have no ancestry in the Senegambia region, none whatsoever. That's strange, right?
I
I
only
got
got
like
2%
Mali blood,
in
right?
Senegambia.
Got like another 10% Cameroon, Eastern Nigeria blood, right? And the rest is Angola, Congo, right? Now, what the point I'm trying to make is I identify, please, what I say is this: I identify with greatness, whatnot, and everything, not just like this. But my point I'm trying to make is when you look at the FBA people, right? I don't like a bunch of tag-alongs, right? The FBA people, no offense, Benson, I think tend to be coming from the dusty side of Black America.
Nah, let him get it out. Let him get it
No,
out.
the
It's
dusty
okay.
side of
It's
Black America,
okay.
right?
It's all right. It's
I mean, of the people, the underachievers,
okay.
baby mamas, the pookies, the Ray Rays, that never read a book in their life, don't have a library card, all kinds of multiple felonies.
Hey, you want to see my library card next?
You know what
You
I'm
want to
saying?
see
I don't think
that?
they have one, man.
All right, hold on. Let me show you.
Probably forged, man.
Let me show
They
you.
got no library card, you know. So they come from that part of the thing. And I resent the fact that if I'm walking out of my office, a proud African American businessman, some FBA is driving by and say, "There's my FBA brother. Look at that proud FBA businessman.
What's
Don't include
up?
me in your shit,
What's up, FBA? Come on, man. Don't be doing that, man. Tyler, you know you FBA, man.
I ain't no
FBA
damn FBA,
all
man.
day.
I run from
FBA
FBA, man. I
all day.
run. I see FBA, I go to the
Hey,
other
Tyler,
direction,
you gonna run for me, man, when I see you,
I see
man.
FBA, I'm on the next train to the next town, man. I run from FBA, man.
Oh, man.
I would not hang out with FBA on Sundays,
Hold on.
It's
Since
all
we
good, man. You gonna come
Me.
home one day. You gonna
Oh
want
look,
some
yo,
sweet
check this out.
potato
Rico
pie
Miller.
and shit.
Oh look, Rico Miller's in his feelings, right? He goes
Oh,
Planet
so
on
so
tour one.
Bantu
That's why none of
Mandinga.
them can afford to play that
It
any on
says
Nigeria.
it says
Hey yo, Rico Miller. If that's
1526.
the case, then why is Tariq getting money from everybody? What did he ever do on his own way? He got every
I'm
CD. We go to
confused about
CD.
that, bruh.
Why is it? Hold
What?
on.
What does
Why is
that
it
mean?
Tariq never splits the profit off
1526.
his
That's
work?
Yeah,
before America.
How's
yeah,
Tariq
we
never
was here
split the
before
profit?
America. Yeah.
Most Black
Yeah.
Americans won't hear in the 1526. Ain't that the Spanish when the Spanish came? No,
No,
who was that?
those people. Those are the people. Those are Atlantic Creoles that came over with the Spanish and the Dutch and the Portuguese and
Yeah,
whatnot.
that's why it's foundational Black
But
Man,
America
That
you
because we
gotta
was
please.
here at the
Those are man.
foundation.
Y'all trying to take
Do you
everybody's fucking
understand?
credit. Y'all want
oh,
to take credit for
Yeah.
fucking shit, man.
Does it
Y'all,
make sense
oh,
now?
it wasn't America at that time.
yeah, it
So
wasn't
Absolutely. It
America. It
wasn't
wasn't
America
America then.
yet. That's why we are the foundation of
Oh
America.
man,
You understand?
y'all
Oh,
need to
man,
quit
no,
and give it
no,
up.
Do you
no,
understand? It's starting to
man.
make sense, son. That's why we're
Y'all
like,
ain't making no damn sense,
oh,
son. You guys are goofy as hell.
it's starting to make
Kala,
sense, huh?
Kala, how much Cameroonian blood you got?
A significant
God.
more than I do
Oh,
to any other West African. The most
oh,
of it's
okay.
Cameroonian and Eastern Nigerian. It's a big
I
chunk of it.
got I told y'all the other night my biggest percentage was Benin at 31%, Nigeria 29, 12% Mali, 2% Ivory Coast, Ghana, 1% Senegal,
I think
7%
Nigerians are going there
Cameroon.
fudging the numbers to make everybody look like ignorant.
No, that's not what it is. That's
No,
not
it's
what it
just
is.
because every fucking tribe in Africa is in Nigeria. Shit, that's
I
No,
don't
why.
think that's what
Nigerians
it
in there
is
fucking
either.
with the numbers, but not
No, it's because they use them as them breeding farms in Virginia. That's what happened.
yeah. So,
Them Igbos and them
but
Southeast Nigerians.
Fucking
I'm probably from
20,000
down under.
tribes. Shit. Of
I'm
course
probably
you
from
do.
down under in Angola.
Yeah, fucking Nigerian
I
blood.
got some Angolan
I like to
DNA as
say,
well.
oh, I gotta say what Keizo said on the show. Nigeria is not a real place.
That's a real place, man. Go. If it's not a real place, go there and kick a police officer in the knee and see what happens. They'll show us a real place, all right. Nigerian police. I see the Nigerian police. The guy was,
Nigeria is not a real place, man.
this guy, this guy tried to explain himself to Nigerian police. This dude just hauled off and said, "What you say?" Well, I'm just trying. The guy has a suit and tie on there. This dude police just call up and just knock this fucking.
Yeah, they don't have no fucking rights in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a real place.
Yeah, it's a real place when you fucking police there, and they'll fuck you
Yeah.
up.
No Nigerian slander, guys. I got leave them
I,
alone.
I just saw what I saw. The Nigerian police. He
Yeah, we
was
got
asking for money. The Nigerian police asking for money. The guy said, "Mama," he was trying to. I'm not
pop.
giving you whatever. Both of them right in the shit, man.
Shout out
Yeah.
to Nigeria. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, shout out to all my Nigerians. Salute, salute.
So I'm glad to
I
turn.
mean, Bantu even got the FBA language down pat, calling
What?
Nigerians. Wow,
Shout
thank you,
You
out
been
to
man.
my
indoctrinated, Obi.
Nigerian brethren and
You've
sister,
been
and I love
indoctrinated.
you.
You
Huh?
still got your Nigerian girlfriend? How she think about you being an FBA, man?
Absolutely, they love it.
No, okay. You bullshitting now.
Hey man, I was thinking about calling one of my girls on the show just so y'all could be mad and shit, but I can't
How
do
much
it.
that flag cost?
It was
Why?
only
Why would we be mad?
$15, man. It was only
$15.
$15.
It's
It's
Tariq
probably
selling it, or is it somebody else that made it?
No, it was somebody else. It wasn't Tariq.
You want to know that flag? I mean, somebody said that flag look close to the white supremacist flag.
Yeah, I heard
does,
that.
man.
Yeah, I heard that before too.
Colin, can you pull up the white supremacist flag?
I ain't pulling nothing.
Well, it's a black supremacist flag now. Fuck it, we taking this shit
Well, how
Okay.
you
back.
gonna have the white
Y'all
man
ain't black
supremacy?
supremacists, nothing. Y'all
You got the
ain't
white man
challenging the
supremacy.
white folks. Y'all not
Huh?
challenging them. Y'all not saying y'all better than them. The only people y'all
Wait, is
better
that
than
Prince of
is the
P? Who is
Africans.
that? Who's
That's an
that?
Elvis.
African guys
Who
asked
was
me
that
something.
talking? Elvis?
Hold on.
Or
She
you
goes,
sound like Prince of P,
hold
Yeah,
man.
on,
it's,
hold on,
it's me. My voice is fucked up. I got a cold.
hold on. Did I say?
Oh
Did I
no, because
say?
that's
Did
what
I say
Prince of P
anything
always
bad?
be saying.
Hold on. Did I say anything bad about Nigerians tonight? I didn't say nothing bad about Nigerians, did I?
He did,
You
Colin.
always
He
do,
talking shit
man. You
about
always
Nigerians.
do, man.
I was
Shit.
defending him the
He
other
said
day.
That's a
something good
given.
yesterday
Every
though.
fucking night, that's a given, man.
He said
That's a
No,
something
I
good
ain't
given.
say
yesterday
nothing
about
about Nigerians
Nigerian.
last night.
Yeah, he said
No, all
something
I said
good
was
for
only.
once out of a
Oh no!
hundred
Oh, I
times.
said what I said. I said Nigerians be fudging the numbers.
Rico calling you on your BS, Colin. You say you got percentage in every African country just so you can lay a claim to it. I got 2% Malian. I got 5% Nigerian. I'm 50%
No,
Congolese.
I
telling you,
mean,
look,
that's pretty
my
much
ancestors
all of
from
the
1600s,
diaspora though.
right?
But Colin
Yeah,
ain't got
I
he ain't
said
got no
I got
he ain't got no
Mali,
Liberian blood though.
I got Togo,
Ah,
Benin, Mali,
that was a bar right
Cameroon,
there.
Nigeria, and Angola, Congo. You know,
Colin,
that's
you
all.
got you got blood in
That
Liberia?
was a
But
fucking
no blood
bar.
in Liberia. Sorry,
I got blood. I
I
got
got
blood starting in
no blood
Senegal
in
all the
Nigeria.
way down to
You don't
Angola.
even
That's
I
what I
have
got
no
no
got.
blood. I got
Liberian
no
blood
blood in
talking
the
about.
Senegambia. That Senegal.
I
Uh,
gotta
yeah,
I gotta get some of these Halls candies, man. My fucking
I have no blood
throat.
in the Senegal
Oh,
region. My ancestors came earlier. Came in the
shit.
1600s. That's why I don't have nothing in the
Oh,
Senegal region. They came later. You
wait,
know,
not you, Carla. Who's attacking Nigerian people?
I didn't attack Nigerians. Oh, is it
He
not
said
you?
not you, Carla. Who
Oh,
she talking? She
it's
talking about
Oh, not
Bantu?
you. Oh, I
this
didn't
is
think so.
Bantu calling
Oh
Nigerians Nigerians.
shit!
Oh,
Oh, what? Who was that? Who was
You
that?
know, and then somebody was
That's
basically saying
African goddess.
cannibals.
Oh
Somebody said
shit!
Nigerian
African
cannibals.
goddess, you know I love you, girl.
Hey,
I
don't be
don't know
talking
if
about
you
Nigerian people, man. Yeah, I'm off the hook, man.
how she gonna
Oh
defend?
shit!
Hey, she
No,
never called
that
in.
was
So
Kala, man. That was Kala. I swear
That
to
was
God,
not me, man. I ain't
I
say
got that
shit,
shit
man.
from Kala, man. I swear to
I ain't get
God,
shit
man.
from me, man. I don't be
That was
talking about
fucking
Nigeria,
Kala, man. He a bad influence on me.
man.
this man in 1776. I would love. Hold on. I would love to design the flag for
Yeah, look at Rico
Afghanistan.
Miller goes, Colin Dollar Bill waiting for SSI so they can make a move. to, damn, man,
1772
Rico
said, "I
Miller's
would love
late.
to design the flag for Afghanistan. I would have a weird Negro running from the promised land to a wilderness on the flag."
Everybody with the insults, man. It's like, goddamn. I get no
1776.
support, man. I get no support, man.
Uh,
Negroes is
It
vicious,
all
man.
started because you said ain't gonna be no white girls there. Then he started dissing it.
That's what I'm saying, man. Look, man, you got to have standards, man. What's you might as well give the whole thing up. If you got white
He,
girls
he,
coming
he
there,
was down until he
yeah,
heard no white
Colin,
girls. He's like, "I gotta stop."
you got a FBA jigaboo in the comment making some stupid comments talking
where?
about how can Timbuktu be a city where ain't got no grass, ain't got no trees and shit.
That's dumb. That's dumb.
That
Yo,
nigga don't know
Timbuktu
geography.
was in the Sahel. It wasn't in the Sahara. It was in the Sahel. It was a big city. It was a metropolis. A big city.
No, we're talking about greenery. He wants to see trees and
Well,
grass and shit. He don't
outside
know the
Timbuktu, you
geography of that
see trees,
area.
but it was a trading town. It was a trading town. People have
Colin, I'm
townhouses.
talking one thing, you talking a whole other thing. Colin, you can't put two things together.
What are you talking
It's,
about?
the geography is just it's no.
The
It's
guy
not.
made a comment and said, "How can I be a good city when there's no trees and there's no grass?"
It's right there
That
on the
doesn't
river.
mean.
That's why. It's a port city right down the river. Had irrigation, plumbing, had everything. Man, it was a beautiful city.
There you go.
Kyla, all of this anti-black rhetoric is going to take us at least 40, 50 years to recover.
I ain't got time for 40 50. I got to do what I got to do now, man. Screw these niggas.
No, not you, but
Yeah,
I'm just
younger
saying
people, y'all
the
got time,
damage,
man.
the
I ain't trying
damage that
to.
the damage that
You
has
got
been
waiting
done.
around for Negroes, man. I'm trying to build my shit.
Kala, Baruti says, Kala is not Afrocentric and
Mm.
doesn't use or understand Ubuntu as a conduit to create
Hold up.
African
Hey, yo, after
interface.
what we just said
Let me
tonight.
read the comment, Kala. You can't let me read it?
Okay.
Without these ideas, an African movement is a failed project. What a waste. And
Yeah.
he's right.
What a
You're not
fucking waste.
Afrocentric.
Oh, yeah, hold on,
How?
hold on. Let me ask you a broody question, right? If I'm a failed concept, then tell me, we gave Kwanzaa 60 years, and we haven't implemented one. But Rudy,
Are you
have we
practicing
implemented?
Ubuntu, Kala?
We
No,
can't
no.
practice
Do
Ubuntu
you
because we're not
understand
Bantu.
You can't
Ubuntu?
practice Ubuntu
Because we're
unless
not
you have
Bantu.
faith.
Do you understand it though, at least?
Well, I understand it. I understand it's nonsense,
You
and you
don't
have
you don't
a
understand it, Colin.
and you don't, and you
That's
can
what he's
afford.
saying. You don't understand the concept of it.
Oh, let me tell you something,
You don't
Elvis. Right?
practice it.
You understand, Elvis? Let me break it down to you. Break it down to you, right? Because you're a Liberian refugee. You don't know shit. You know. Let me
There you go. That's why he said you're not Afrocentric.
Carlo is
You're
getting trashed
you're
in three
proving his
minutes.
point right there.
Elvis. Let me break it down,
God
to you, right?
damn.
You're proving his point right there. You're not Afrocentric, Colin. Colin,
Let
stop
me
calling my name, man. You're not Afrocentric.
let me break something down to you. You know, uh, Malcolm X always said any movement for the liberation of black people, uplifting black people based solely in America is doomed to fail. Right now, we out had the Garvey movement, we had the peace movement, we had the Nation of Islam, we had the civil rights movement. We have the Nuwapians. We now had Daddy Grace, Father Divine. We now had every type of church, tabernacle, whatever like that, and it all meant to nothing, right? Then we had the Kwanzaa movement, right? 60 years ago, they said we had the seven principles of Kwanzaa. 60 years later, not one of those principles have been implemented, you know? Baruti thinks that Ubuntu is going to be the silver bullet with that. It's going to be another 100 years before Ubuntu is
That's
even.
because you don't have a deep understanding of it and its wider
So,
potential.
do we have a deep understanding of Kwanzaa?
Nigga, that's something that was made up. Ubuntu is something that the Africans
Oh
has
yeah,
been practicing.
so
If
look,
you globalize it, you will have more interface with
Elvis,
Africa and you benefit
Elvis.
more.
Ubuntu is something they made up too. That's something
No,
Africans
it's something that they
had.
live through. They live
No.
by. It's a way of life for them.
Okay. Where's the Ubuntu in the Congo right now?
Nigga, do you? That's why I say you don't understand what it is. That's
Okay, so
what
tell
Brewery is
me,
telling you. You don't
the
understand the
Ubuntu.
concept of
Okay,
it.
tell me, Ubuntu is so great. Why are 4-year-olds picking lithium and cobalt in the Congo right now? Tell me what the Ubuntu is.
There you go. So the reason they're picking is because they're poor. First of all, full
All
stop,
right, so
right?
how come
So
Ubuntu
hold
can't
on,
bring
Colin.
them
Let me
out of
explain it. You
poverty?
asked me a question. Let me explain it.
How come if
You
Ubuntu can't
asked
bring
me a
them out of
question.
poverty?
Let me
So,
explain.
does anybody on this
Colin,
panel?
you see, guys. You see how he's so unfair. He wants to
Go
rag the
ahead.
conversation. You can't let me speak. So the second
Go ahead.
part of it is the idea of Ubuntu is those who have the means. I am because you are. These Congolese can become wealthy because you
We got
are
millionaires
kept.
there.
Hold on, Kyla. So you have a David Stewart, or you have Black American, or other people in the diaspora who are wealthy, who can go into the continent as Black people with the mindset of Afro, who have an
Why us?
Afrocentric mindset
Why us?
to help them
Well, how come
mind
black?
the
Okay,
you
how come the
listen,
How
they'll
come the
benefit from your wealth as a wealthy person from the diaspora, and you'll benefit from the minerals in doing business and
All right.
in
Can I
inventing
speak?
new
Can I
things.
speak now? Can I speak
That's
now?
how it works.
Okay, can I speak now? But what about
Go
the
ahead, you just gonna say
African?
some bullshit
What
and be
about all the
self-hating.
billionaires in Nigeria they keep bragging to us about? How come they're not going to the Congo and practicing Ubuntu?
That's because they're not practicing it. That's the whole point. That's what Burundi is preaching, that we need
Why
to
is the
practice it and
Ubuntu?
embrace it.
Why is it that they always bring this to us? What do we do to deserve all this? You know?
What do you mean, Colin? It's not a burden.
No, I'm serious. Didn't I say this
It's a
earlier?
mutually
Hey,
beneficial
it's
Everybody
just
always,
idea.
like
everybody always put this burden on us.
Kwanzaa and Pan African and everything else. Just throw it in the trash, man.
Everybody put this burden
1776 says
on
something
us.
that's very true. He said you're a chocolate covered European, Colin, and he's very right.
Oh no.
You're not
You
Afrocentric.
guys are you guys are chocolate covered coons, man. You guys
Lies.
are fake, you know.
Spiritually,
All right. So let
you're
me ask
not
you a question. Let me ask
Afrocentric.
everybody. Let's have everybody. Let me start with Bantu Mandinka. Bantu Mandinka, is it your responsibility to go to the Congo, or it should be the Congolese that practice Ubuntu and show us how it's done?
Well, obviously, it's their thing to show us how it's done since they practice it, right?
Yeah. All right.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's why somebody like you, Colin, who's learned about
Oh
Mali and other
no,
things,
man.
you have to have a deeper study of
Don't put that
Ubuntu
on
to
me.
understand it
Don't
fully.
go put that on me. Why is Broody over there? You know, why is he in the Congo?
Rico Miller calling himself a mandingo. Do you know what a mandingo is? It's a man dog. That's what it means. A man dog. Mandingos don't like to be called mandingos. They rather be called malinka.
Yeah,
So a
well,
mandingo is a
that's because the
pejorative.
Mendingo, that was they used to fight them in in America. That's why.
Yeah, the dingo is a
Yeah.
dog.
But
So it's an
what
Australian
I'm
dog, dingo.
trying to say, when people say
So
the
it's a man dog, and
Elvin,
that's a
Elvin, Elvin,
pejorative.
what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
when people say the concept of Ubuntu was it's the same thing with Kwanzaa. Somebody sat around the campfire and created Ubuntu, right?
No, Carla, that's not
But
how. No, that's
Elvis
why I
is
said you don't
trying to
understand it.
say Elvis
It
is
was the
trying to
way of
say
life of the people,
Yeah, but
the
that
Southern
everybody else,
Bantu
the
people.
somebody came
Bantu
up with the idea.
practice Ubuntu in their village, right? Is that what you're
Yeah,
Somebody
saying?
came up with it.
So
it's like social.
the
It's like African
problem
socialism,
is
right?
it's
Where
hard.
everybody benefit off
Let
of
me,
each
let, me,
other.
let me get some voice of it. John Miller, call in, man. Jonathan Miller, call in, man.
Well, the
Bushmeat
problem.
Bill, yeah, they are part of the. I think the mandate. They're like a what is it? Like a subgroup Elvis of the mandate speaking language, the Malike
Yeah, the
or.
Mandingo, the Malika
because of
But
the ones who found the
Mende
Mali
group.
you
Empire.
know,
They're
it's
the
hard to
members of the
bring
But
Mali
like
not, but I believe
ancient
it's
culture like that
MANDE,
into
not
modern day times.
ME.
That's the problem, you know.
I'm not hearing you, Steve. What you say?
No, he spelled the MENDE, which is a tribe, but like the Mande speaking
They're
Yeah,
language
all
is MA.
The
they're
Mende is
all
a
speaking
language
group.
group. The Mende is also a ethnic group. Like you have the Cruz is a
But it but
language
it
group
but it's
and it's
spelled
also an
different though.
ethnic group. No, it's spelled Mende. The Mende,
Yeah,
you find
the
the
tribe is
Mende
spelled
is the lot.
MEN, but
Hold
the
on,
language is. Oh, go ahead.
the Mende is a language group. Mende is a language group that consists of many of the tribes in Liberia and parts of West Africa, like the Wolof, the Susu. A lot of those people, the Timne, they're all Mende people. And then in Sierra Leone, you have the Mende ethnic group, which is also, of course, part of the Mende speaking group. So just like you have the Crews, the Crowns, the Bassa, the Gribbles, they're all Crews. And then within that group, you have another group called the Crew, which is an ethnic group that's part of the language group Crew. So that's how the Mendes are. So Mandingas are Mendes also. One of the largest Mende ethnic groups, speaking the
So the
largest.
problem with Ubuntu is you trying to take ancient culture and infuse it into modern day, and it just doesn't work.
No, it works on because you have to replicate that level that it works on a lower scale on a global scale, and that's the hard thing. Because, for example, right, those who have the means can benefit, it can be mutually beneficial. That's the key thing.
The former president of
Mutually
Congo,
beneficial to both the Africans
former
and the
president,
diaspora.
what's his
So
name?
businessmen can use Africa as a
The
base for
former president
resource, and the
of
Africans can
Kabila.
benefit from their monetary resource on the continent.
Let me ask you a question,
So
Elvis.
you're
Right,
feeding off each other.
former president of the DR Congo, Kabila, he got a arrest warrant. He's facing a death penalty. He had an arrest warrant out for him, right? And they sentenced him in his absence to death, right? He basically made $1 billion. Where was Ubuntu at? He made $1 billion and left his people in poverty, right? What was
Colin,
Ubuntu?
ideas are
Ain't
not
no
alive that
fucking
can't
He
fight for
wasn't
Ubuntu, man.
themselves.
right. He
You
wasn't.
you as a person have to
They
put an
trying to
idea into
take
practice.
ancient
So
culture
it's
that
not
the
Ubuntu's
Bantu
fault that
is
Kabila was
practicing in
corrupt.
their village and bring it up to modern day standards. It's just not gonna work, man.
It's going to work if you know how to fully implement it.
I mean,
Well,
that's the
that's what
thing with Trump.
Rudy says. Rudy
But
says
y'all,
Kwanzaa is a synthesis of ideas of African fruit festival
The problem
articulated via
is
Kiswahili
we are trying to
from the
implement.
vantage point. Hold on, let me read this. From the vantage point of diasporans, especially from U.S., it links Africans. It links Africans across
Across geography.
geographies. Yeah.
But
So yeah,
what we're trying to do is implement abstract ideas instead of living in reality. Like I'm a firm believer that what one of college
yeah.
drawbacks is
Don't even start with that.
he's trying
You're
to
living
Hey
with
wait
man,
wait a
capitalism.
second, wait,
76 is
he's
on it
trying
tonight. Let them
wait
cook.
Nah.
listen
You're living with capitalism
Come on,
and
Elvis.
socialism, which was
Talk,
just
abstract
let
man.
me off.
ideas from
I
white
listened to
people.
Let him
everybody
talk,
for an
Elvis,
hour,
man. Come on.
right?
Just let him
One of the
finish.
biggest drawbacks for Kala is he's trying to superimpose European and American ideals on the continent. The right way to do
Mhm.
is like once you do your DNA, you join that tribe that corresponds to your DNA and live that culture. So it's like you're reattaching to the past. So if
Oh,
you
is
do
that
your
what you're gonna do?
DNA, if you do your DNA and you're from Angola, you need to go to that area, find your tribe, and go through the rituals to become a part of that
Wait,
tribe.
wait,
So
wait,
it's like your ancestors.
hold on, hold on. So in other words, I'm supposed to go back 3,000 years in history,
No, but
and
it's
what?
called. I
First
think
of
it's
all,
called
Angola is
Sankofa.
very,
I think it's called Sankofa, reconnecting
Man,
with
shut the
where
fuck
you
up.
are.
Man, shut up, man. That's the dumbest thing
Like
you
I
ever
was
said.
trying to say, 1776, we practice capitalism in this country, right? It's the main
Yeah,
source of and this is something that's relatively new that was formulated by somebody and then
Let me
capitalism.
implemented
let me
throughout the
ask you
Western world.
this. A 776. Now that's the same case, right? What about the people, the a businessman in Kinshasa, right? He's a businessman, educated, in France and everything like that. Should he basically go back to his rural village and start all over again and forget the modern world and everything? But that's only requirement of Black
If
America.
you if you read Francis Fanon, he tells you about the double consciousness that occurs.
Oh, no,
But
no, no, that's the dumbest thing. I don't think you're really reading. Whoever wrote that was a stupid,
no,
you know.
Francis Fanon's basically.
Hold on. First of all, the people who abandon their heritage the most are Africans on the continent. Because when they leave that village and whatnot, they don't look back at all.
Yeah, because they're
Foreigners,
choosing
white
to.
people,
It's just
practice
like an
their
Amish person who's choosing to live in regular society. So once you
so
make
the
that
Bible is
choice,
look,
you make that
I'm look,
choice.
look, I'm a product of the modern world.
Well, that's why you're supposed to stay in the
I don't
modern
give a
world. But
damn.
if you
I'm a
go to the
product of the
continent,
modern world.
you
I
can't
don't need. I don't need to.
superimpose your ideals that we. You can't
I
super.
don't care about your what ideals. I said, look, I know what I want. Right
But
after
Kyle, you basically want America in Africa.
I'm a product of the modern world. I don't have any interest in learning culture of my ancestors for thousands of years ago. I don't care.
But you don't want to reconnect. It's
No,
called a
I don't want to
reconnection.
reconnect. No, I don't. No, I don't.
So basically, you want to create
So what are you
I
America
don't.
doing
where
here, Kyle? Like talking all that shit about Africa if you don't want to
Hold up.
reconnect?
Basically, going there, trying to connect to something that was broken, severed when
but
that
you have
thousand.
to go with your DNA. Your
I,
DNA is
I don't
going to
care
be
about. I don't care about that. That was broken. That was broken.
well.
You
Stay
know,
here
but it can
then.
be
It
Like
was
fixed.
broke.
no.
If
You
you
can you can reconnect it,
Go to
Kyle.
Africa.
You
Even
just
when
don't want to identify as an African.
no,
That's your
I don't have
problem.
to. I don't have to go to exact place because the bottom line that was broken. That's what happens, right?
No, you can reconnect to it. That's why you took your
I don't have
DNA
to.
because
test.
I
if
don't
you
have to.
find your tribe, you find a
I don't
woman
have to.
there, you
Okay, so
have
what do I gain?
offspring.
Let me
You
ask
went
you something.
back 400 years.
Hold up. What do I gain from that? The area I come from in
you could
Angola, oil. Do I think you think am I going to get part of that?
But you're thinking in the Western mindset
Oh,
of money, making
so in
money,
other words,
right? You're
basically,
a
Kyle
capitalist.
only wants to be associated with things that
basically,
would
what you're saying is
he
go
can
to
benefit from.
Africa, go to Africa and do absolutely nothing, be ridiculed,
But
starve,
but
mean
it's a
nothing.
What?
spiritual thing,
Just
Kala.
Are
okay.
you
Let
If
me
kidding me,
you
ask
if
you
Kyle?
you
Is
if
this
this.
the
you if
Kyle that
all
talks
you
about Africa? You're gonna starve in Africa, Kyle?
Yeah, shut up, Elvis.
Oh man,
These fucking clowns off my show, man. All right, Mr. Morris, maybe we gotta get some sense up here, man. Mr. Morris, go ahead, man. I know you're a black conservative guy and whatnot, but you gotta make more sense than these two clowns. You know?
Oh well, I really was y'all done talking about Kwanzaa, or yeah, y'all came
Yeah,
to
go
a
ahead. Yeah, go
consensus?
ahead. We're talking about Kwanzaa. What do you think?
Well, I mean, as far as Kwanzaa, it's not really relevant, I guess, now with the youth. Um, I did think that Kwanzaa is its value, its cultural value, was good or whatever. Attempting to cultivate culture outside of what was cultivated in the antebellum and in the colonial time. Just cultivating the culture. Cultivating your own cultural norms and customs. That were uplifting and had some type of cultural value. It just wasn't able to reach outside of those generations. But I did think it had a lot of value. I did. I believed it had a lot of value. So that's all I wanted to really say
Well, what
about it.
value? What value? What value was that?
Well, I just think that as far as culture, that it was always a need with Black people to cultivate culture outside of just what was cultivated in a plantation or a chattel environment. That you had to have a
Kwanzaa was
certain.
created not during the plantation. It was created in the '60s, right?
Right, exactly. That's no, I was saying that it was we always had the need to cultivate culture outside of what was cultivated in that environment. You know, cultivating traditions and customs
Okay, okay. Let me ask you.
outside of
Let me
that.
ask you a question, right? Since you said that,
Hmm.
right? Okay. Now, Kwanzaa basically gave you a template for culture, right? It says you had emoja, you need unity, right? You had
Right.
did we ever achieve unity?
Well, again,
No, I'm
culture
just serious.
takes
No,
time to
hold on, hold on.
cultivate.
Oh, you
Uh
said
huh.
we need to do culture. What's the sense of practice or something if you're not gonna practice it? You know, I'm saying, do we ever achieve culture? Hold on. Do we have self determination in Black America? How do we say we have self determination? We don't have a fucking political party.
Well, no. I'm saying okay. If you plant a seed, it takes time for
Oh
that
man,
seed to
it's been
germinate, right?
60 freaking years. And what I'm
You
tired
said
of is
yeah.
I've been listening to all this stuff my whole freaking life, right? And I'm at the
Uh
age
huh.
now where I don't give a damn about nobody, what nobody got to say. I know what's the right. I know what the truth is and whatnot. And you can't come up here and tell no one can come up here telling me anything different, right? It's been a failure, right? Because anything that basically does not require you to one thing to sever ties with white America and build a nation of your own is going to fail. As long as you're relying on the white man, his government, his system, his media, his educational system, you are not going to work. As simple as that. So we
No,
can
no. I
talk
agree. I
Kwanzaa,
agree
we can
with you.
everybody's gonna come up with Ubuntu. We'll come up with all this nonsense, and it leads to fucking the same thing. No place.
But, but let me. No, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But if you don't have the foundation, if you have to set a foundation first. So if your culture is linked
How you
into
gonna have
being
a
dependent,
foundation? You don't have a land. You don't have a base to operate
well,
on. You have no resources. You have all the foundation you want. You have no means to implement this stuff. You know.
but I'm saying certain groups didn't have a land for centuries, but they
Well,
still
what
had a
what, what
culture.
people is this? What people is this?
We don't have no space to
I'm saying who,
practice.
who I'm saying
What
it's been
people is
many
this?
middleman
Somebody's
minorities.
phone is
It's been many.
vibrating.
What
Hello?
people is this? Tell me one people that was not in captivity that ever thrived or anything. They haven't.
I'm saying you had many middleman minorities that was able to thrive within.
Where?
I mean, it might have been met with hostility,
Well, yeah.
but
So the bottom line, they didn't thrive. They
The,
didn't rule
the
themselves.
Jewish people have thrived
yeah, I mean,
wherever they've
yeah, you had the
been.
Jews, you had
Yeah,
32nd
well,
Indians.
good merchants, but not. But the thing is, though, they were always living under the shadow of suspicion. They had to hide their identity, hide their religion, and it's like that. That was not freedom. That's why I basically said, you know something. After like 2,000 years, they said, you know something. Let's return and build a state of our own. 'Cause we're tired of fucking hiding who we are and being persecuted. You know, you can't build nothing being a persecuted minority, bro. It ain't gonna work. You know, it ain't gonna work
No,
like
no,
that.
no, I'm saying no, but what I'm saying that Herzl, and all those other Zionist people, they didn't have a cultural foundation that Black Americans was coming from. So I'm saying that when you talk about any of the cultural nationalists, they were trying to establish a different cultural outlook.
What cultural outlook?
So okay, so when you say the thing, so pretty much what you're speaking on a independent thing. You know, like a independent worldview, an independent framework. I'm saying if you look at like any of the color convention movement, the Niagara movement, the bulk of the leadership or the bulk of the mindset had always been a continuation of the slave culture, who was being dependent on white society for a complete way of life. So it was just varying aspects or progressive aspects of the foundation
Oh,
of that culture.
let me ask you a
Hey,
question.
Kyle, I have a question to ask you.
Hold on, let me ask him a question. The black people that you're talking about, who fed them? Who gave them jobs? Where'd the money come from? Who gave them shelter? You know what I'm saying? How'd that come about?
No, I'm saying we're saying the same thing, bro. Like I'm
I'm
not.
saying,
Like,
so when
you
you
think I'm
say
talking in
you
opposition?
you react to your circumstance. Our circumstances was
Right.
we're pretty much fucked in America. You know, they control everything and everything like
But,
that. We're pretty much
but
fucked.
Kyle, I have a real salient question to ask you. You don't want to fully assimilate into American culture, and when you go to Africa, you don't want to assimilate into tribal culture. Like,
Well, first of all, when you say assimilate, what the fuck you mean
I mean,
assimilate?
like fully embrace
Look,
America, right?
I go to Liberia and I have a fucking time of my life. What the fuck I am
But
assimilating?
you haven't integrated into one of those
Look, I
tribes.
have a fucking wife there in a house. What the hell are you talking about? You
But
know?
like, what tribe are you?
I don't want.
Like,
I'm not. Look,
You
I'm
don't
not
have to
interested in
integrate
no
no
fucking
tribe.
tribe. You know?
so you're basically American living in Liberia.
Look, it doesn't matter. I'm myself, right? Anybody want to ask me? I am not gonna fucking assimilate into no tribe. I don't recognize that shit whatsoever.
But,
Now, if you're a
but
person and you want, hold on, if you want to do business with me and you want to be down with colonization is my tribe. How about that? You know, you want me down. People want to be down with me. They want to build with me. You come join me. You know, I don't fucking join nobody. You know, I don't believe in fucking nobody's religion. I don't believe in nobody's tribe. I don't believe in none of that shit, you know? Because all bullshit. That's the truth. I'm just what I've seen on this earth. It's all fucking bullshit, you know? That's why I don't salute no American flag. I don't believe in nobody's shit.
but Kylie, you can't go through life being a rebel, man.
I'm
You're a
not being
rebel in America and
Oh,
you're a rebel in
salute that
Africa.
FBA flag, nigga.
Yeah, you gotta choose which
Look,
side you're
somebody
gonna
created
serve.
FBA and the people just follow it. I'm not a follower,
But
you know?
Kylie, once you go to Africa, you're supposed to
Look. You have never been there. So I'm gonna warn you one more time. You haven't
But
been to Africa.
I'm an
Look,
American,
you
so
have
I
not
fully
been to
embrace.
Africa, so you have no business talking to me about Africa.
But I'm saying I'm an
Look, I'm gonna
American.
tell you
I'm
one more time,
fully.
one more fucking time. You have not been to the continent, so you
But
have no
I'm not
business
talking about the continent. I'm talking about America.
out here. I'm not gonna sit here and debate with somebody who's never been to the fucking continent, telling me how I should act in Africa. You never been to yourself. When you go to the African continent, right, get with an African woman and be committed to black women when that stop sleeping with, then you can talk to me as a brother, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and listen to somebody fucking talking to me about Africa who's never been there. I'm gonna be there in a few weeks. You know, I go
This
every
guy,
freaking
guy
year.
doesn't like black women.
No, you don't like no black women. You
Oh
know,
man.
nigga, all the fucking white women. I don't fuck with people who like white women and whatnot. You know, you like white women, you have nothing to talk to me about. Nothing. Let me get Nat Neezy on. Nat Neezy. What's on your mind, bro?
Hey man, what's wrong with white bitches, man?
Man, please. Out of my life, yeah, you wouldn't do that. But look, if people want to get with white bitches, that's fine. But you can't hang with me. You know, that's all it is.
Nah,
You know?
I think they probably stink. But anyway, salute to y'all. So Kwanzaa is not irrelevant. Is not relevant. It's never been relevant. I tried to do that shit a couple years, but it just don't hit like Christmas. I don't do Christmas either, but we celebrate educational excellence in my house. That's it. Report cards. Fuck all of them other
I was just telling 1776, Beezy. He says, "Are you going to go to your village in the what the fuck? I'm going to go to? I'm educated, right? I believe in excellence. I'm a modern man. What the hell? I want to go back to some village in the find my answer to do fucking what? You know? That's what people say this stupid shit all the time. You know? I say I go to Liberia because my ancestors that came from America got a history there, and it's pretty much built up, and I could identify with it. You know? But I don't have to go back to my exact village and go in the middle of nowhere in a war zone and fucking sit there. Yeah, this is my people. Get the fuck out of here. You know what that shit, you know?
Did you just kick somebody off?
What?
You just
Well,
kicked somebody off?
6, man, because I told him that look, I'm not gonna he's there telling me about Africa, right? I said, you have never been to the continent, right? You don't like black women, you never been to the continent, so don't preach to me about Africa. I will listen to you because you've been to the continent before. You
Right.
know, you've been to the continent before, so I'll listen to what you guys say, you know, about Africa. You touched down on African soil. Nobody's not touched on African soil. I don't want you to fucking telling me about fucking Africa. You know, simple as that. You know.
Yeah, that whole I'm gonna go back and integrate into a tribe and be adopted. That shit is weird. Or all you're gonna do is set yourself up to be
He knows that's not realistic. He just saying it.
right, right.
Here's what
So
it
so let me ask Neck was the Neck Measy?
Yes, sir.
Question. So you don't see like it's okay as far as Kwanzaa and as maybe as far as cultivating elements of culture that black people couldn't cultivate in the antebellum and in the colonial period, that cultivating culture, is it valuable? Is it valuable and having it, turning towards a real identity, so to speak, like having certain set apart cultural norms and ideas that are set apart for you. You don't see any value in
Oh, I
those things.
definitely see value in Black American culture, and we've had it. Every human on the planet, every group has culture. I think a lot of people from the Pan African sphere, or not even Pan African, just a lot of people think that our culture needs to be based on some African culture. And I'll say this, if you want to base it on an African culture as a base, let it be a West African culture. Kwanzaa is based on East African culture. That's why all the names are in Swahili. And so we're over here saying Kucha Jagugalia and all of that, but we couldn't put it in a sentence outside of Kwanzaa. We don't need to remix an East African thing to make it pop for us. We have culture in Black America already.
And you and Baruti would have make it interesting because he thinks we should forget our culture and adopt Kiswahili, Ubuntu, and all that. I asked a question, Nakmeezy. I asked Elvis. I said, and he goes, I said, if Ubuntu's so great, how come the millionaires and billionaires in Africa aren't basically practicing in the Congo to uplift the people? He said, well, you as a black diaspora. I said, why do I have to be the one to go to Africa and deliver somebody under some bullshit called Ubuntu? Why should I?
Exactly. Let I want to see what African culture has gotten African countries. I mean, show me the blueprint where Ubuntu led to a great society nowadays, a modern society where everything works. They're totally untethered from European colonial powers, and they did it based off of the strength of African culture. If they can show me that, then I'll be interested. Otherwise, it seems like all these African countries have European language as their national language. They worship European gods. They celebrate European religions and holidays. So let the Africans lead with that African culture shit and let it pop. And then if it's pop, then maybe I'll think about it.
Same thing with me. Haven't
Well,
seen
well,
it.
I mean, I
I've
think
seen it.
so. You don't think just because again, and again, there's so many. There's different definitions. I like the definition of deep sink as culture, but again, people don't really acknowledge certain misalignments or certain things that weren't meant to be taken into freedom that black people had to take into freedom in this country. Like our foreparents in those places couldn't cultivate a complete identity as a people. That just wasn't available. So that's why I said when you talk about the importance of cultivating culture, I don't it don't have to be whatever. I'm just saying that as far as the importance of cultivating things, outside of that reality that gave you a certain a set apart identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people don't acknowledge those things, but those things are important. In going into the future. You see what I'm saying? Because once your culture, um, begins to degrade or begins to be focused on trends, or it gets dispersed and everything, it just becomes what it is now. It's like, well, that a lot of those things have no value in identity of a people. You know what I mean? Like I
Okay,
think that. Go ahead.
Tyler, I want to ask you a question, man.
What?
1776, with all the cool shit that he says something that's very, very spot on. And this is a question for you. Are you American or are you an African?
I would say I'm African American. What's
Or are
so
you a
hard that
mixed
thing?
breed? Are you a mixed
Hold on, hold on.
breed?
I would say, look, I'm an African, right, or a Black American that's been here. My ancestors have been here since the 1600s, right? My culture, my identity, and my experience, right, was shaped by the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, racism, right, and trying to survive with the English language.
So when you
And
visit a continent, you visit it as a foreigner.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. Let's
Yeah.
get that.
I'll never say when I go to Africa, I never said told them that okay, I'm African like you are. Well, I get the joke, but when it really comes down to it, I don't have the African life. I'm dead serious. I don't have the African way of life, right? I eat good when I go to Africa, right? I know that I
So
got a
why the hell do
freaking
you want to have an
passport and I
African
can
on
move.
the African land when your mindset is that of a
Well, I
European
would
or
say
American?
was we could supplant, we could build the sort of civilization that we're accustomed to in Africa. That's all I would say. You
You
know.
can't build a color. You can't build a
But if
color.
Africans, you want us to come to Africa and solve y'all problems and whatnot. No, that's not part of the fucking part of the program.
So why the hell should
We
we
got
give you land
everything.
if
Everything
if
Africa is like.
you don't want to help us? Why should we help you?
No, so why don't you guys help your fucking self? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then. So why you asking
Why the
for
hell
land on the African soil, Carla?
Oh man.
time when somebody goes to Africa, every time I see
You're
a
the one
black
that keeps
American
talking
go to
about
Africa,
Africans and not giving you land to start your
you don't got
Afristan. Why do you want to go to the continent for anything?
to fucking be like that. We can
If we
never
can't
build up for
benefit
our
from you,
fucking
why do you want to
self.
benefit from us, Carla?
What do you mean? Like, first of all, like I said, we lost, right? And it's only justice. You can't talk about reparation of white people and then talk about, oh, we lost land in
Oh, so
Africa.
you want
So
reparation from us, Carla?
yeah, we lost. Well, the
FBA,
bottom line
nigga,
is,
we won.
You want
so the
reparation
bottom
from
line is,
Africans, Carla?
no, we don't want a reparations. You ain't got it. We're saying that we're going to build space in Africa. We're going to start purchasing our own
No, we're
territory.
not going to give you the space. We're not going to give you the land because you don't want us to benefit from you. You're not going to benefit from us, Carla.
So the bottom line is that if you guys do benefit with jobs and trade, you guys are even smarter to realize if you do build something like in Africa, hypothetically, like Africa would benefit because they have a new trading partner on the continent worth millions of dollars, right? They can't even their mind can't even think that.
Carla, if it was feasible, people with more resources than you would have done it a long time ago.
The African mind only thinks as far as his stomach. He don't think long term. He'll not delay
What does the
gratification.
African American mind think about?
Well, it's better than the African mind. I'll tell you that.
What do they think about?
Wait,
It's
hold on. Let me jump in here real quick.
sophisticated than the
Kala,
African
you will
mind.
set yourself up to get butchered if you go to Africa with that mindset, bro. And your mouth is crazy. You can't talk like that
Pause.
and you steady go. I know, steady going to Liberia, bro. But I've been to
But
the
I say it.
continent and I know enough about
I
going
say
there
it.
that I'm not
I
gonna
say
talk crap about it like that, bro.
I say it in front of them. I don't
Well, you cruising for a bruising then.
care. I know.
No, nobody's going to hurt him, bro. It's just that we want to connect with Carla, but he keeps saying shit that pushes people away from me. It's like, what are we
You
even
I
can't
doing?
mean,
say that
Elvis,
no
don't
one's
be
gonna
trying to
hurt
be
him, and
nice
I
now.
don't
You
wish
know you
that.
want
I don't
somebody
wish
to.
nothing like that. But things pop off on a continent for nothing, bro. Just like in the hood, you say the wrong thing to the wrong person on a wrong day, you could catch a bad one. I'm saying if you're planning on building an Afghanistan, then some of the words that you say, you're gonna have to be more political. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to be more
Hold on.
political.
But when they come at me with this idea, when they first come to me, like this is what I'm saying. No, I'm
Uh
saying that right. With all due respect. When I put it out there, right, I put this idea of an African out, right. I say, okay, whatever, like that, Okay, well, that's a. They would say you could either say no or yes, whatever, like that, this, that, thing. When they act like, it's the most impossible thing, no, like that. When they're sitting the fuck up in America and using the benefits that our ancestors fought for fucking here, and they got a problem with me saying, something, maybe we could do something with some territory that y'all obviously ain't building on the continent. I got a problem with that. While they sit up here in America, use all the benefits, the civil rights, everything like that, the opportunities, go to our colleges, play on our TV roles, do everything like that,
huh.
do everything that we paid for the air, and suddenly they got to fucking open their fucking mouth about what I'm thinking about in Africa. No, I'm sorry, I don't buy that
I
shit.
understand you.
You know?
I support you on that. But I think if you want to have a viable plan to build on a continent, then some of your verbiage has to change.
Oh, sure, I'm sure.
The
Like
argument
I already talked to a lot
that you
of
just put
Africans, and they
together, that's great for YouTube, great to throw shots back. But understand the people that left, they still got people on the continent too. So I would just say, curb your language if you're really serious about it. I wouldn't do it for the simple fact is that if
Africans
they
that
don't see anything,
follow me.
put it like this. Let me finish, brother. If they don't see any benefit in building on a continent, or actually they do because they build their stuff on the low through remittances, right? But they're connected in a way that we are not, right? So they have an in where we don't. So if you go in speaking divisive in a place that's already ethnically divided, but they will work together for business. If you coming and kicking the door like, yo, blah 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 blah, and y'all don't think right, and you're gonna find yourself, a man on an island, and it might not turn out for you in terms of business anyway.
Look, I agree with that one. And also, I may get heated on this platform right here, but I talk to Africans all the freaking time on WhatsApp, my social network, and whatnot. And they got to really hear my ideas and plans. And I'm saying, like most of them, almost all of them say, something. I agree with you, Colin. It's like that. Just that Elvis, he don't represent them. He don't
What are
represent
you
them.
talking about? You're the one that always go there, scream and starts cussing and
No,
being
no. I'm saying like when
disrespectful.
I say on this platform, when I say on my YouTube channel, it's not when I'm talking business. When I got so many Africans on the fucking and now Liberia right now, they can't wait to get me. I'm getting my look. I travel to Liberia, Knack, on a diplomatic visa, right? And I'm gonna get a higher level diplomatic visa this time. I'm going, because I'm so connected with so many people from America and Africa. When they always, every time somebody wants to know about Liberia, people contact me, right? And I'm bringing a lot of people to the continent. That people like this guy knows what he's talking about. I brought Bomani. That was a big thing. When I brought Bomani there, because that really profiled Liberia a lot. Because we put the videos up and stuff like that. Everybody's like, yeah. And I'm known for the one that brought the first African American tour group to Liberia.
Carla,
And
can
so
you let
therefore,
1776 back up?
he just gets on my nerve. I don't know. I'll give him a second. Give me a second. Well, let me
Let me
cool
ask
off
you a
for a second.
question. How would you trust, like, why would you trust an African named Elvis? Like, how does that even happen?
I don't know, man. I let him on my platform, man. But
Yo, Elvis, how you get your name, brother?
The funny thing about it is that in my ethnic group, there's a lot of people named Elvis for some reason. So there's a lot of
Was they named
Africans
after
named
White
Elvis.
Elvis?
I know like 3 Liberians named Elvis besides me,
That was probably
personally.
naming
I
them
know,
after
I know, I
Elvis
know what
Presley,
Elvis. I
right?
know what Liberian name Elvis Hogart.
Yeah,
Elvis
so there's a lot of
Hogart.
Liberians named Elvis. I don't know why my parents picked that name,
Hogart
but
family
it's not
live in
unique or
Virginia Beach.
strange to see an Elvis in Liberia.
Elvis
Hey, but
Hogart family live in
what
Virginia
what
Beach. They're
what I
Liberian.
was saying before I was cut off is like we are existing in some sort of purgatory, right? I fully
I'm
embrace
not in a
America. I love
purgatory.
America.
I'm
Wait,
not in
just
a
give me
purgatory.
10
I
seconds,
give
right?
out America.
I fully embrace America, right? If I
I
go to
know. I
Africa, I'm going as a visitor to integrate in
hold
whatever
up.
tribe my DNA
Hold
says,
on.
right?
Let me ask you a question. Let me say. I don't look. I'm like this. How can I embrace something that don't embrace me? That's all.
That's like
I
That's
question
why I
who
ask
said
that.
you're in
don't embrace you, Carla.
that's what I'm saying. You're in purgatory. You
Yeah,
don't want
like
to
hold on.
fully
The
embrace
Senate
America,
of America.
but you
Hold on.
don't want to fully
You just had
embrace
the vice
Africa.
president. Hold on. You just had the vice president of America get up there. Not just anybody. Not a presidential candidate. The vice president, second most powerful man in the world, get up there and say in a speech, right, at a racist rally, right, say that we're not going to apologize for being white anymore. That right there cancels everything you just say out. You
But
know,
I
But
mean,
Carla,
if
you
I was
voted for this. You're
whatever
smarter than
you
that.
are,
You knew that
whatever you
rhetoric
are,
before
you're
you voted
supposed
for
to
them.
fully embrace it. If you're Asian, you're supposed to embrace that. If you're black, you're supposed to embrace that. If you're white,
no,
I don't have
no,
no
no, no.
problem. I'm not.
Look, first of all, nobody ever made white people apologize for anything. They never apologize. They don't have it in them to apologize for anything. So what the hell is he talking about?
He's just saying he's a
He's
redneck
dog
from
whistling, Carla.
Ohio.
He's telling you that.
He's a redneck
No,
from
no, no.
Ohio.
What he's saying is, it don't apologize for being a fucking racist.
You
That's what
should
he's
never
saying.
apologize for what
Exactly, but
you.
that's what you're
What
doing on Dynasty's platform.
Hold on. If you're talking about it's okay to be racist because white people are in
no, but
power, that means
Umar Johnson
if you
says
hold
he's
on, if you don't
unapologetically
hold on,
African.
you don't want to, if you don't want to give that black person a loan for his house or whatnot,
He
that's
didn't say
okay.
all that shit, Kyler.
But
He
that's what.
just said it's
Stop caping for the white man. We can read between the lines. We know what he meant, man.
Oh,
like
y'all
white people
extrapolating too
feel
much
like they want to be able
nonsense.
to practice racism with no repercussions. That's what this
Listen,
all.
listen. Like Afrodamus said, if the white man really hated you, he can
Don't say, yo,
exterminate
I
you
don't
in a
give a
week.
fuck what Afrodamus says, man. Or quoting
Right? The white
Afrodamus, man.
most black people, they come to our restaurants. They embrace everything about black people. Our culture, our music.
What the hell? Yeah, get
Our,
out of here,
our when you go
man.
to the NFL games, is white
Oh, wow.
people
Oh,
who
yeah,
are in the
yeah,
stadium.
yeah.
White people love black people.
Tell me, don't you see Shaquille O'Neal? They love Shaquille O'Neal. Next, you're gonna tell me that shit, right?
No, I'm just saying, black people. When you look at the stadiums, it's filled with white people. The
Oh yeah, they
NFL, the
love
NBA.
What do you mean? You think the NFL belongs to black people?
What I'm saying is, right? People always say that the white people hate us, right? But everything about our
they do.
culture they like.
Well, you're
Yeah, they
talking
like the
about NFL
culture.
stadiums. You think that's black culture?
What you say?
You
No,
talk
I'm
about
just saying,
you said the NFL
if white
stadiums are
if
full with
white
white
people
people.
hated
That's their
black
sport.
people,
They control the NFL.
if white people hated
They
black
own most of
people,
the teams.
when we have movies, they attend. When we play sports, they attend. Our music, they attend. All those hip hop rappers is white
No,
people who buy
stop
their
saying
CD.
our this, our that. The
Listen,
movies are made by
all the
white
music,
companies and distributed by
all
white
the rap,
companies.
all
The
the CDs
music
we used to buy.
executives are white. The music labels are
We
owned by white.
time out. We used to buy our CDs at the barbershop, bootleg. White people buy the real shit, right? So don't say that white people hate us. That's categorically false.
Who's buying it? Is it the racist white that's messing with black people,
Who let you in this country,
or the
Elvis? A
liberal
white man.
whites?
A white man let you in this country, right? So he can't
I'm
be that much
I'm
racist.
not telling you. I'm not telling you anything about. There's certain kinds of white people, and we know who those white people are, who don't
All
particularly
white
like
people
black
are
folks.
white people.
And most
There's
black
no
folks tend not to associate with those kinds of people, but you do.
listen, man.
Yeah.
Listen, white people are just like any other
You
people.
always come
To
in
me,
and talk shit
to
about
me,
the liberal whites.
the most
The liberal
racist
whites are
people.
the ones that would
Time out.
dance to your
Elvis,
music.
respect. The most racist people I've ever met was Arabs. Like they don't like nothing
We're
about
talking
Man,
about
us.
white
it's
Americans. We're not talking about Arabs, bro. Forget
it's
Arabs. They ain't got no
racism
power.
on both sides, liberals and conservatives. So I don't.
Steve, do
Yeah.
you think it's the conservative that's really embracing black culture and black people,
One
or
one
is it a
thing about
liberal?
conservative white people, if they
Absolutely.
don't like you, they'll
Yes,
tell
there
you.
are conservatives that embrace black culture. Absolutely.
Yeah, even Malcolm X told you the liberal
Who
white man. Malcolm
does
X
it
said
more?
Malcolm X said the liberal white man is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He even said that.
Time period.
There's
This
racism on both sides. It
Yeah,
really
even
is.
Donald Trump
time
And
said
I
it,
mean, come
and
on, bro.
NBA
Don't
built
don't don't don't
America.
don't don't, don't
if
fence it like that.
Malcolm X
Even
lived today when that.
Kyle is complaining that a white man went on the big stage and said, "Fuck it, we're not gonna be scared of being white anymore." And
Who
Kyle don't
said
like that
that?
rhetoric. When is the liberal ever told you that shit? That fucking
You got
we
you got
liberals
you
we don't care about
Ibrahim
being white no
Traore.
more.
Ibrahim Traore said the same thing. He said he's
Liberals
not
give you a
ashamed.
black president,
who
give you a
Ibrahim
black
Traore.
female
what
vice
white
president.
person you know that was apologizing for being white anyway?
Well,
when was
that's
there
the
ever a
point.
black female
Kyla
president?
and Diners was harping on this whole Trump and Vance ticket.
Man,
They were telling
Elvis,
everybody to vote for them. Fuck the
You just
Democrats. Fuck the
Elvis, you
liberals.
don't like
And now,
Elvis, you
hold
just
on. I'm
don't
not
like
talking to you. I'm not talking to you. And now Kyla don't like the rhetoric because they take their mask
Oh
off
no,
now, so he don't like it.
that was
But you knew all along these was racist. They didn't like you.
like this, right? When
why would you say he's a racist?
when everything was focused
Ask
on
Kyla. He said it.
you. Black people were not mentioned during the campaign. Now, since almost a year after the election, now suddenly they want to bring up black people. They didn't even mention black people because they knew.
Who
FBA.
brought up
But Kyla,
black
you
people?
should have known that they were just playing
Well,
coy so that you can give them your vote, and then they'll
Hey,
show their true
Tyler.
colors.
here's the thing, Elvis. Right? We're not still don't mean we're going to go back to the Democrats. Now, I believe.
Fine. So then shut up about the white races. Then
Now,
don't complain about it.
now
But
it's
but
time for black
but,
people, black nationalist movement is going to grow.
but who said anything about black people? Nobody says. I never heard JD Vance
Yo,
mention
yo,
black people.
Yeah, he did. He called Minneapolis,
about us.
Little Mogadishu.
That's
He talks shit about
it is.
he talks shit about a black American, Jasmine
Those are
Crockett.
not
He said the
black
only
people
thing
in Minneapolis.
she said
But
her street cred is as real as her nails, making fun of her wearing acrylic
because
nails.
you know she's an educated black woman, she doesn't talk like that. That lady is an Ivy League lady. She just panders to the lowest
Nah,
level of
you
our
caring for the
society.
fucking white man, bro. Stop that bullshit. He's talking
Look,
down to a black woman because she wear fake nails.
and
The
and
same
and
thing Marjorie Taylor
Minnesota
Greene said
is
about her
little.
wearing fake nails.
Minnesota is little Mogadishu. It is. So what is that? That's not
What the fuck are
racist.
you talking about, Minnesota?
It like is overran by
Not
Somalis.
true. Only Minneapolis. Most
Listen,
Somalis live in Minneapolis. They don't live in
but
other
so
parts
so
of the
what is
state.
racist about calling it little Mogadishu? They call it that
I mean, don't
themselves.
they call
Should they
Memphis
do they call
Memphis?
Baltimore? Do they call Baltimore Little Africa?
They call
We
Memphis
have
Memphis.
Would a black
they call
American refer to Baltimore as Little Africa? Because there's
if
so
they
many
did
black people living
if
there.
there's no shame in being African. So if they call it little
No,
Africa,
if they
so be
did.
it.
Most African Americans won't like that or see it as an insult.
What they call Atlanta, what they call Memphis.
What they call Atlanta?
Ask Steve.
I mean, the far right, they be calling Memphis Memphrica. That's what they little name they give it to. Like,
And what do you think? That's a term of endearment, Steve?
Africa.
absolutely not. It's
Elvis,
not.
you're ashamed of Africa. There's nothing wrong
No,
with being
nigga,
African.
don't switch the thing. We're talking about your so-called conservatives that you love so much. They're calling
You
those
have
things those names
Chinatown,
as a
you have
pejorative, as a
Chinatowns, you got
derogatory
Africa
name.
towns,
It's
you
not a
got Little
positive.
Russia. It's,
It's not a positive
They
when
so
they're
they
Africa
call
referring
is
to
that
anything
negative.
as
in
Africa.
Minneapolis
So
like a
if
pejorative. They
somebody
do
calls it Memphis Africa, that's negative to you.
Steve, do you think it's negative or positive when a white person calls Memphis Africa or
when
whatever he called it?
yeah, it's negative. They're
But
doing it
why
Okay,
would
it's
because
it be
negative. We know
negative
they
that.
if
don't
it's
see
in a?
It's
because
cool.
Why
they
It's
would
don't
it be
cool.
see Africa
negative?
in a good
Can't
light.
muster the courage to say that white people
But
are racist.
why would it be negative if a bunch of Africans live in a certain area? You call it Little Africa.
No,
We
they
are
call it
African
Memphis
people.
because no, they call it that because
Negative
they don't
connotation.
see Africa in a good light.
They don't say
So if I
Africa.
call
I mean,
something Little Europe,
he knows that he don't listen to him. He's trying to act
no,
like he's stupid,
I'm
but he's
not
not that
ashamed to be
stupid.
They're using
A person
Africa
of
as a
African descent.
pejorative. They're using Africa
But
as a
African can
pejorative.
never be a pejorative. It's
It
a
They're
is.
place.
That's
using
how
it as
white
one
people
though.
have white racists use it as
But
that, bro.
why
What are you
is
talking about,
Africa
man?
a negative connotation if we are African people? You have Little
You said
Chinatown.
it here before that you don't want to be African. You're glad that your ancestor got on the boat. You said all of this shit on this very
Listen,
platform.
man.
So don't try to play coy with us.
Find the episode I said that on.
Steve, am I lying? Did this nigga not say he's glad his people came on the boat and he don't want to be in the
I
jungle
said
right
I'm
now in
happy that they
Africa?
went through a struggle and sacrifice for what
So
Bro, we
they use
heard
our
you,
people
Africa
man.
to
to
get
Stop
on
the
that boat.
bullshit. You said that, I think yesterday even that you're glad
The
your people came
struggle,
on
the
the boat.
struggle was getting on that boat and coming to
but but
America.
but
So
but I understand Elvis. He's having immigrant. You know, it's trauma.
See, there you go.
And
There you
one
go.
thing
Look,
because
Steve, I'm
he
telling you,
thinks.
man, during the election period, right, on Dynasty's show, there was like
But I'm
mhm.
happy. I'm
Oh
happy
no,
with
Tinker
I was I
Trump.
Lee,
was there.
Dynasty, the Tyler, the
I was in
Brandon.
the chat.
Hold,
I was in the
hold on, let me
chat.
finish. Yeah, they were all mega, and I was the only one standing there. They couldn't wait for me to come so they could try to bash me
You think
politically.
you
I
think
kept
we
saying, don't
changed?
vote for these people. Hold on,
We
bro.
are
Be quiet.
happy.
I'm not talking to you.
We're happy with what
Be
Trump
quiet
is
for a
doing.
second. And
We're
Colin now
happy.
is seeing these people for who they are. They don't
Well,
like black people. Colin now is saying it.
Kyler's
They're
double
giving you
minded.
speeches and telling you that this is their time. They're gonna be free to be white. And you know what? You know what comes with that.
But
You
this
know
is
what
their
comes with that.
country.
So Colin
This is
sees it.
it's a
So
white
is there a
country.
country that can? No, I thought this was our country. I thought
It's our country, but it's a majority white country. It is.
so they can do
We're only
whatever they want.
13%.
It's
We're
So
only
they can do
FBA
13.
whatever they
country,
want.
nigga. I said it live on Cali Radio.
Yeah.
Word up.
We're only
What you say?
14% of this country.
So what does that
What
mean?
you say,
That means they
Benton?
can be able to do whatever they want.
No, but they're gonna do whatever they want if they
These are
want
the
to.
cowards that will tell you to vote for Republicans,
Hey, but
even though the Republicans will call them a nigger, they'll call them all the bad words,
Steve.
but
One thing
they'll
about me,
consider to tell you to vote Republicans.
Steve. See,
Yes.
like I don't like phony, right? If somebody's a
hmm
white, even if they're racist, I accept that because they're telling me their
There you,
truth.
Steve, you just said it. There's it right there. He
Steve. I
don't
don't like
mind
phony
racist white
people,
people.
right? I don't like phony people who are, hey, I love you. Then they get behind your back and call you whatever they call you. I like
Right.
people who are honest and real.
Up
You
front.
know,
Up
if a
front.
guy
Okay.
got a rebel flag and he's flying that shit on a big truck, at least I know he don't fuck with me. I don't fuck with him.
That's not
Even
true.
then,
The party that you fuck with, they're in that party. So stop
hey
the
Steve,
bullshit.
some of the most racist people are liberals. Liberals just hide it well. You
You
know,
hear this shit, Steve? You think that the
liberals.
people down in Mississippi that's
True.
hanging niggas,
That's
or
true.
down in Louisiana that's talking and
Even
calling black
Dave,
You
people
back.
niggas?
You got
You think
feedback,
they're
Evans.
liberals?
He's back.
Hold on, Evans. You got feedback. You got feedback.
even
That's not
even
me.
Dave, even Dave is telling the truth.
Whose mic is that? No, it's
It
not.
might be you, Steve.
Oh, I'll come back.
Like, listen to what Dave is saying.
Now, liberals are the most racist.
You said
Yeah,
what, good Dave?
they just use educated terms. They got good
I said
vocabulary.
liberals are the most racist.
Okay, you guys are just dumb as fuck. We're still getting
So,
the half. I don't know who's watching something in the background.
My mic is closed, so it ain't me.
I guess California is more racist than Mississippi or Louisiana or Alabama. Yeah, or going down, go down to Chicago. It's more racist than fucking Texas.
I think it
It's
was
it's it's
76.
like this, right? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
we hear
seven.
you now, Steve. We good.
I agree that there's races on both sides, but definitely most of the hardcore races are definitely on the right. Hold on.
That's
Most of the
70.
hardcore races are definitely on the right.
Of
That's just a
course. I
fact.
mean, these guys just think we're stupid, man. This
Dave.
guy's so dishonest. He'll say the stupidest shit and
But
think that.
what about the behind your back race?
Yeah, but the
Like
bottom
I
line,
said, most
that's
most of
those
the
are the problem. We could deal with those people. Those are microaggressions, stupid like this.
I
But the
mean,
people that are really a threat right now, the first time I ever seen this, I really will say this. I never would admit this. These right wing people are a real threat right now. A real threat. A
what make
real.
you say that, Colin? What make you say that?
Right now they're arming, right? And now that first time in a generation, they feel like they got the backing of the most powerful man in the world behind them. So shit could really happen right now.
So, like, what do you think could really happen?
Well, I will tell you right now, if it really does happen, right? We have riots in this country and whatnot, and the last thing you want to do is have a bunch of people, but not just start shooting each other, and whatnot, riots and fights, everything like that. It'll spread throughout the country and whatnot. It'll be just like a mess.
So, what you think?
1776.
Like a race war or something? Is
Yeah,
that what you think?
a race war could be happening.
Okay.
1776. Like close the thing out and then come back because you was echoing.
Oh, that was 76.
Yeah.
Carla,
Was my
I'm glad you said that. That's why the South always votes Republican. They always do. The KKK is always aligned with the Republicans. We knew these things. Now, for
Right.
you say it was some kind of LGBT trans thing that you couldn't vote for them. Fine, that was your choice. But I
Never
know that shit don't impact my life anyway. What
Benjamin.
impact my life is racist
Yeah.
policies
What's
Benjamin
that's
up?
going to harm black people.
Hold on,
Carla,
Elvis.
let
Hold on. Hold on,
1776
Elvis.
back on. He said he fixed his mic.
What you say?
Benjamin. The problem is this, right? You got a lot of white people, right, in positions of power, right? And white people just don't riot like like this, like this. They get you in other ways, right?
Uh,
When they riot with you and whatnot, your wages get cut, your hours get cut, your job, police pull you over, want aggressive policing, all that's fucking coming, because
oh, okay. Yeah.
so the bottom line is, yeah, they know how to get to you. They ain't gonna be like this, and the caveat is the fact that there's gonna be more road rage incidents and black people. It's gonna be ugly.
Yeah. Hey, man, I just seen a road rage shit. Off-duty police officer killed the black dude, man, because they was cutting each other off. Vroom, 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 vroom. And then they finally pulled over, and the black dude went up to his car, and the white motherfucker shot, pop, 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 hit him 3 times. They say he was in the hospital. He didn't die, but all that shit could have been
White
avoided.
guy shot the black dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
see more of that, man. White people carrying guns and whatnot. They're gonna feel like you're gonna have white women. You have a fender bender. She's gonna get out of the car and blow your brains off. So I thought
That's
you.
another thing, though. People got to stop all this
Yeah,
road rage
man.
stuff.
Well,
'Cause I
look,
keep
long as you
Never
know
get
what
out of
it
your car
is
during
and
a
you
road
know it's
rage.
up, then it's up. So I didn't it's
Yeah,
not a problem
never
with
get out of
that.
your car during a road rage. You'll be seen as the aggressor.
Some of us got
Yeah.
lives to live. We trying to live, man. Ain't no time's up, man. I'm trying to live, man.
Hey man, you're not gonna live forever, man. If
Yeah,
it's up,
yeah.
it's up.
Some of us got a good
What?
life. We want to live forever.
This
Then you
nigga,
got
this nigga Bantu is a habitual
All right,
risk
we're gonna
taker,
live
man.
forever. It's all good, man. We're gonna live
He's
forever.
a habitual risk taker, man. He takes
For
risks all
no
the time.
reason whatsoever.
I ain't taking no motherfucking risk. Shit. The fuck?
But yeah, I don't. I like. I heard
I
of
ain't
two
gonna live
places.
forever. Might as well do it now.
We're gonna live forever.
Call it. Can y'all hear me?
Try to
yeah,
preserve your life, nigga.
Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
You know I'm a fool for my people, man. I gotta go.
What's that song? FBA. We don't
Even
what? We
if
don't
they
play.
don't, even if I can't stand these motherfuckers, you know I'm gonna be on the front line for you suckers. Don't let me come through with the motherfucking ruckus. Nigga, I pull out the 4 pound and put it down. Nigga, I hold the crown, nigga.
Rapper now. Yeah, man. I
Man.
told you the FBA is a
I was
rapper.
asking about the FBA song. FBA. We don't play
What?
or some shit like
Oh,
that.
what about it?
FBA are Dusty Negroes,
What
aspiring
about it,
writers,
Elvis?
How did the
male
song go?
race.
I don't know. It's like, go like FBA, I don't know, man. I gotta hear it again. It
You were
shit
singing the
just,
shit earlier today,
it
man.
was
You
stuck in
forgot your
my
song.
head.
Already.
It shit was stuck in my head.
FBA. We don't play.
FBA,
Y'all
we
niggas.
don't play. Hey.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Oh,
Hey, can
okay.
you hear me
I was just
now?
about to say the whole people got to stop with this whole road rage thing, and because I keep hearing more and more people get killed, shot and killed
Can you hear me now?
over over road rage.
We hear
Yeah, I
you,
can hear
bro.
you.
Hey, what I was saying before I fell off, being a conservative isn't a racial thing; it's an ideology. A lot of
Right.
Nigga.
black people, we vote Democrats, but a lot of black people are conservative in their nature, right? We don't,
So why do
Yeah,
they vote
we are,
Democrat?
Black people know they're not welcome with the white conservative. They
but
know
but
that.
but
They know that through their policies. They know that through their rhetoric. That's why most black people know that that's not the place for them. So they go to the liberal side. They go to the Democratic Party. Don't fool yourself, bro. But you're not smarter than all black people. Majority of black people are very intelligent. They say they've lived in this country long enough to see that white conservative don't like them. They don't like him through the policies that they make and through the rhetoric that they spew.
freaking sanctuary for racists. They won't
Yep.
part ways with those racists. That's the problem.
Exactly. There's a far right element on the right, but they don't call it out.
Yeah, they don't
All
say
right.
they in bed with them. So I'm like, that's what like this. That's why Brandon Tatum, clowns and whatnot. And they coming at the Vivek Ramaswamy said we gotta do something about the part, dude, man. Vivek,
Even the Jews, bro. The right wing is going against the Jews. You know what? You saw what they said about Ben Shapiro at that turning point stuff.
but
What
what
makes you
they
think
said
you
is
have the
true.
right to decide who's going to be in the Republican Party? Know your place. I mean,
No,
they're hating on the
what they're saying
Jews.
about the small hats is definitely true. The small hats have a good element, but they have a very nefarious element that
oh, man,
promotes
bullshit.
pornography
Hold on,
and
let me
different.
tell you something. 1776. I know you got the white ring talking about South Pack, but let me tell you something. Like the president of Bank of America said, right? The founder of Bank of America, this Italian guy, right? He's founder of Bank of America, one of the richest men in the world. He said, you got to understand the Anglo-Saxon. 1776 is a black Anglo-Saxon, aka Black American, right? The Anglo-Saxon could never explain his failures, shortcomings, and incompetence, right? There's always a conspiracy. Look at European history, right? Look at even like the wizardry and the culture of Europe. They always have some mysterious force out there controlling everything from the Wizard of Oz to whatever, everything they in their culture, right? So therefore, the Jews controlling the world, whatnot. It's just Anglo-Saxon culture
But
and
but it's
conspiracy.
not it's not a fallacy.
It's not. It is a
Most of the financial structure
all
is
you're doing
control.
is look the Jews. Look, then you ask yourself,
Who
the
who runs
Anglo-Saxon.
the NBA? Who runs the
Hold up,
NBA and
hold
the
up, hold up, hold
NFL?
up, hold up. You ask the Anglo-Saxon, right? I thought you guys were superior. Like, okay, we are. Then how did Jews get one up on you by taking over your shit? I asked this one guy, white supremacist guy, that he was like, "Fuck you, nigger." Blah blah blah. I said, "No, you said you were superior, right? So how did the Jews get in power over you? Could it
But
be they tricked you? You're too stupid. They
I
all
mean,
I have a lot of
you know
Jewish
what?
friends.
You know what the Jews said. This guy called Jonathan Kanyunis, right? He's a former Israeli minister or spokesperson. He says people always talk about how the Jews, the America is, the Jews always depend on America to do his dirty work. He says the opposite. He said America is dependent on the Jews. The Jews are really the ones in power. So, like you're saying, Kyle, if they think that the Jews are less than them, but the Jews have more power than them globally and control this very country that we live in, then the Jews are ahead of them. They hate the Jews for the opposite reason that they hate the blacks.
But
They hate the Jews
Elvis,
because the
I want
Jews
to
are
know,
better and the Jews are more successful and prosperous than they are.
Elvis,
That's why they hate the Jews.
what is your contention with conservatives? Like,
My
do
point
you
is,
know
there's
what
a
it
lot
means
of
to be conservative?
racists. Listen.
Conservatives
Listen.
want.
You asked me a question. Let me answer.